Chapter 731. Level 10, Demonic Core. How could this be? This soul formation realm cultivator of mystic sound faction could only feel a strong aura pressing onto her chest, and the jade pendant that she was wearing on her chest shattered as her body fell onto the spiritual field like a broken kite. She did not expect her opponents to be two soul formation realm cultivators. When normal cultivators used the same techniques and complemented each other, the strength of the technique would increase by multiples. The power that the Lu sisters unleashed was insane. The four nascent soul realm cultivators of mystic sound faction were so lost that their minds were blank. They couldn't process what happened as the soul formation realm cultivator of mystic sound faction was suppressed by two outside soul formation realm cultivators. Hao Ren didn't expect Lu Linlin and Lu Lily to transcend into the soul formation realm suddenly. He had thought that they had only cultivated to Qian level. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily bit their lips as they looked back at Hao Ren. Ever since they were let go by the East Ocean Dragon clan, they had been able to charge at the soul formation realm several times during cultivation. However, since they wanted to stay by Hao Ren's side, they suppressed their realms intentionally. Hao Ren now had the immortal physique. They had done what they could, and they only maintained a lower realm to maintain a lower profile. However, on 7th heaven where nature essence was intense, they advanced into the soul formation realm to defend themselves and Hao Ren. However, once they reached the soul formation realm, they couldn't go back to Qian level anymore. Whoosh! 4 arrays of light suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, they were already close to the spiritual field. The Bullhead Mountain of Mystic Sound faction had experienced a dramatic change which alarmed 4 more soul formation realm cultivators from various factions. Boom! The 4 soul formation realm cultivators attacked together. The Supreme Spiritual Treasure appearing on 6th heaven and the 9 Dragon Palace appearing on 5th heaven were already enough to trigger the soul formation realm cultivators who were resting on 7th heaven. When they saw 2 unknown cultivators attacking a soul formation realm cultivator of mystic sound faction, these 4 soul formation realm cultivators did not hesitate to attack the Lu sisters. They had heard rumors that the Kunlun godly lamp at the Kunlun mountain was stolen by a heavenly demon recently, and that heavenly demon had been to 5th heaven. When they connected that with the sudden appearance of the 9 Dragon Palace, it was only right for them to stay alert at all times. They had never seen these twin soul formation realm cultivators, and these two had defeated the soul formation realm cultivator of mystic sound faction. This might be the signal of a drastic change on 7th heaven. There was no way that these soul formation realm cultivators of 7th heaven would just sit back and do nothing while things changed. Suddenly, 4 treasures attacked Lu Linlin and Lu Lily from 4 directions. The Lu sisters raised their arms and bit their teeth, releasing black and white Dharma notes from the yin-yang bracelets. Many godly melodies sounded from the bracelets, and the bracelets suddenly captured the 4 treasures. The yin-yang bracelets were treasures of the heavenly realm, and they were equivalent to the golden shield that had passed a heavenly tribulation. The only thing was that they didn't have their spiritual properties yet. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily used their powers and could withstand the attacks of the 4 soul formation realm cultivators. The 4 looked at each other awkwardly. They had rushed over, but their treasures were all taken by the enemies on their first attack. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's faces were bright red, and they were breathing heavily. It was very tiring to directly take control of 4 soul formation realm cultivators' treasures. Seniors! Hao Ren shouted when he saw that they had stopped their attacks briefly. From the look of this, continuing fighting wouldn't benefit either side. Little White ran with all 4 legs toward Hao Ren. Then, it shrunk into a little squirrel and climbed up onto his shoulder. Hao Ren saw that there was a burned mark on its belly and felt bad for it. However, he still suppressed his anger and said calmly, "I am a low-level cultivator from 5th heaven. We desperately need a few 10,000-year-old black herbs for an emergency. That was why we came to Mystic Sound faction. We only did this because we had no other choice. However, we didn't want to take them without compensation." When Hao Ren finished his words, the 4 soul formation realm cultivators stopped their attacks temporarily. Also, their treasures were kept by the Lu sisters' bracelets right now. Even if they were to fight, they might not be able to win. When one reached the soul formation realm, as long as they didn't get severely wounded in battle, their lifespans would not be affected. That was why these soul formation realm cultivators tried not to fight with cultivators of the same realm unless forced to. They were able to understand Hao Ren. If the latter had gone through normal channels, he would have had to go through much more. Trespassing seventh heaven was an offense in itself, so getting spiritual herbs from Mystic Sound faction was impossible. HMPH. You put it like it's nothing. The 10,000-year-old black herbs are valuable treasures of Mystic Sound faction, and you dug them all out at once. Now, you're making excuses for it. The soul formation realm cultivator of Mystic Sound faction flew up from the spiritual field, and she looked incredibly furious. Ever since she reached the soul formation realm, she was respected in Mystic Sound faction. Never had she been mistreated. To make things worse, there were disciples of Mystic Sound faction watching. Hao Ren lightly shook his head. These factions on 7th heaven were so arrogant and overbearing just because they had these soul formation realm cultivators. If the factions on 7th heaven were reasonable and easy to get along with, then he would not have to come and steal. Since he was weaker, he couldn't even get the opportunity to negotiate. Hao Ren remembered that he was now the blood brother of Zhen Yuanzi. Therefore, he was on the same level as these soul formation realm cultivators, so he didn't want to make a scene. If these soul formation realm cultivators had half of Zhen Yuanzi's temperament, then these 7th heaven factions would also pay attention to cultivators below them. Then, Hao Ren would not have to steal, and it would not have led to them fighting. 7th heaven was a closed-off cultivation world, much similar to the ancient royal palaces. Of course, in the soul formation realm cultivator's eyes, there wasn't anything that Hao Ren owned equivalent in value to the 6 10,000-year-old black herbs, unless they were the 2 bracelets. I'll exchange this for the 10,000-year-old black herbs. This should be enough, right? Hao Ren asked as he pulled the level 10 demonic core from his necklace. This level 10 demonic core had a soft dim red glow to it. It was like a perfect crystal, but better as it released close to an infinite amount of nature essence. The few soul formation realm cultivators all focused their eyes on the level 10 demonic core. Level 10 demonic core. They wouldn't be able to find another one even if they searched all 5th, 6th, and 7th heaven. 7th heaven had an abundance nature essence, and demon beasts were living there. However, the best demonic core came from a level 7 demon beast. That level 7 demonic core had triggered a huge fight between the factions on 7th heaven. In the end, the few soul formation realm cultivators held an auction for it. It was sold to Sky Inspection faction, which had bought it with an insane amount of spirit stones and cultivation materials. The seller, Cultivation Destiny faction, had gained a lot from it and became the second largest faction on 7th heaven. When Hao Ren took out the level 10 demonic core, the soul formation realm cultivator of Mystic Sound faction regretted her actions. She had attacked them out of anger and did not leave any room for the opponents to explain themselves. Not only did she lose the battle, but she had also attracted 4 soul formation realm cultivators from other factions. If she didn't brashly attack but instead negotiated, she could have exchanged a few 10,000-year-old black herbs for a level 10 demonic core. She could have taken it back secretly and cultivated with it. Mystic Sound faction was the weakest of the 7 factions on 7th heaven. Only because of the existence of soul formation realm cultivators did Mystic Sound faction escape the destiny of downgrading to 6th heaven. However, if she had the level 10 demonic core, the situation would be very different. This female soul formation realm cultivator wanted to slap herself in the face. As expected, all other 4 soul formation realm cultivators wanted it. They came over because there was commotion at Mystic Sound sect. If they didn't come, then Mystic Sound faction would get a rare level 10 demonic core. Whoever saw the treasure could claim a share. Since they helped Mystic Sound faction, they would get a piece of the level 10 demonic core. The female soul formation realm cultivator of Mystic Sound faction was mad and full of regret. She could only scold herself, but her eyes were already red. You're just lying. You were going to take the 10,000-year-old black herbs and escape. She was full of anger, and she could only use words to save her reputation. However, the other 4 soul formation realm cultivators did not care about who was wrong or right. What they really cared about now was the level 10 demonic core that Hao Ren was holding. Hao Ren sighed because he felt like these people were impossible to communicate with. He had only decided to steal the herbs because he wanted to skip the troubling parts. He acted like Zhen Kongming, but their thought processes were very different. He did prepare to steal the black herbs but had decided to leave the level 10 demonic core. He thought that he wasn't enemies with Mystic Sound faction, and he didn't just want to take things from them without paying them back. He even had thought of how Mystic Sound faction wouldn't tell other people about the level 10 demonic core so that they couldn't do any further investigations. This level 10 demonic core was indeed something precious. When Hao Ren took demonic cores from the Demon Sea, he just took a few level 10 demonic cores and didn't take any level 7 or 8 demonic cores because he didn't have such a long-term perspective at the time. Since there weren't any low-level demonic cores, he had to offer a level 10 one. Just like how the dragon cultivators didn't care about top-tier spirit stones but the cultivation sects did. The demonic cores weren't something precious in the Demon Sea since supreme spiritual treasures were more important to demon kings. But level 10 demonic cores were more valuable than a supreme spiritual treasures in the human cultivator's eyes. This soul formation realm cultivator of Mystic Sound faction had lost a supreme spiritual treasure. However, when she saw the level 10 demonic core, she immediately thought about how it was okay to have lost the treasure. The dragon cultivators, human cultivators, and demon cultivators all lived amongst themselves and did not communicate with other groups, so they valued different things. Dragon cultivators and human cultivators couldn't get into the Demon Sea and couldn't kill level 10 demon beasts. Also, human cultivators wouldn't go deep into the territories of the dragon cultivators to dig out spirit stones, and demon cultivators couldn't make Dharma treasures, nor could they get out of the Demon Sea. To some degree, Lady Zhen was very incredible. She could create her own Dharma treasures and knew a lot about array formation since she learned from her father, Chu Niu. Using a level 10 demonic core in exchange for black herbs means that you don't just have one of them, a soul formation realm cultivator in red suddenly said to Hao Ren as he stared at him. Chapter 732. 8th Heaven? Heavenly Dragon. The other three soul formation realm cultivators heard the words of this soul formation realm cultivator and realized something, and their eyebrows started to relax. They now were all interested in the demonic cores of their own. Indeed, trading a level 10 demonic core for a few 10,000-year-old black herbs was not a good deal. Although 10,000-year-old black herbs were something precious, the level 10 demonic core was 10 times that value. If someone only had one level 10 demonic core, he wouldn't be willing to trade it. The level 10 demonic core had a much higher value than the 10,000-year-old black herb. If one had something that was above the value of the 10,000-year-old black herbs but below the level 10 demonic core, then he would for sure use that to trade for the 10,000-year-old black herb instead of a level 10 demonic core. When Hao Ren saw the relieved yet greedy expressions on their faces, his expression immediately changed. These soul formation realm cultivators weren't just old monsters that had cultivated for a long time and had done quite well. They were also people who could easily read someone's background and decipher their intentions. They were able to easily evaluate the situation and recognize that Hao Ren didn't just have one level 10 demonic core. However, how could they be so greedy when they have already cultivated to their current level? These soul formation realm cultivators looked at the two pretty female cultivators by Hao Ren's side, and they noticed that the Lu sisters' faces were bright red. They figured that these two girls couldn't withstand their full power attacks anymore, and they were very relieved and happy. Hand over the rest of the demonic cores. Another tall but skinny soul formation realm cultivator said to Hao Ren in a calm tone. A level 10 demonic core was invaluable because it was worth even more than a 6th heaven sect. If it weren't for the words of that soul formation realm cultivator, he wouldn't have even imagined that Hao Ren had more. Lingwu Master was sitting at the bottom of the mountain. He saw that 5 soul formation realm cultivators surrounded Hao Ren, so he knew Hao Ren was doomed this time. He had been very careful his whole life but made 2 mistakes. The first one was attacking Ethereal Summit, and the second one was coming to Mystic Sound faction on 7th heaven to steal spiritual herbs. Hao Ren looked at Lu Linlin and Lu Lily and saw that they were breathing heavily. He knew that they just reached the soul formation realm, so they wouldn't be able to fight for a long period. If they really were to engage in battle, the Lu sisters would be in a disadvantage. The human cultivators operated under the laws of the jungle. The big fishes ate the small fishes, and the small fishes ate the small shrimps. There was no place for reasoning when one was significantly weaker. The powerful preyed on the weak. That was life. Hao Ren was worried about Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, so he didn't want them to engage in a tough battle. That was why he reached into his necklace and took out the Peng Lai immortal token. He didn't want to reveal his relationship with Zhen Yuanzi, so he didn't want to use Zhen Yuanzi's name. However, it was a critical moment, so he was left with no choice if he wanted to retreat in one piece. Peng Lai immortal token looked like an ordinary token, but it indeed represented Zhen Yuanzi. Hao Ren held it up with one hand and waved it in the air. The 5 soul formation realm cultivators all looked over to the token which Hao Ren was holding. However, Hao Ren couldn't see any surprises on their faces. They only looked alerted as they wondered what kind of a treasure that Hao Ren was using. Damn, even Zhen Yuanzi, the leader of the earthly immortals, can't help. Hao Ren couldn't help but cuss in his mind. In fact, only those soul formation realm cultivators who were stationed in Kunlun Mountain knew about the Peng Lai immortal token. Hao Ren couldn't really blame these soul formation realm cultivators because not many 7th heaven cultivators knew about it. Peng Lai immortal token was originally the token that was used by King Father of the East, and it was used to summon the earthly immortal to his Peng Lai island. For instance, if there were a problem somewhere, then King Father of the East who oversaw the earthly immortals would send a disciple with this token to get that earthly immortal to come to Peng Lai island. However, the heavenly realm stopped accepting earthly immortals who were able to ascend. Also, Queen Mother of the West who resided in Kunlun Mountain and King Father of the East who stayed at Peng Lai Island had both returned to the heavenly realm, and Zhen Yuanzi who oversaw their works wanted to have a more relaxed lifestyle, so he lived quietly on Peng Lai Island, which formerly belonged to King Father of the East. Zhen Yuanzi had a chill personality and didn't like to be pretentious. After the Great War between the human cultivators and the dragon cultivators, the land was controlled by the dragon cultivators. Zhen Yuanzi wanted to live in peace, so he moved Peng Lai Island to the Demon Sea so that the soul formation realm cultivators wouldn't come and see him. That was why those who reached the soul formation realm later had never seen Zhen Yuanzi. Of course, they wouldn't know what the outdated Peng Lai immortal token was. When the 5 saw that the token did not let out any strong power, they felt like Hao Ren had tricked them. Suddenly, 4 of them unleashed their soul formation realm powers and took back their supreme spiritual treasures from Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's yin-yang bracelets. Hao Ren saw that the situation wasn't in their favor, and even Zhen Yuanzi's token didn't work. Since these soul formation realm cultivators were really going against their leaders, Hao Ren held onto Lu Linlin and Lu Lily and released over 5,000 sword energies under his feet, trying to escape toward 6th heaven as fast as possible. The 5 soul formation realm cultivators were prepared to have a fight with Hao Ren and the Lu sisters and didn't expect them to escape instead. That was why when Hao Ren and the Lu sisters escaped, these cultivators were too shocked to stop them. The soul formation realm cultivators had different ways of thinking than the nascent soul realm cultivators. These soul formation realm cultivators who had already reached the peak didn't care about anything other than their lifespan, so they would rather wait for their opponents to attack first than attacking rashly. Because of that, they gave Hao Ren the chance to escape to 6th heaven. When Hao Ren passed by a mountain, he saw Lingwu Master curling up at the bottom of that mountain. Therefore, he used some sword energies and picked up Lingwu Master and the wounded Jishin. Since they came together, Hao Ren couldn't escape by himself and leave these 2 behind. Humph. The 5 soul formation realm cultivators were slow to react, but 5 arrays of lights chased after Hao Ren instantly. Within this cultivation world, how could Hao Ren escape from them? Hao Ren's plan was to leave Lingwu Master at 6th heaven and then use Little White's fast speed to get to the Demon Sea. These soul formation realm cultivators would for sure be chasing, and Hao Ren could get Lady Zhen to help. If Zhen Yuanzi could come out and teach these soul formation realm cultivators a lesson, Hao Ren would have to owe him a favor, but their lives would be saved. Bam! Hao Ren flew toward 6th heaven but had unexpectedly bumped into a firm array formation. The array formation between 6th heaven and 7th heaven wasn't like what he had expected. The cultivators from 6th heaven could easily go to 5th heaven. However, the cultivators from 7th heaven couldn't easily pass through the array formation between 6th heaven and 7th heaven. This was because of the relationships between the factions on 7th heaven. They were worried that other factions would send cultivators down to 6th heaven to change the situations, so a 7th heaven cultivator would need to use a unique path to get to 7th heaven. When the array formation touched Hao Ren's body, a bright light lit up. Dragon cultivator. The 5 soul formation realm cultivators exclaimed. The dragon cultivators could transform into dragons and fly up to 7th heaven, and metal elemental dragons could be able to fly up to 8th heaven. However, the human cultivation sets that control 5th heaven and above didn't want the dragon cultivators to trespass into their territories, so they created the array formations that targeted dragon cultivators specifically. Hao Ren used 5 elemental sword energies so that the soul formation realm cultivators didn't see through his dragon core. If Hao Ren were a human cultivator, him stealing from Mystic Sound faction would only be a conflict amongst sects. Since Hao Ren was a dragon cultivator, that was a completely different story. Bam! Bam! All at once, the 5 soul formation realm cultivators released strong auras and their treasures. If Hao Ren were a human cultivator, they would still have to pay attention to the force that he belonged to. When these soul formation realm cultivators saw that Hao Ren had demonic cores, they had thought much further than Lingwu Master. They guessed that he was a disciple of a remote independent cultivator. They felt that having him hand over a few demonic cores was justifiable because he trespassed onto 7th heaven. The cultivation sets did not have many ties with the remote independent cultivators. However, they still had the same ancestors, and these soul formation realm cultivators would not kill him after they got the demonic cores. At most, they would just be teaching him a lesson. However, since Hao Ren was a dragon cultivator, they did not have to refrain from using their full powers. Buzz. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily tossed out their black and white bracelets to block the pressures from the soul formation realm cultivators, and this enabled Hao Ren to be able to relax a bit as his body had felt so heavy that he couldn't even move. He kicked onto the rocks on the mountain and grabbed Lingwu Master with his right hand while flying up. Bam! The treasures of the soul formation realm cultivators had destroyed half the mountain, and they also created a big hole in the array formation between 6th heaven and 7th heaven. There was no way for Hao Ren to turn back now, so he could only fly up into the mist like an arrow. You can't escape. The 5 soul formation realm cultivators went chasing after them with their treasures. Hao Ren clenched his teeth tightly as he took out the last realm-breaking note from his pocket. Who could have known that coming to steal a few black herbs would cause him to be chased by 5 soul formation realm cultivators? Since the enemies already blocked the way toward 6th heaven, they could only break through the array formation of 8th heaven and escape there. Hao Ren grabbed Lingwu Master by his collar and flew up. When Lingwu Master saw that Hao Ren wanted to break open the array formation of 8th heaven, he was so shocked that his eyes opened wide. Other than a few soul formation realm cultivators, no one else dared to go onto 8th heaven. There was only one organization on 8th heaven, Godly Cloud Dao. The Godly Cloud Dao of 8th heaven didn't have any relationship with 5th heaven, 6th heaven, or 7th heaven, so it was the most mysterious place. For those cultivators below 8th heaven, only one rule applied: whoever dared to enter would be killed. Since, colluding with a dragon cultivator and being chased by soul formation realm cultivators both led to death, Lingwu Master felt like being able to go onto 8th heaven before death would leave him no regrets. Jishin might be able to avoid death if we enter 8th heave, but the destiny of Sky Mountain sect will be unknown. Sighs. Duan Yao had left Sky Mountain sect, so she had left the troubles. She is an ethereal summit. They should probably be able to escape. When one was near death, their words and thoughts came from the deepest part of their hearts. As a result, Lingwu Master had many thoughts. He had infuriated the soul formation realm cultivators, so Sky Mountain sect would probably be in big trouble again. Tink. Just when Hao Ren was about to shoot out the realm-breaking note and charge onto 8th heaven, a dazzling white light shot out from afar. It was the powerful strength of a heavenly dragon. Hao Ren turned his head and saw a female cultivator in white appearing amongst the mist of 8th heaven. Bam! Bam! That light shot down all 5 soul formation realm cultivators who were chasing Hao Ren. Chapter 733. Didn't like it, Su, Han. Hao Ren almost shouted out when he first saw this woman. However, that strong white light pushed away the mist, and Hao Ren was able to see that the woman wasn't Su Han. However, she looked very similar to Su Han. Heavenly Dragon. The inspector's token on Hao Ren started to vibrate violently. This was a super reaction to a heavenly dragon. The power of this cultivator was so great that the dragon god shrine's tokens couldn't measure it. After being attacked, the 5 soul formation realm cultivators stopped for a bit before striking the female cultivator. They didn't expect to see a powerful dragon cultivator on 7th heaven. The soul formation realm cultivators and the heavenly dragon cultivators were of the same level, but heavenly dragon cultivators had the bloodline of the ancient godly dragon, which made them a bit stronger. However, these 5 soul formation realm cultivators still believed that this woman couldn't defeat the 5 of them. Lingwu Master, who was still in Hao Ren's hand, was shocked. What in the world is happening? First, the 2 peak nascent soul realm maids of Herb King Masters suddenly revealed the power of the soul formation realm. Then, 5 soul formation realm cultivators attacked us. Afterward, it turned out that Herb King Master is a dragon cultivator who dares to fly into 8th heaven. Lastly, a heavenly dragon cultivator appeared. In Lingwu Master's 1000 years of cultivation, he had never seen 5 soul formation realm cultivators at once, nor had he seen the most powerful dragons, the heavenly dragon cultivator. Hao Ren was shocked as well. He didn't expect that he would get help from a heavenly dragon cultivator at such a critical moment. She even looked to be a metal elemental dragon cultivator. What was even harder to understand was that this female heavenly dragon cultivator seemed to be related to Su Han since they looked alike. Tink, 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 the 5 soul formation realm cultivators all used their treasures. The Lu sisters had destroyed the jade flute which belonged to that mystic sound faction cultivator, so the treasure that the latter used now was much less powerful compared to the supreme spiritual treasures of the other 4 soul formation realm cultivators. However, her treasure was still quite powerful. That heavenly dragon cultivator in white did not use any treasures. All she did was send out white lights which were made from pure metal elements. Her lips were shut tight as she did not utter a single word. Her sleeves fluttered in the wind, and she was still very beautiful even though she was in a fight. Is she, Su Han's mom? Hao Ren couldn't help but think while holding on to Lingwu Master. The 5 soul formation realm cultivators attacked the heavenly dragon cultivator together, but they still weren't able to defeat this heavenly dragon cultivator. Now that they were engaged in battle, Hao Ren was no longer under pressure. He had suddenly changed from a participant to a bystander. Hao Ren was wondering about who this woman was for a few seconds. Then, he suddenly remembered that she was fighting against 5 soul formation realm cultivators, and he changed his attitude from curiosity to respect. Bam! The metal elemental dragon cultivator in white sent out a strong surge of airflow, and the 5 soul formation realm cultivators who attacked her were knocked away. She moved her hands softly and in the circular movements of Tai Chi. Then, a white light suddenly appeared from the sky. The 5 soul formation realm cultivators took back their treasures that had been knocked back. Then, they each took a deep breath and used their core nature essence so that they could fight against this heavenly dragon cultivator. Despite how much the soul formation realm cultivators cared about their bodies, they couldn't escape from this fight because this heavenly dragon cultivator was on 7th heaven, and it was their obligation to protect this heaven. The soul formation realm cultivators were only called earthly immortal, but the heavenly dragon cultivator had the word heaven in it. The difference in their titles already indicated the difference in their strength. Even though both human and dragon cultivators had to pass the heavenly tribulation, the heavenly dragon cultivators were accounted as those who had ascended. If they weren't killed, they could live as long as the world. Most of the soul formation realm cultivators could also live as long as the world, but their lifespan would be reduced dramatically if they were injured. Although the powers of the earthly immortals and heavenly immortals were similar, only the heavenly immortals could live forever. This heavenly dragon cultivator was able to fight against 5, indicating how strong she was. If they really were to use their full powers, both sides would receive severe injuries, but it would probably be the soul formation realm cultivators who would lose more. Seeing the soul formation realm cultivators getting ready to unleash their full strength, coldness appeared in the eyes of the female cultivator in white. She wasn't afraid at all. She was indeed a heavenly dragon cultivator. It was the first time that Hao Ren felt the aura of a heavenly dragon cultivator. Bam! A bolt of booming lightning suddenly appeared in the middle of the heavenly dragon cultivator and the soul formation realm cultivators, and they all took 5 steps back. Chengxin, Chengyi. How much longer are you two going to fool around? Suddenly, a loud and strict voice sounded in the sky. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, who were floating by Hao Ren's side, suddenly shivered, and their pink faces turned very pale after hearing this voice. The 5 soul formation realm cultivators felt that this voice came from above 8th heaven, probably from 9th heaven. They also shivered and didn't dare to move. The heavenly dragon cultivator in white looked at Hao Ren calmly. As a bright light flashed, she disappeared. Although she only appeared for tens of seconds, Hao Ren remembered it very vividly. Hao Ren. You're already Gen Yuan Immortal's brothers, which makes you a true immortal. You have the responsibility of maintaining the heavenly Tao. How can you still be so rash in your actions? The scolding came from the sky. Hao Ren didn't know where the voice came from, but he felt uneasy. When the 5 soul formation realm cultivators heard the phrases such as, Gen Yuan Immortal's brother, true immortal, and, heavenly Tao, they were so frightened that they turned pale. You two girls probably know when you should come back, the voice continued. After that, the sky returned to its usual calmness. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked at each other as they were biting their lips. Unease and helplessness appeared in their eyes. They knew that if they showed their powers on 7th heaven and reached the soul formation realm, the heavenly realm would detect it. As long as a cultivator broke through to the soul formation realm, which was the realm of earthly immortal, the heavenly realms would notice. Moreover, they used the yin-yang bracelets to their full extent on 7th heaven. Hao Ren slowly descended onto the spiritual field, and the 5 soul formation realm cultivators followed closely. On the hill, the mystic sound faction cultivators' faces turned gray when they saw Hao Ren and the 2 female cultivators drifting toward the spiritual field. Then, they saw the 5 soul formation realm cultivators following behind them, and they thought that the 5 soul formation realm cultivators captured these thieves. To them, seeing the soul formation realm cultivators of their own faction was already an honor, let alone the other 4 soul formation realm cultivators. Each one of these soul formation realm cultivators had destructive powers and were earthly immortals, and every cultivator would treat them like gods. Master. Just when the mystic sound faction cultivators were taking out cages and handcuffs to lock Hao Ren, the Lu sisters, and Lingwu Master, the 5 soul formation realm cultivators increased their speed and came bowing in front of them. The mystic sound faction cultivators froze from shock, and they kept rubbing their eyes because they thought that they were imagining things. We didn't know Master had come down. We apologize for disrespecting you and should be punished. The soul formation realm cultivator of mystic sound faction had bowed in the spiritual field. Amongst the 5 soul formation realm cultivators, she was most afraid. She begged for mercy as she shivered. In her mind, there probably was no future for the mystic sound faction if Hao Ren got angry. This young dragon cultivator is actually the leader of earthly immortals' blood brother, she thought. If she knew about this, she would gladly let him take a few 10,000-year-old black herbs. Moreover, she would be honored if she had to give all their faction's treasure to him. The leader of earthly immortal was on par with Queen Mother of the West and King Father of the East. All these soul formation realm cultivators were well respected on 7th heaven, and they did not expect someone to be of higher status than them there. No wonder that heavenly dragon cultivator even protected him. Although we cultivated for over 1,000 years, we still didn't think that far ahead, they thought. The other 4 soul formation realm cultivators all bowed down on the hill. Since Gen Yuan Zi was several levels above them and was their ancestral master, Hao Ren was on that level as well. However, they attacked him without asking questions, which was a huge offense. Hao Ren was Gen Yuan Zi's brother, so his status was much higher than theirs. When they realized this, these soul formation realm cultivators all shivered with fear. Although Hao Ren didn't have great power in their eyes, he could still tell Gen Yuan Zi about what happened today. Then, all 5 soul formation realm cultivators and their factions would be in grave danger. They had attacked the blood brother of the leader of earthly immortals. What made things worse was that they tried to steal from him. Also, when Hao Ren took out the token, they didn't understand what he meant. Now, the 5 soul formation realm cultivators were simply full of regret. God. Why did Gen Yuan Immortal become brothers with someone that would steal from a faction? The soul formation realm cultivators did not understand how that could have happened. That soul formation realm cultivator of Mystic Sound faction saw that the cultivators of her faction weren't bowing on the hills, so she shouted in anger, "How dare you still not apologize to Master?" The Mystic Sound faction cultivators were alarmed by this female cultivator's voice. Instead of freezing from shock, they quickly kneeled on the ground and started bowing and shouted, "Master, please forgive us." They did not understand the situation, but since the soul formation realm cultivators were kneeling, they knew that they could not go against such a figure. They quickly threw away the cages and handcuffs that they wanted to use to capture Hao Ren and the Lu sisters. Then, they started kowtowing. Of course, Lingwu Master was the most shocked. He scratched his head as he realized that he had stolen herbs with Zhen Yuanzi's brother. He looked at how the four nascent soul realm cultivators of Mystic Sound faction were now calling Hao Ren, Master, and he felt a sense of joyful fulfillment as he stood by Hao Ren. However, then he remembered how he attacked Ethereal Summit, and he immediately shivered with fear. Hao Ren looked around at the cultivators who were bowing to him. He didn't like this feeling. Therefore, he waved his hand to tell Little White to fly towards sixth heaven. After some thought, he suddenly turned around and said to the 5 soul formation realm cultivators, "You 5, come with me." Even though Zhen Yuanzi never appeared, his title already contained such power. Hao Ren suddenly realized how strong this brother of his was. Chapter 734. Above Soul Formation Realm. What can we do for you, Master? The Soul Formation Realm cultivators saw that Hao Ren looked displeased, so they rushed over to ask what was wrong. They were worried now. However, if Hao Ren just left without saying anything, they would be even more worried. They were already earthly immortals when they reached the Soul Formation Realm, and they were almost invincible in the cultivation world. However, they were dealing with people like Zhen Yuanzi, so they were extra careful. Even though this immortal didn't usually appear anymore, he was still the leader of all earthly immortals. "I have something that needs your help," Hao Ren said. Then, he looked at Lingwu Master. Lingwu Master understood what Hao Ren meant, so he immediately sat on Jishin. Although Jishin's stomach was wounded, its injury was not that severe since it was already a level 6 spirit beast. The 5 soul formation realm cultivators looked at each other. After all, Hao Ren asking them for help was a good thing. If they did it right, they could make up for what they did wrong. Hao Ren asking them for help was much better than telling them to Zhen Yuanzi. Lingwu Master rode on Jishin and flew toward the tunnel between 6th heaven and 7th heaven. Hao Ren looked at Little White's butt and saw that Little White's wound was not that severe. He told Little White to turn back to its snow lion form and put Lu Linlin and Lu Lily on its back. He told Little White to follow Lingwu Master. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were both in bad shape with their hands ice cold. The 5 soul formation realm cultivators didn't dare to surpass Hao Ren, so they just obediently followed him. The 5 soul formation realm cultivators didn't even dare to show any signs of negative emotions. It looked like Hao Ren was leading 5 sheep. The tunnel between 7th and 6th heaven was 1,000 kilometers away. Lingwu Master had been to the 7th heaven before, so he knew how long the tunnel was. With Jishin and Little White's speed, it only took a short amount of time to arrive at the tunnel. There were nascent soul realm cultivators of all the 7 factions guarding the tunnel. Hao Ren and Lingwu Master didn't seem like 7th heaven cultivators. When these cultivators didn't see a token by the waists of Hao Ren and Lingwu Master, they ran out from a small house near the tunnel and quickly surrounded Hao Ren and the Master. There were only a few tunnels between the 6th and 7th heaven. All the tunnels were guarded by nascent soul realm cultivators from all 7 factions. Each faction would send out guardians, and they would rotate to protect the tunnels. That was why it was impossible for nascent soul realm cultivators of 6th heaven to cross these tunnels secretly. "Show your tokens now." The 7 nascent soul realm cultivators all came up from their respective small houses which they were cultivating in. When each nascent soul realm cultivator saw the other 6 nascent soul realm cultivators run out of their houses, they knew that these 4 cultivators who were riding on the snow lions didn't belong to any of the 7th heaven factions. That was why they simultaneously questioned Hao Ren and the others. Once again, 7 treasures were pointing towards Hao Ren and Lingwu Master. If Hao Ren and Lingwu Master didn't immediately show their tokens, they would be attacked and killed. Suddenly, the nascent soul realm cultivators saw 5 cultivators behind the 2 snow lions. Just when they were about to attack these 5 cultivators with their treasures, they realized something was wrong. The 5 cultivators had supreme spiritual treasures in their hands. One of the cultivators landed onto the ground from the sky and kneeled before Hao Ren. "Master," he said. The nascent soul realm cultivators opened their eyes widely to see that there were ultimate tokens that shined a golden light by their waists. Pound, 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 they quickly put away their treasures. The nascent soul realm cultivators hurried to kneel as if they were falling rocks. Those tokens belonged to the soul formation realm cultivators of 7th heaven. Because the cultivators on 7th heaven wouldn't destroy the array formation, the soul formation realm cultivators would need to go through the tunnel to go below 7th heaven. They did not dare to go against these soul formation realm cultivators. These 7 nascent soul realm cultivators called the soul formation realm cultivators, Master, to show respect, regardless of which faction they belonged to. Amongst these nascent soul realm cultivators, only one had seen the soul formation realm cultivators in their faction. The others had only heard of these earthly immortals. However, because they saw the tokens by their waists, they knew they were the real deal. Their bodies shivered while they secretly complained. Why would 5 masters appear together? Why would they suppress their aura? We had almost attacked our own masters. In reality, these 5 soul formation realm cultivators had only been following Hao Ren obediently. They suppressed their aura because they wanted to more low-key and not infuriate Hao Ren. Lingwu Master was flying in the front. When he saw these 7 nascent soul realm cultivators' heads on the ground as they kneeled before them, he felt an incredible sense of joy. He also had a sense of guilt. He had cultivated for almost 1,000 years and had once reached peak nascent soul realm. He shouldn't have such a thought, but he still felt incredibly proud when the nascent soul realm cultivators bowed before him. Humph! The soul formation realm cultivator of the mystic sound faction snorted, and the heads of the 7 nascent soul realm cultivators were hit hard. They looked back and saw the 5 soul formation realm cultivators sending off the cultivators on the 2 snow lions across the tunnels. They looked at each other in shock. They felt like they all escaped from hell. The soul formation realm cultivators had ultimate tokens. However, the nascent soul realm cultivators guarding the tunnel at 7th heaven had never heard of soul formation realm cultivators leaving the 7th heaven. Now that 5 soul formation realm cultivators were there in action. Is something grand happening? They thought. The 7 nascent soul realm cultivators calmly returned to their small houses to alert their respective factions with superior voice transmission notes. The nature essence intensity was a lot weaker in 6th heaven compared to 7th heaven. Hao Ren saw Lingwu Master's hesitation, so he said, "Senior Lingwu, I'll send you back to Sky Mountain Sect first." Although Lingwu Master had not fought in the front line with the 7th heaven cultivators this time on their trip to steal herbs, Lingwu Master was overall on Hao Ren's side. Maybe it was because that Duan Yao married into Ethereal Summit, so that Ethereal Summit and Sky Mountain Sect were somewhat related. Lingwu Master a bit appalled and immediately waved his hand to reject the offer. Then, he thought more carefully and realized that these soul formation realm cultivators wouldn't harm Sky Mountain Sect because of the obvious relationship he had with Hao Ren. Suddenly, he seemed to understand everything. Hao Ren was doing this because that Duan Yao had married into Ethereal Summit. Moreover, she was much loved by this master. In ancient times, the mother would depend on her sons to maintain a good status. However, Sky Mountain Sect had relied on their daughter. Ever since Sky Mountain Sect sent Duan Yao to Ethereal Summit, all the other 6th heaven sects wanted to send their prettiest and most talented girls to Ethereal Summit as well, but none had found the opportunity to do so. Lingwu Master thought a bit harder, and he realized that with Jishin and Little White's traveling speed, it wouldn't take much longer to reach the territory of Sky Mountain Sect. The nascent soul realm elders of the sect were quite worried. When they saw Jishin in the sky, they all rushed to the Grand Hall to greet them. The 5 soul formation realm cultivators were floating outside Sky Mountain Sect and didn't follow Hao Ren inside. They were afraid of displeasing Hao Ren. A light rose up to the sky from the sect master house. Duan Yao's mother was on a flying sword and rushing over to Hao Ren and Lingwu Master. When she saw Hao Ren, she hesitated for a bit before she approached him and handed him a little jacket. She carefully probed Hao Ren by asking, "Master, can you give this to Yao?" Lingwu Master glared at her slightly. and Duan Yao's mother flew back a few steps on her sword. Hao Ren had already taken it. He looked down at the soft piece of clothing that he was holding, and he saw that each stitch was carefully and delicately made. It was much better than the ones in the city, and he could tell that Duan Yao's mother had made it especially for her. She probably though Duan Yao was at Ethereal Summit and knew that Duan Yao wouldn't come back again. As a cultivator, it was a waste of time making clothes. However, it was the thought that counted. Hao Ren looked at Duan Yao's mother and felt touched. He took the clothing without saying much. He gave it to Lu Lily, who was by his side. When he saw Duan Yao in the future, he would give it to her. However, it was still up to her whether she wanted to accept this gift. Master, Master, the core formation realm cultivators who were guarding the gates came rushing in front of Lingwu Master. They yelled, There are 5 cultivators of soul formation realm outside. When the nascent soul realm elders of Sky Mountain sect heard the words of the core formation realm cultivators, their faces turned grim. Soul formation realm cultivators had suddenly appeared at the door of Sky Mountain sect. As this, they thought. However, Lingwu Master looked very calm. When the nascent soul realm elders saw how calm Lingwu Master was, they secretly admired his composure. He is indeed the greatest elder in Sky Mountain sect. Master, Master, there was another core formation realm cultivator that flew over from the front gates. He was riding on a slanted and whimsy flight sword and looked incredibly shocked. Those 5 soul formation realm cultivators wanted me to give this level 6 spiritual creature to Master as compensation. The core formation realm cultivator opened his hand to show what was inside to Lingwu Master. The golden napkin that wrapped 5 elixir pills inside. Each one of the elixir pills had a nice sheen and round shape to it. The nascent soul realm elders of Sky Mountain sect looked at each other, wondering why soul formation realm cultivators would give Sky Mountain sect such a present. Lingwu Master took over the napkin and put it in his sleeve. He knew that the 5 soul formation realm cultivators came to Sky Mountain sect to compensate for what they have done and to see if they could get out of trouble. If Hao Ren were just an ordinary cultivator, he would never dare to accept the 5 elixir pills. However, Hao Ren was the brother of Zhen Yuan Immortal, so it was impossible that the soul formation realm cultivators would take back their words or their gifts. When the nascent soul realm elders saw Lingwu Master receiving the gift so easily, they gasped. Okay. That's everything. Hao Ren patted Little White's head to indicate it to turn around and fly towards the fate of Sky Mountain sect. Hao Ren didn't really care if the soul formation realm cultivators were nice to Sky Mountain sect. Since Duan Yao helped him a few times at the Demon Sea, he didn't want Sky Mountain sect to be destroyed. Farewell, Master. Lingwu Master shouted out with respect. He was still on Jishin's back, and he waved both hands. Hao Ren's back faced Lingwu Master, and H put up his hand and waved. Hao Ren was on Little White as it flew towards the gate of Sky Mountain sect. Although Hao Ren didn't want to be closely related to Sky Mountain sect, it seemed that the relationship between Ethereal Summit and Sky Mountain sect was already close. Chapter 735. Initiate, 7 Core 5 Color Lotus. Bang! The 5 soul formation realm cultivators followed Hao Ren into 5th heaven. The few nascent soul realm cultivators on 5th heaven suddenly felt the intense surges of nature essence whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. The few nascent soul realm cultivators all rushed out from their sects and toward where these strong surges of nature essence appeared. The nature essence on 6th heaven was dense, so the appearance of soul formation realm cultivators would not create waves and surges. However, the nature essence on 5th heaven was thin, so when these 5 soul formation realm cultivators appeared at the same time, they created nature essence waves just like the moving supreme spiritual treasures. The nascent soul realm cultivators quickly came over to see what was happening, and they were almost scared to death when they saw the 5 soul formation realm cultivators from afar. They immediately fell to the ground and shivered. The cultivators of the 3 sects near Ethereal Summit also noticed the 5 soul formation realm cultivators and were scared to death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 sharp arrows were shot from Ethereal Summit. On the tip of each arrow was an energy ball. They were white, blue, black, red, and yellow, representing the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth respectively. The 5 arrows had gone in different routes, but all of them ended up right in front of each of the 5 soul formation realm cultivators surprisingly. The 5 soul formation realm cultivators all held up their hands to catch the arrows. Bang! The arrows exploded at the same time, letting out the dense 5 elemental nature essence. These soul formation realm cultivators were a bit shocked. They didn't expect the arrows to be so fast and so powerful. Of course, an attack of this extent couldn't do them harm. Whoosh! 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 Just when they were still surprised, 5 more arrows were shot over. 10 connecting arrows. Life-death notes. The soul formation realm cultivators were not afraid of the power of the arrows, but they turned pale when they saw the hidden Dharma notes. Only when they saw Ethereal Summit did they find out that Gen Yuan Immortal's brother lived here. When they saw the life-death notes shooting out from Ethereal Summit, they learned that someone in Ethereal Summit had close ties with Qingfeng Hermit. They paid no attention to what happened in other places while they cultivated on 7th heaven. However, they did learn that Qingfeng Hermit had taken in a disciple, but they did not expect that the disciple lived in Ethereal Summit. Now, they realized that Qingfeng Hermit had created ties with Gen Yuan Immortal. She moves fast. Although it seems like Qingfeng Hermit had retreated to 8th heaven and did not care about what happened below her, she is much faster than us. These 5 soul formation realm cultivators thought and felt more respect toward her. Xie Yujia was the person shooting arrows from Ethereal Summit. Since she had eaten Gen Yuanzi's immortal fruit, she had successfully reached the core formation realm from the foundation establishment realm. She was impatiently waiting for Hao Ren's return in the valley. When she saw Hao Ren flying toward Ethereal Summit on Little White's back with 5 unknown cultivators following, she shot a few arrows to help Hao Ren out. However, these cultivators were able to single-handedly destroy the arrows that she shot out with all her power. Just when she was anxious about what to do next, Hao Ren opened the array formation and led the 5 cultivators into the valley. The golden shield had returned to the dark golden color after Xie Yujia wiped it with the Ruyi cloth. When it discovered that 5 soul formation realm cultivators appeared, it happily flew toward them from the rock. Buzz! Buzz! It let out golden lights so that it could attract the attention of these soul formation realm cultivators. Then, it let out nature essence that surpassed the level of a normal supreme spiritual treasure. After being in the cultivation world for thousands of years, these soul formation realm cultivators knew what the shield wanted. It wanted them to know that it was a better supreme spiritual treasure than whatever they owned. It wanted them to be its master. Anyone would be interested in owning such a treasure. Moreover, they could tell right away that this treasure was better than the supreme spiritual treasures they had. But who did this treasure belong to right now? It belonged to Gen Yuanzi's brother. It was a treasure of Ethereal Summit. These soul formation realm cultivators did not dare to take this treasure for themselves. The golden shield flew around the 5 soul formation realm cultivators, letting out eye-piercing golden lights. However, it failed to interest the soul formation realm cultivators. With its low level of intelligence, it felt frustrated. It was a great treasure, but these soul formation realm cultivators did not even look at it. What they should have been doing was fighting for it. As long as they fought, the golden shield would be able to tell who was the strongest. Then, it would pick that person to be its owner. Buzz! Buzz! Once again, it let out a golden light. Now, Hao Ren realized that this shield wanted these soul formation realm cultivators to take it in. Bam! Hao Ren shot out a sword energy onto the shield's surface. The golden shield spun as it wavered left and right, but the 5 soul formation realm cultivators just stood there as if they were wooden dolls and didn't give it any reactions. It was a great treasure. How dare they ignore it? The golden shield's pride was deeply hurt, so it spun in the air and landed in a corner. Where's Z? Hao Ren asked Xie Yujia. She's cultivating in seclusion. She should probably come out soon, Xie Yujia responded. She had eaten an immortal fruit, which enabled her to easily reach the core formation realm from the foundation establishment realm. For Zhao Yanzi, it was harder since she was at the core formation realm already. Hao Ren wasn't worried because he felt like Zhao Yanzi could do it. He took out the 10,000-year-old black herbs from his necklace and handed them to Xie Yujia while saying, "I've gathered all the ingredients. These are the helpers whom I've recruited to help. They can make the array formation." Okay. Xie Yujia took black herbs, looked at those cultivators whom she couldn't see through, and ran over to the spiritual field before burying the 10,000-year-old black herbs into the soil. They now had gathered the 10 best spiritual herbs in the world, 2 more than what was required to cultivate the 7-core 5-color lotus. Now, the 7-core 5-color lotus was going to be a lot better. Xie Yujia buried the other 7 herbs in order. Then, she mixed the last 2 herbs in proportion and buried them in the center before putting the lotus seed in the center and covering it with soul. The 5 soul formation realm cultivators just watched Xie Yujia work in the spiritual field. None of them dared to move. They could see the mark on Xie Yujia's shoulder. It was the mark from Qingfeng Hermit. They knew that she was the disciple of Qingfeng Hermit, but they felt that she didn't have much potential in cultivation. What was more surprising to them was her physique. They felt that in order for her to reach the core formation realm, she must have used up many valuable resources. With the resources that she used, a talented cultivator could have reached the nascent soul realm. If they knew that Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia each ate one of Zhen Yuanzi's immortal fruit, they would probably be extremely jealous. Immortal fruits were holy fruits that even soul formation realm cultivators couldn't eat. It was such a waste to be consumed by a foundation establishment realm cultivator. Xie Yujia stepped on the white ruyi cloth and went into her cave to get the array blueprint. Then, she gave it to the 5 cultivators by the spiritual field. Zhen Kongming had left this array formation blueprint here. It was the array formation that was needed to initiate the process for growing the 7-core 5-color lotus. Zhen Kongming had been a bit lazy and didn't want to spend much effort when he helped Hao Ren rebuild the grand array formation around Ethereal Summit. That was why he left a blueprint and told Hao Ren to find nascent soul realm cultivators to create it. If Hao Ren couldn't find any nascent soul realm cultivators, then Zhen Kongming would help out unwillingly. Hao Ren did not want to beg Zhen Kongming. Also, these 5 soul formation realm cultivators were probably stronger than Zhen Kongming and would do a better job. That was why he got them to do it. When the 5 soul formation realm cultivators got the blueprint of the array formation, they gathered in a circle and started analyzing it. Hao Ren had told them to do something, and they didn't dare to delay the task for even a second. They wanted to build a better relationship with Hao Ren. If possible, they might even get to see Zhen Yuan immortal in the future. The array formation was a lot more complicated than they expected. However, since the 5 soul formation realm cultivators analyzing it together, they were able to figure it out rather quickly. They cupped their hands and bowed at Hao Ren before each taking one of the 5 locations in the array. Then, each of them shot out a dash of godly light. One of the requirements to initiate the array formation was to have at least 4 nascent soul realm cultivators, but Hao Ren had brought 5 soul formation realm cultivators. It meant that the array formation's power would increase by multiples. This increased the success rate of cultivating the 7-core colorful lotus to 100%. Boom! From the center of Ethereal Summit, 5 colorful godly lights rose up to the sky, passing through the top of Ethereal Summit's array formation, and onto 6th heaven. Since it was helping out Zhen Yuan Immortal's brother, these 5 soul formation realm cultivators didn't dare to hold back. They had created a bad impression in Hao Ren's mind, so they only had this opportunity to redeem themselves. They did not hope that Hao Ren would give them anything. All they wanted was for Hao Ren not to complain about them to Zhen Yuanzi. Hao Ren didn't intend to give them anything. He even put away that level 10 demonic cores. What they were doing now was essentially free labor. It was a mini punishment for they tried to do. The golden shield was still in a corner by itself. When it felt the nature essence in Ethereal Summit, it suddenly flew up and covered the sky to block the godly lights. If a cultivator had touched the godly lights that had already reached the sky, they would immediately die. However, the golden shield was already a supreme spiritual treasure, so this enormous source of nature essence was very nourishing for it. Most of the godly light converted into nature essence and injected into the spiritual field with the help of the array formation. The nature essence intensity of the spiritual field was dense, and it continued to increase by multiples. Almost all the nature essence on 5th heaven came running toward Ethereal Summit. When those nascent soul realm cultivators gathered around Ethereal Summit, they saw the 5 soul formation realm cultivators casting their techniques and didn't even dare to breathe. The nature essence on 5th heaven was being vacuumed by the soul formation realm cultivators, but the nascent soul realm cultivators didn't dare to utter a word of complaint. Whoosh! The golden shield continued to absorb the nature essence, and it seemed like it reached a tipping point. Suddenly, the shield spat out all sorts of black matter. Hao Ren looked attentively and realized that these black matters were the burned spiritual herbs that the golden shield collected from the top of the Origin Dragon Grand Palace. The burned ashes of the spiritual herbs fell onto the spiritual fields in Ethereal Summit, piling up to a mountain that was over 2 meters tall. One couldn't find better fertilizers anywhere in the world. Chapter 736. The mystic crystal is close, boom, boom. The godly lights in 5 colors rushed toward the sky. For a moment, the nature essence intensity around Ethereal Summit had already surpassed that of 7th heaven. The cultivators of the 3 sects near Ethereal Summit hurried to cultivate because they didn't want to let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The 5 soul formation realm cultivators were surrounding the spiritual field. They each waved and moved both hands, and sweat started to appear on their foreheads. To maintain this nature essence concentration array formation, they would need to keep a delicate balance of the nature essence within the array formation. Since every one of them gave it all they had since they wanted to impress Hao Ren, they had to push themselves very hard even though they were soul formation realm cultivator. These cultivators were the best cultivators on 7th heaven, and they had not been collaborating with other cultivators for many years. However, they had to focus all their energy on a highly collaborative task this time. Such strong energy fluctuation startled the nascent soul realm cultivators on 6th heaven. However, those cultivators were all shocked and unsure of what to do when they realized that 5 soul formation realm cultivators were maintaining an array formation in Ethereal Summit. It was already huge news when a few nascent soul realm cultivators made the array formation for Ethereal Summit. This time, it was soul formation realm cultivators who were operating the array formation. Bam! Zhao Yanzi, who was in her blue school uniform, flew out of her cave abode on the purple-green treasure sword. She was in a critical moment and didn't know if she could break through. Suddenly, she felt that the nature essence in the valley was increasing exponentially, so she immediately focused harder on cultivation. In the end, she was able to reach top-tier core formation realm successfully. The purple-green treasure sword underneath her feet let out a bright blue light, and she also looked more energetic than before. The weather in the city was getting cold as winter approached, so Zhao Yanzi had already switched into her winter uniform, which was more athletic compared to her dress uniform. However, the new uniform did not diminish how energetic she looked. She was like a blue flower that sprouted through rocks, showing off her youth and energy. When she saw the 5 cultivators in the valley, she was a bit shocked. Congratulations to Small Jumu for successfully reaching a breakthrough. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily walked up with a smile. Yeah, I made a breakthrough, Zhao Yanzi said happily. After reaching top-tier core formation realm, she was able to shoot out 5 stars from her Big Dipper constellation scroll. Now, she had just 2 chapters left to study before she could use the last 2 technique, Kaiyang and Yaoguang. The sky was darkening, and Zhao Yanzi was starving since she had cultivated for most of the day. She ran inside her cave abode to find something to eat. There was nothing that she could do to help. These 5 soul formation realm cultivators were screaming in agony inside. They had thought that it would be an easy task to complete this array formation. Unlike what they expected, this array formation was one that required a long time and a lot of effort, and they couldn't stop once it was started. They were soul formation realm cultivators, so they were able to use the nature essence around them to reap the best outcomes. However, by using the nature essence from the surroundings, they still had to use their own nature essence. Although it took a toll on their bodies, their lifespans wouldn't diminish. However, since they were trying their best, they were using a lot of nature essence, and they would still need to go into seclusion cultivation for a few years when they return. Whoosh! Zhao Yanzi flew out from her cave abode while holding a bunch of snacks. Sister Linlin, Sister Lily, Sister Yujia, come over and eat a bit, Zhao Yanzi said as she put the food on the grass. When Xie Yujia heard Zhao Yanzi calling her by her name, she smiled sweetly. Hao Ren saw that they had resolved their differences, so he smiled happily. Uncle, you should come over too. When he heard Zhao Yanzi calling him, Hao Ren's smile froze. Little White was resting in a spot further from them, but it immediately ran over. Its belly was hurt by the Mystic Sound Faction's Soul Formation Realm Cultivator's treasure, and the fur on its belly was somewhat burned. However, it was not really wounded. It had been eating all sorts of spiritual herbs and elixir pills every day, and those resources gave it a lot of benefits. Although it was only a level 5 snow lion, its physique was similar to that of a level 6 snow lion. Zhao Yanzi sat on the grass and pulled Hao Ren over to her side. She had stored quite a lot of food in the cave. There were all sorts of chips, crackers, dried fruit, canned food. Hao Ren couldn't tell whether she was vacationing or cultivating on Fifth Heaven. The 5 Soul Formation Realm cultivators watched them as they sat on the grass and had a picnic, and they didn't feel that great about it. However, Hao Ren was someone of a higher status than them so that they couldn't utter a word of complaint. "Hey, uncles and aunt. Do you want to eat with us?" Zhao Yanzi waved a bag of chips in the air and asked the 5 Soul Formation Realm cultivators. This almost made them spat out blood. They were like kings on 7th Heaven but were nothing here at Ethereal Summit on 5th Heaven. The sky darkened, but the 5-colored godly light lit it up. It was like a colorful pillar of light, piercing onto 6th Heaven and 7th Heaven. Regardless of what realms they were at, the cultivators on 5th, 6th, and 7th Heaven were able to see the light pillar. Bam! The Soul Formation Realm cultivators had finally dissolved the black ashes of the spiritual herbs, and they had finally stopped at the same time with sweat dripping down their foreheads. After half a day of hard work, 3 small sprouts peeked from the black soil. "Master." The 5 Soul Formation Realm cultivators put their hands together and bowed. They did that before they even wiped the sweat off their foreheads. Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi had returned to their respective cave abodes to cultivate so that they could take advantage of the high nature essence intensity on Ethereal Summit. Hao Ren, on the other hand, was sitting cross-legged on a rock in the valley with Lu Linlin and Lu Lily by his side. Hao Ren was probably the only cultivators between 5th Heaven and 7th Heaven who could make Soul Formation Realm cultivators work so hard. Under the power of the Soul Formation Realm cultivators, the black ashes had all melted into the soil, transforming the 10 level 6 spiritual herbs around the 7 core 5-color lotus seeds into 100,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Since these spiritual herbs went from 10,000-year-old to the equivalent of 100,000-year-old, the effect of the 7 core 5-color lotus was improved by many times. If it weren't for the golden shield that spat out a lot of black ashes, this process would be somewhat quicker. According to the original setting of the array formation, it would take only 4 hours for nascent soul realm cultivators. Now seeing these soul formation realm cultivators looking at him with anticipation, Hao Ren didn't know what to do. He originally wanted the 5 Soul Formation Realm cultivators to work for free since they attacked him on 7th Heaven. Now that he saw these Soul Formation Realm cultivators looking at him like little kids looking at adults, he realized that he was only taking advantage of his relatively senior status. If he didn't give them anything in return, it would look bad on him. These 5 Soul Formation Realm cultivators were feeling wronged since they didn't know that it would take so much of their powers to set up this array formation. The golden shield had taken its revenge on them by spitting out a bunch of black ashes of spiritual herbs that were 100,000-year-old, and they had to use 1 or 2 years of their cultivation strength to melt the ashes. Take these 2 level 10 demonic cores. Hao Ren put his hand into his necklace to try and find something valuable, but he realized that there wasn't anything that was previous. Therefore, he pretended to stay calm and gave them 2 demonic cores. Whatever they did to split the 2 demonic cores amongst 5 cultivators was their problem, not Hao Ren's. "Thank you, Master." The 2 Soul Formation Realm cultivators who were standing in front reached out for the demonic cores in excitement. He is definitely the brother of Zhen Yuan Immortal. He wouldn't just have 1 demonic core. He just casually gave us 2 level 10 demonic cores, they thought. "I don't want anyone to come and bother Ethereal Summit," Hao Ren said while showing a solemn face. The 5 Soul Formation Realm cultivators all nodded with respect and stepped on their respective treasures, flying away from Ethereal Summit. Hao Ren had taken 6 level 10 demonic cores from the Demon Sea. He gave Little White One and had now given 2 to the Soul Formation Realm cultivators. There were 3 left, and that was enough. Since they did help Hao Ren repaying them with 2 demonic cores solved potential conflicts. Hao Ren really didn't care about the demonic cores, but the demonic cores were precious to these Soul Formation Realm cultivators. 2 demonic cores would for sure create huge waves on 7th Heaven, and maybe the power structure on 7th heaven would even change because of this. The golden shield had spun back to Hao Ren, and it was now full of nature essence. Since the soul formation realm cultivators didn't take it, it could only depend on Hao Ren. Go! Hao Ren shot out a sword energy which hit it on the surface and pushed it back a few meters. The golden shield flew into the sky. When it saw Little White who was with the snow lion cubs, it flew toward it. However, Little White ignored it as well. When the golden shield flew over to the front of Little White would turn around in response. Finally, the golden shield flew up into the sky and let out golden lights. All it ever wanted was to be with a strong cultivator, but now it was ignored. Even Little White despised it. The golden shield let out golden lights and was throwing a tantrum in the sky. Its intelligence was similar to that of a little child. Puff! The golden shield suddenly spat out black blood onto Little White. Little White was unable to dodge, and it was covered in black blood. Whoosh! The golden shield was very angry, so it charged out of the array formation of Ethereal Summit. When Hao Ren saw how the golden shield dashed away suddenly, he was a bit shocked. After some more thought, he realized that he couldn't control or protect the golden shield with his current strength. Little White looked up in confusion as well. It didn't expect the golden shield to leave. The array formation had locked in the nature essence, and the powers of the soul formation realm cultivators were still lingering around. Hao Ren sighed a bit and grabbed Little White before flying toward his cave. It was already night on 5th heaven. They would solidify their realms now and return to land in the morning. The Lu sisters looked at each other, and they seemed to have a lot on their minds. They held hands and entered their cave together under the bright stars in the sky. The 7-core 5-color lotus seed was growing slowly. Meanwhile, the other spiritual herbs grew rapidly under the nourishment of the black ashes. Hao Ren released a layer of sword energies at the gate so that he could quietly cultivate in his cave. The night had passed, and the sky was lit up by the sun. Hao Ren exhaled deeply and looked down at Little White which was by his feet. Huh, damn. Hao Ren suddenly jumped up. Little White was no longer curled up by his leg. It was a loli. Chapter 737, Transformed Little White. What? Hao Ren stared at this delicate loli who was sleeping by his feet. He wondered how she managed to get it here. She slowly woke up and looked up, starting at Hao Ren intensely with her black eyes. From the look of it, she was only a 4-year-old loli. Hao Ren grabbed a blanket by his side and covered her body to keep her warm. Master, the loli uttered softly. Hao Ren looked at her with surprise. Are you, Little White? The nature essence in Ethereal Summit was very dense yesterday, and Hao Ren had taken advantage of the opportunity to help Little White cultivate because he thought that it wouldn't be long before Little White was able to get to level 6. He spent over 2 hours on the transformation scroll to help Little White solidify its realm. Last night, no one could have entered Ethereal Summit. There would also be no one who could break through Hao Ren's sword energies that he had put up at the cave entrance. This loli had to be Little White. Hao Ren couldn't understand how Little White was able to transform in just one night. Master, I am Little White. This loli's eyes were bright, and she snuggled into Hao Ren's arms and hugged him. Little White is a girl. Because Little White is a girl, I liked staying with other sisters, she immediately explained in a childish voice. When Hao Ren saw how clingy she was and how soft her voice was, he held her by the neck and threw her away softly. He knew how Little White was. Little White was in the blanket, and she flew in the air before landing on the floor. She had soft black hair, and her face was very delicate while her cheeks were plump and pink. She looked like Wu Luoxue. Master doesn't want me anymore. Little White landed on the ground and started to act like a spoiled child by rolling on the floor. Hao Ren shivered and thought, even when Little White transforms, she is still shameless. He carefully looked at Little White's realm but couldn't sense a bit of nature essence or demonic essence from her. She was just like a normal little girl. Hao Ren suddenly remembered how the golden shield had spit out black blood on Little White before leaving. That blood was probably Chu Niu's blood which the golden shield had absorbed when they were battling in the 9-Dragon Palace. Chu Niu was an ancient ancestral dragon and was the first son of the godly dragon. His blood had more nutrition than those metal elemental dragons added together. Little White was sprayed by Chu Niu's godly blood and had been nourished by Hao Ren. That was why she was able to get above level 6 and suddenly transform. She did not show any signs of nature essence or demonic essence. It might be because of her stealth ability, or it could be that she didn't even know that she had transformed. Little White saw Hao Ren staring at her, and she kept blinking her eyes at Hao Ren. "Change back," Hao Ren said as he pointed at her. Little White blinked her black eyes and stuck her tongue out. Hao Ren looked serious. "Stop pretending to be cute." Bam! Little White turned back into its puppy form. Hao Ren rechecked its realm and discovered that it was a level 6 snow lion. From the look of it, Little White had only turned into a level 6 spirit beast from a level 5 spirit beast. Hao Ren didn't know how it transformed. Normally, a snow lion's maximum level was level 6. Also, Chuniyu's godly blood perhaps had some special effects. The Golden Shield had given Little White a wonderful departing gift by spraying Chuniyu's blood all over Little White. The Golden Shield had a weird temper but was overall nice to Hao Ren and Little White. Hao Ren now realized that he missed the Golden Shield a bit. If he had held onto it yesterday, it might have stayed. When Hao Ren was thinking about the Golden Shield, he saw gold lights flashing outside his cave. He looked out and saw the Golden Shield spinning outside the valley. It had run out of Ethereal Summit out of anger but realized that it had nowhere to go after spending one night in the cold on Fifth Heaven. That was why it returned. Hao Ren shook his head and found it funny. The Golden Shield had passed a heavenly tribulation and was a celestial treasure, but it would be hard to find another celestial treasure in the world that was lazy and lacks integrity. The Golden Shield let out golden lights because it wanted to attract Hao Ren's attention. Hao Ren pretended not to see the Golden Shield. He turned to Little White and said, "Turn back." Bam! Little White turned into a loli and snuggled in the blanket. Hao Ren couldn't sense any demonic essence or realm from her. "Change again. Change again. Change again," Hao Ren said. Little White changed forms continuously. As expected, she only had demonic essence when she was in her demon beast form. When she was in her loli form, she had no demonic essence. Hao Ren finally understood that Little White's transformation was a fake transformation, since she did not go through the heavenly tribulation to transform. When she transformed into human form, she did not have any power. This type of transformation was completely different from Zhen Kongming's transformation. "Master," Little White turned into Shi-Loli form and said to Hao Ren in a lovely voice. Hao Ren shivered as goosebumps appeared on him. Then, he jumped off the stone bed and picked up Little White with the blanket. He knew very well how shameless and lazy Little White was. Even transforming into a loli could not hide her true self. The Golden Shield saw Hao Ren at his cave entrance, and it immediately flew up above the spiritual field and turned in circles, pretending that it was protecting the spiritual herbs. Hao Ren sighed. He wouldn't say much since the Golden Shield had returned. After all, if the Golden Shield wanted to do something for him, it would be quite helpful. Gongzi. The Lu sisters were in their nearby cave. They felt Hao Ren's aura in the valley, so they rushed out from their cave. When they saw Hao Ren holding a loli who was wrapped in a blanket, they were a little shocked. Then, they saw two white ears sticking out of the loli's black hair, so they realized that the loli was Little White after transformation. They immediately flew over to examine Little White. Transforming into the human form without reaching level 10 or going through heavenly tribulation was quite rare. Amongst the demon beasts, only the heavenly foxes were known to be able to transform into pretty girls before reaching level 10. However, they were extinct. Even if they weren't, heavenly foxes would still show signs of demonic essence after they transformed. When Little White saw Lu Linlin and Lu Lily, she was a little scared. She probably remembered how the Lu sisters threatened to take her apart to make Dharma treasures. Good, good, the Lu sisters patted Little White's head. When the tens of snow lion cubs saw Little White, they all gathered over. Hao Ren. Uncle. Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi had cultivated throughout the night. When they felt the change in the valley, they came flying over from their caves. The ruyi cloth that Xie Yujia was standing on was prettier and looked like a fluffy cloud, and the purple-green treasure sword that Zhao Yanzi stepped on looked more dashing. When they saw the loli in Hao Ren's arms turning into a snow lion, they were both excited and shocked. The Golden Shield had spun in the sky for a long time, but no one paid attention to it. It only had the choice of flying over to Hao Ren slowly. After one night, The nature essence intensity in the valley had decreased by a lot compared to when the soul formation realm cultivators were setting up the array formation. However, it was still higher than the average nature essence intensity of 5th heaven and on par with 6th heaven. With Hao Ren's status, they could even find a place to settle on 7th heaven. However, they had gotten used to ethereal summit, and 7th heaven was rather far from land. Also, 7th heaven was more disconnected to the outside world, so it would be more inconvenient going in and out. That was why Hao Ren didn't consider moving. Little shield. Xie Yujia put away her ruyi cloth and waved at the golden shield when she saw it flying over. Finally, someone gave some attention to the golden shield, so it immediately flew into the palm of Xie Yujia with gratitude. Xie Yujia initiated her life-death notes and used her ruyi cloth to wipe the golden shield's body, and it had forgotten about the discontent yesterday entirely and enjoyed Xie Yujia's rubbing. Little White, you can transform. Zhao Yanzi poked Little White's stomach and asked with astonishment. Little White was rolling on the grass, and it was unwilling to transform into her lowly form. Hao Ren looked down and knew that it was just trying to pretend to be cute as usual. Unless a demon beast reached the true transformation realm, it would still be very different from humans. Little White was only able to turn into a lowly and able to speak some simple sentences. This did not mean that she was able to cultivate in her human form. However, Little White had reached new heights in her ability to be cute, but that was not effective toward Hao Ren. If Little White jumped at Hao Ren, the latter would just push her away. We still have school. Let's go back, Hao Ren said as he pointed at the sky that was already bright. Xie Yujia ran toward the spiritual field, and she carefully examined the 7-core 5-color lotus that had sprouted for 2 centimeters. She looked incredibly satisfied. The array formation around the spiritual field enabled it to absorb the nature essence on 5th heaven and nurture the level 6 spiritual herbs around the 7-core 5-color lotus and the 7-core 5-color lotus itself. It probably still needs a few more days to mature, Xie Yujia said happily after she ran back to Hao Ren. Now that she was at the core formation realm, her elegance improved, and her skin was even smoother. Hao Ren nodded with a smile. They had done everything to prepare for this moment. They could only patiently wait for the 7-core 5-color lotus to grow. Even if there were no array formation protecting ethereal summit, no one would dare to trespass. Little shield. Hao Ren shouted. The golden shield flew up from Xie Yujia's hand and got in front of Hao Ren. Hao Ren jumped up and stood on top of the golden shield. Hao Ren now knew that Little White was female, so he felt like he shouldn't bully her or sit on her back even though her appearance couldn't trick him. Little White knew what she should do. She transformed into her large snow lion form and moved to carry Xie Yujia, Zhao Yanzi, and the Lu sisters on its back. She was still Hao Ren's spirit beast. Transforming into a lowly was only one of her abilities. Only when she passed the heavenly tribulation could she really reach the transformation realm and have real intelligence. You guys go back first. I'm going to go to the Dragon God Shrine for a bit. Hao Ren lightly tapped the golden shield, and they separated with Little White and the girls after flying out of 5th heaven. Chapter 738. The Cultivation Library. The golden shield carried Hao Ren to the Dragon God Shrine, drawing out a golden line in the sky on its way. It had absorbed every ounce of godly light that was shot out by the 5 soul formation realm cultivators. It had reached its maximum unless it went through another heavenly tribulation. If it did that, it would become a nature godly treasure. Compared to the ancient godly items, the nature spiritual treasures, nature celestial treasures, and nature godly treasures were all treasures that had cultivated on their own. All these treasures had been through heavenly tribulation, maybe once, twice, or 3 times. Ancient godly items were synchronized with nature and were the ultimate treasures. Just like how no one could own the world, no one could truly become the owner of an ancient godly item. That was why the best treasure that a cultivator could have was a treasure that had been through heavenly tribulation 3 times. However, there was only one such treasure, and it was in the Dragon God Shrine. Hao Ren had never seen this godly treasure, so he didn't know how powerful it was. In the world of cultivation, being the oldest didn't mean it was the most powerful. Disciples may one day defeat their masters, so it was hard to tell the real strengths between treasures. There were 10 ancient godly items in the 9 Dragon Palace, but there was only one nature godly treasure in this world. That godly treasure in the dragon god shrine might not be weaker than the ancient godly items. However, the godly treasure was newer and thus of a younger status than the ancient godly items. While Hao Ren thought about all that, the golden shield arrived at the dragon god shrine. The dragon god shrine was made of black stones, and it was like a miniature version of the origin dragon grand palace. It was a huge square with a pointed tower on the top. Hao Ren jumped onto the platform which the dragon god shrine was on and showed his inspector's token before going in. The golden shield floated on Hao Ren's right side. It was more tamed in the dragon god shrine. The administrative duties of East Ocean City were left to Su Han to deal with. Hao Ren was only a regional inspector by name, and his main responsibility was to keep an eye on the young cultivators there, something that Su Han didn't like doing. The dragon god shrine had a high nature essence intensity. When one looked up to the high ceiling, they would sense the power and authority of this place. The stairs swirled up to the ceiling, and along each floor were different rooms and hallways in all directions. The cultivators were not allowed to fly in the dragon god shrine regardless of what level they were at. They had to also wear their inspector's silk robe and walked around. When Hao Ren first came into the dragon god shrine, he was stunned by the scene. With Hao Ren's level 4 status, the only place that he couldn't access was the top floor, which was the area specifically for the deputy shrine masters and shrine master. Other than that, he could walk freely in the dragon god shrine. Hao Ren went to the East Ocean City's inspector room to rest and change into his black robe. Su Han was still in the Demon Sea. There were still a few sets of Su Han's clothes in the bedroom. Hao Ren sat on the cold jade bed to relax a bit. Then, he cultivated using the light-splitting sword shadow scroll for 10 circulations. After that, he practiced the mystic water sword techniques in his mind once. The cold jade bed was extremely chilly, so one needed to be cultivating to keep warm while sitting on it. However, due to the coldness, one's cultivation strength would increase faster. However, Hao Ren still thought that this cold jade bed was better suited for Su Han's cultivation technique. Buzz. Hao Ren retrieved all the sword energies in the room and left. He had come to the dragon god shrine this time because he wanted to search up some techniques to supplement the mystic water sword techniques. He had been practicing it last night but still couldn't figure some of the variations out. When Zhao Horan first got this set of sword techniques, he probably spent a lot of time on understanding it. However, since everyone's learning capabilities were different, what Zhao Horan comprehended was not necessarily right. That was why when he gave this set of sword techniques to Hao Ren, he didn't give any reference materials. Also, Hao Ren had to prepare to plant the mystic crystal in his dragon core. The dragon god shrine was the central management office for the dragon tribe, so there were many Qian level and Kun level dragon cultivators working there. Therefore, there should be more resources regarding mystic crystals. The golden shield had now shrunk to the size of a button, sticking onto Hao Ren's collar. Hao Ren looked quite sharp with the golden accessory on his black robe. There were different lounges for different leveled inspectors. In these lounges were some recent journals and news, and there were also comfortable seats, creating a cozy environment. The inspectors could chat with each other and get up to date. The Dragon God Shrine's library was on the 3rd floor, and only those on and above level 2 were allowed in. Some cultivation techniques required contribution points to purchase while general information was free to read. Dragon cultivators fought very hard to become an inspector, and one reason was that there were all sorts of resources which they could use. Even some of the larger dragon clans didn't have such an extensive library. These free cultivation materials were already fantastic to them, let alone the techniques that had to be purchased by contribution points. They were better than almost all the cultivation techniques stored at the various dragon palaces. Right now, Hao Ren wasn't searching for a specific cultivation technique, so he didn't need contribution points to read up on the basic sword techniques. Also, he wanted to get more information on planting the mystic crystal. Buzz. The gate of the library on the 3rd floor sensed Hao Ren's token by his waist, and it opened automatically. The library was enormous with black stones covering all sides. It was a closed-off environment, and the bookshelves were so large that it went up all the way to the ceiling of the Dragon God Shrine. Since it was so tall, one wouldn't feel suppressed in it. The black stones also reflected light, so the library was well lit. Inspectors in black robes walked around the room. Everyone was very prudent and careful not to make noise. Hao Ren had been to the Dragon God Shrine and had passed by the library. Yet this was his first time in here since he didn't have time before. The Dragon God Shrine had a square base and a tower on top, making the base was larger than the top. The library occupied a lot of space on the third floor, so there was a lot of resources stored here. As long as one got promoted to level 2 inspector, they would immediately have access to the immense library. This was the main reason why level 1 inspectors tended to actively complete missions. There were dozens of level 2 inspectors in black robes at the gate. When they saw the 4-claw golden dragon embroidered on Hao Ren's black robe, they all moved aside and created a path for him to go through. The library was circular and wrapped around the central staircase, but not every area was accessible to everyone. Just like how there were different access clearance in the Dragon God Shrine, there were some areas in the library that were accessible to higher-ranking inspectors. Hao Ren walked through a light blue array formation and entered the level 3 inspector zone. When the level 3 inspectors saw Hao Ren, they also cleared out a path. Then, Hao Ren went through a light red array formation to enter the level 4 inspector area. This area was not big, and there were only 2 inspectors there. Without a doubt, the materials in the level 4 area were rarer and more confidential than that of level 3 and level 2 areas. Hao Ren didn't pay attention to the stares of the other 2 level 4 inspectors. He just minded his own business and took out 6 books on sword techniques before sitting down in a chair by the wall and reading. These few books all talked about advanced theories of sword techniques. Hao Ren had practiced the mystic water sword techniques, so he understood these books quickly. Even Su Han wasn't as good as him if it were strictly talking about sword comprehension. In fact, the light-splitting sword shadow scroll was also a sword technique. It was more advanced than single sword technique and dual sword techniques. It was a 10,000 sword technique. Hao Ren was only lacking a firm foundation. He was like someone who knew martial arts but never went through structural training. That was why he needed to think through his techniques and sort them out in order. Suddenly, Hao Ren seemed to have solved the problems that were preventing him from fully comprehending the mystic water sword techniques. The 2 level 4 inspectors who were reading sensed a cold breeze appear behind Hao Ren as if an ordinary martial arts master opened his Ren and Du meridians. Nature essence started to come out of Hao Ren's back rapidly. Whoosh, 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 sword energies flew in the air. The 2 level 4 inspectors couldn't even follow the sword energies that were flying around. What in the world is this sword technique? They thought. They couldn't sense a large amount of nature essence, but sword energies were flying in all directions. The sword energies did not contain any nature essence, but Hao Ren felt the immense amount of nature essence in his body. When Hao Ren practiced the 12th strike of the mystic water sword techniques, he was able to reach the level of internal movements and external tranquility with the nature essence in his body. However, no matter how hard Hao Ren tried, he couldn't use the 13th strike. Bam! Suddenly, the sword energies shattered in the air. The nature essence inside Hao Ren was boiling and spreading throughout his body. It seemed like steam was coming out of the openings in his dragon core. Hao Ren was able to feel the changes in his body, and this was what the other 2 Qian level inspectors weren't able to detect. If I have the mystic crystal and can use the mystic water sword techniques to activate my dragon core continuously, I should be able to break through. Hao Ren thought as he carefully calculated what to do before he put back the books on sword techniques onto the shelf. After that, he took out books on the mystic crystals. When the 2 inspectors saw Hao Ren reading about mystic crystals, they were shocked since they didn't expect Hao Ren not to have a mystic crystal even though he was already at mid-tier Xuan level. There were 5 layers of array formation in the library: level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, and shrine masters. If Hao Ren went over by 2 more shelves, he would reach a black array formation which would stop him. The area in the black array formation was restricted to the deputy shrine masters and the shrine master. Hao Ren stared at the black array formation and thought for a few seconds. Then, he walked over to his chair to read the books on mystic crystals, but the black array formation suddenly moved. Boom! 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 The Dragon God Shrine suddenly shook violently. The other 2 level 4 inspectors looked at each other with terror in their eyes. Whoosh! A figure that had golden lights flashing around him flew out of the library and dashed through the black array formation. Chapter 739. Do you want to catch me? *T. There are more traps. The golden figure suddenly cursed when he dashed out of the black array formation. The two level 4 inspectors didn't expect someone to pop out from the area that was restricted to the deputy shrine masters and the shrine master. They didn't dare to stop whoever or whatever it was. Hao Ren was shocked for a bit but quickly realized that it was Zhen Kongming. While Hao Ren was in shock, Zhen Kongming came charging through the 2 layers of array formations and out toward the library gate. There was a golden light shining on him. The 3rd floor library of the Dragon God Shrine was a closed-off space. Not only did one have to cross the array formations, but there were also defensive array formations and black stones that blocked off pathways. Even Qian level and Kun level cultivators couldn't get through this library in other ways. Buzz. The translucent white array formation at the library gate lit up, and Zhen Kongming, who was wrapped in a golden light, ran into it and got knocked back by the array formation. The array formation suddenly intensified, and the level 2 inspectors who were by the gate were pushed back dozens of steps. Zhen Kongming was holding more than a dozen books in his hands, and they all fell to the ground. Stealing techniques. Hao Ren ran over. When he saw the fallen books by Zhen Kongming, he was extremely shocked. Zhen Kongming had used some methods to break through the array formations and made himself invisible to get into the library area where only the deputy shrine masters and the shrine master were allowed in. However, when he was stealing the techniques, he triggered a trap so that he could only try to escape with the technique scrolls. He didn't even have time to put the books into his storage space. Bam! A strong surge of pressure came down from the top of the Dragon God Shrine. The level 2 and level 3 inspectors who were of lower realms almost couldn't stand straight because of the pressure. Hao Ren raised a sword formation to prevent himself from falling to the ground. Zhen Kongming was only at Zhen level, so there was no way that he could withstand this kind of pressure. However, he clenched his teeth and grabbed a book beside him which had a yellow cover. Then, he took out a black cape and used it to cover the golden light on his body. HMPH. Do you want to catch me? Not so easy. Zhen Kongming took out a conch-shaped Dharma treasure to break the array formation at the gate of the library. Under the watch of many inspectors, he ran out of the 3rd floor library. Hao Ren thought that things would go very wrong, so he ran out of the library. As soon as he exited the library, he saw Zhen Kongming flying down the central staircases of the Dragon God Shrine like crazy. In this Dragon God Shrine, normal treasures wouldn't work, especially the flight Dharma treasures. Even Zhen Kongming couldn't break through the enormous array formation that was covering the Dragon God Shrine. Hao Ren didn't expect Zhen Kongming to come to the Dragon God Shrine to steal. He was also impressed by how this kid was able to get through all the layers of array formations and get into the highly restrictive area in which only the deputy shrine masters and the shrine master had access to. Just when Zhen Kongming reached the lobby and was about to fly out of the Dragon God Shrine, the elder who was in the small room that was in charge of registration came out and blocked him. Although the elder only showed the realm of Zhen level, he was still very fast. Zhen Kongming jumped up. Just when his right foot was about to be grabbed by this elder, he stepped onto the latter's shoulder and leapt toward the gate of the shrine like an agile bunny. Bam! Zhen Kongming saw a light when he came out of the east gate of the Dragon God Shrine. All sorts of bottles fell when he was flying out. From the look of it, he had stolen quite a lot from the Dragon God Shrine. Boom! A figure appeared at the west gate of the Dragon God Shrine. Yu Zilong. He dashed past the Dragon God Shrine and punched Zhen Kongming in the back. Such speed and power even created waves on the big array formation that was protecting the floating platform. Zhen Kongming was flying out of the Dragon God Shrine while staggering. Then, he got out a black disc before stepping on it quickly. In a split second, he was able to create a half-transparent energy sphere. By borrowing Yu Zilong's power, he was able to fly for a very far distance in seconds. Not only was Zhen Kongming not hurt by Yu Zilong's punch, but he was able to use the blow to his advantage and escape from the Dragon God Shrine. Zhen Kongming went flying like a kite on the black disc with an energy sphere protecting himself. No wonder he was famous on and above 5th heaven and known to be the kid thief. Even under the attack of Yu Zilong, a Qian-level cultivator, Zhen Kongming was able to escape with energy to spare. Humph! Yu Zilong flipped in the air and landed onto the platform heavily. Bam! The large platform that was floating in the air shook, and all the arenas around the dragon god shrine collapsed. These arenas were supposedly very strong. Also, the rooms where Hao Ren had once taken his written exam was now a junkyard as well. Yu Zilong was at peak Qian level, and he was mad. His stomp was able to shake mountains and rivers, and that also applied to the array formation which kept this floating dragon god shrine in the sky. Zhen Kongming had flown away, but he couldn't stand straight and fell from the disc. Yu Zilong suddenly jumped up and charged at Zhen Kongming like a bullet. "How dare you try to stop me?" Zhen Kongming was also a bit angry, so he threw out a few balls. These balls exploded in the sky. Even though Yu Zilong had a tough body, he was still blasted a few hundred meters away. All the inspectors of the Dragon God Shrine opened their eyes widely due to shock. Hao Ren had run out the gate of the Dragon God Shrine. He was prepared to go and help Zhen Kongming, but Zhen Kongming had thrown something to him. Hao Ren caught it with one hand. Then, he looked down to examine it and realized that it was the mission booklet of the Dragon God Shrine. Yu Zilong had been blasted away by a few extremely powerful heavenly lightning balls. His clothes were torn, but Yu Zilong himself looked untouched. He clasped his hands together and charged at Zhen Kongming with a fist punch. Hao Ren suddenly blocked Yu Zilong with his sword energies. He didn't know that Yu Zilong would be this ruthless when he attacked. However, Yu Zilong was powerful, so he destroyed Hao Ren's sword energies in the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two other cultivators came flying out of the Dragon God Shrine. Peak Qian level. There were now 3 Peak Qian level deputy shrine masters who were trying to catch Zhen Kongming. Zhen Kongming took out a bronze mirror from his pocket. All of a sudden, the sky was lit up with different lights. He tightly held a book called Demon Transformation Scroll in his hand. This was a cultivation technique for demon beasts and was stored in the very back of the Dragon God Shrine's library. For ordinary mortals, the 5 elemental cultivation was their way of cultivating, and the highest realm that they could reach was the soul formation realm. However, some evil cultivators and demon cultivators could make mortals become one of them. The book that Zhen Kongming stole was one that could make humans learn the demon techniques. He had also stolen a lot of elixir pills from the Dragon God Shrine. Amongst what he took was an ultimate secret pill called the Demon Transformation Pill. The colorful lights shot out of the bronze mirror, and they stopped the 3 Peak Qian level cultivators from getting close. Chu Niu had given this treasure to Zhen Kongming. Unless he was in a very dangerous position, he would not use it. Zhen Kongming wanted to slip in and then slip out secretly. He was stealing these things so that he could trick Wu Luoxue into cultivating this. His plan didn't go as smooth. The moment that he got the technique, he had triggered a trap in the Dragon God Shrine. Bam! A black light was shot down from the top of the Dragon God Shrine. The black light was able to break through the colorful lights of the bronze mirror, and then it struck the bronze mirror, breaking it into 4 pieces. The 3 Peak Qian level deputy shrine masters instantly threw out 3 ropes to tie up Zhen Kongming. "None of you in the Dragon God Shrine are good people," Zhen Kongming shouted. Hao Ren looked down at the mission booklet and saw the latest mission. Hao Zhonghua, a mortal scientist, had published information about dragon scales, which is confidential information to the dragon tribe. There is a need to cover up. Supplementary information. Kill if necessary. The person who took this mission was Qin Xiaoyang. Chapter 740. Severe Offense. He ignored the fact that Zhen Kongming was being caught right now. He threw the mission booklet to the side and started to accumulate power. Hao Ren left 2 distinguishable footprints on the firm obsidian stairs when he blasted off into the air with his sword energies. Then, Hao Ren ripped off the golden shield pin from his collar, and the golden shield immediately turned back into its normal size, allowing Hao Ren to stand on top of it. All the nature essence within Hao Ren's body was infused into the golden shield. If the golden shield didn't obey him right now, Hao Ren would punish it hard. He didn't know that his dad had found a dragon scale, nor did he think that his dad would publish the findings this quick. The Dragon God Shrine was the central management organization of the dragon tribe. There was no reason to think that the Dragon God Shrine did not know that Hao Zhonghua was Hao Ren's father. If they sent out such a mission, then, it was the first time that Hao Ren got so mad after he started cultivating. The golden shield flew toward East Ocean City with the traveling speed of the soul formation realm. The Kunlun mountain was not far away from the dragon god shrine. If it were in the past, Hao Ren would have taken another route, but he did not have time to do that now. He flew directly into the territory of the Kunlun mountain. Who dares to trespass in Kunlun? A crisp voice sounded from the mountain, and more than a dozen female cultivators in white flew out of the mist on flying swords. Hao Ren sent out his sword energies and blocked them. The golden shield passed through the restricted territory of the center of the Kunlun mountain. There should be soul formation realm cultivators, but none came out now. Near the edge of the Kunlun mountain's territory, dozens of cultivators formed a fence when they got the news of the trespasser. In this Kunlun mountain, there were only female cultivators and soul formation realm cultivators. 5 tigers sheep flock array formation. Hao Ren attacked them and created a hole in their formation. The female cultivators shouted, but Hao Ren ignored them and continued forward. The female cultivators attacked Hao Ren with all sorts of swords, but they all landed behind Hao Ren because he was traveling so fast. Now, Hao Ren realized that there was no soul formation realm cultivators in the Kunlun mountain right now, so it would be the best time to barge in. However, Hao Ren was in no mood to do such a thing right now. Hao Ren flew away as those female disciples watched. He was willing to kill anyone who dared to stop him now. Even though the golden shield was traveling at the speed of soul formation realm, Hao Ren still thought that it was too slow. Qin Xiaoyang and Hao Ren were enemies, so he had obviously accepted this mission to hurt Hao Ren. Hao Ren would not let him do that. If Qin Xiaoyang were to hurt his family, he would kill him. Whoosh! The golden shield charged into East Ocean City. Hao Ren patted the inspector's token on his waist and was shocked to find that the functions of his token weren't restricted. It was probably because the Dragon God Shrine was still busy dealing with Zhen Kongming. This token could be used to search other inspectors in the area. Very soon, Hao Ren was able to lock onto the location of his home by the sea. Go! Hao Ren stomped hard on the golden shield, and they flew toward the sea rapidly. It was already 6 p.m., so his parents would be home by now if they didn't work overtime. Right now, Hao Ren hoped that they were home instead of at their workplaces. From afar, Hao Ren saw Qin Xiaoyang up in the sky above his home on the golden weaving shuttle. Since Hao Ren charged out of the Dragon God Shrine, he was still wearing the inspector's black robe and had the level 4 inspector's token by his waist. Qin Xiaoyang looked shocked when he saw Hao Ren, mainly because he didn't think that Hao Ren would appear in this outfit. He gently bowed and was about to greet Hao Ren, but the latter was already attacking him with sword energies. When Hao Ren saw Qin Xiaoyang there, he was a bit relieved since it showed that Qin Xiaoyang had not attacked his parents yet. If he came back a bit later or was caught up in the Dragon God Shrine, Qin Xiaoyang might have killed his parents already. Qin Xiaoyang didn't expect Hao Ren to attack him suddenly. However, he was able to react quickly and use his golden weaving shuttle to create a wall to block off Hao Ren's sword energies. When Hao Ren saw that Qin Xiaoyang's nature essence was golden, he knew that Qin Xiaoyang's realm was far inferior compared to Su Han's. That was why Hao Ren immediately focused on shooting out sword energies. You think you're so great because you're a level 4 inspector. Qin Xiaoyang looked a bit ferocious as he unleashed his mid-tier Con level power. When he last saw Hao Ren, the latter was only at Dewey level. However, Hao Ren was at mid-tier Xuan level already. Qin Xiaoyang was shocked by this rapid cultivation speed. Now that Hao Ren's dad was about to reveal the secret of the dragon tribe, it was the best opportunity to attack Hao Ren. As long as Hao Ren went against the Dragon God Shrine, then he would lose his inspector status. Then, Qin Xiaoyang would no longer need to fear Hao Ren. From how Qin Xiaoyang saw it, he would have had a chance with Su Han if it weren't for Hao Ren. He might even have the chance to become a level 4 inspector after the completion of this mission. Also, Hao Ren had conflicts with the Metal Elemental Dragon clan. If Qin Xiaoyang were able to defeat Hao Ren, he would become a hero amongst the Metal Elemental Dragons. Qin Xiaoyang had calculated the pros and cons of fighting Hao Ren in his head, and he quickly concluded that there were a lot more benefits to him. He no longer hesitated in his attacks. Hao Ren's dad's research was threatening to the dragon tribe, so even Su Han couldn't help him. If there weren't an array formation around Hao Ren's home where even Kun-level cultivators couldn't get in, Qin Xiaoyang would have gone in long ago to catch Hao Zonghua. He didn't care if Hao Ren were an inspector or not. If anyone was stopping an inspector from completing his mission, that person was an enemy of the Dragon God Shrine. How na? They of you to want to fight me, a Kun level cultivator, when you're only at Xuan level? Qin Xiaoyang squinted his eyes as he smirked. He had hit Hao Ren with his golden shuttle. The golden shuttle split into twos. Golden shield. Hao Ren kicked the golden shield. The golden shield let out a bright light that made Qin Xiaoyang couldn't open his eyes. This is the heaven-reaching shield. Qin Xiaoyang suddenly reacted and realized that this flying treasure under Hao Ren's feet was actually his uncle master's heaven-reaching shield. It was dusk, and the sky was suddenly lit into a golden color. Grandma came out of the house and looked up into the beautiful sky. Yu Yang and Hao Zonghua followed Grandma out into the yard to look up into the sky. It was supposed to be dusk, but the sky was suddenly lit up. The fluffy clouds in the sky looked like they were shining dragons. When Qin Xiaoyang saw Hao Ren's parents coming out, he used one of his golden weaving shuttles to strike toward them in the garden. How dare you! Hao Ren fought hard with his sword formation. No matter what happens, Hao Ren's family was the most important thing to him. If Qin Xiaoyang dared to attack his family, Hao Ren would show no mercy. 5 Elemental Lightning Bolt, Mystic Water Sword Techniques. Hao Ren dashed forward and pierced toward Qin Xiaoyang. Martial arts cultivation, physique cultivation, sword cultivation, essence cultivation, and lightning cultivation all merged into one. The mystic water sword techniques were the martial arts cultivation, controlling sword energies was sword cultivation, tempering his body with the heavenly lightning bolts was physique cultivation, his 5 elemental cultivation technique was essence cultivation, and striking his body with lightning bolts was lightning cultivation. This attack shook the world. Qin Xiaoyang saw the colorful energy sword flying toward himself, and he felt like it was impossible to dodge due to how great the sword technique was. This energy sword had purple lightning energy buzzing on its surface. The tip of the colorful sword was buzzing and could instantly split into sword energies to form an invincible sword array formation. Qin Xiaoyang was paralyzed and did not know how to defend himself. Bam! Hao Ren's colorful sword pierced through Qin Xiaoyang's golden weaving shuttle and then through his chest. The other golden weaving shuttle that was shot toward the garden hit the array formation on top of the house, and it created a small crack. Since Qin Xiaoyang was defeated, the golden weaving shuttle quickly fell to the ground and lost its power. Hao Ren shot one sword energy toward the golden weaving shuttle and shattered it. This colorful sword energy was made from all 5 elements and was as powerful as the lightning bolts. The golden weaving shuttle was Qin Xiaoyang's natal Dharma treasure. Hao Ren had pierced through his chest with the colorful energy sword and destroyed his Dharma treasure with another sword energy. Qin Xiaoyang spat out blood. He was at Kun level but was defeated by Hao Ren who was only at Xuan level within 2 strikes. It was the first time that Hao Ren showed off his powers after leaving the 9-Dragon Palace. He didn't withhold any power and directly slashed Qin Xiaoyang. If Qin Xiaoyang had attacked Hao Ren directly, Hao Ren might have gone a bit lighter on him. However, Qin Xiaoyang chose to pick on his family, and Hao Ren would never let him off the hook easily. Qin Xiaoyang was at Kun level, but he was so easily defeated. Bam! A gray light beam blasted at Hao Ren and knocked him back for 100 meters. Yu Zilong was flying over. When Hao Ren saw him, Yu Zilong was already in front of Hao Ren and had destroyed the array formation around the house. This array formation was set up by Lady Zhen who used the 5-color rocks, and it was capable of defending against attacks from Soul Formation Realm cultivators. However, it was quickly destroyed by Yu Zilong's punch. A huge sea wave rushed toward the beach due to this punch. Hao Ren clenched his teeth and held up his sword before attacking Yu Zilong. Puff! Qin Xiaoyang was washed into the sea. After receiving that attack, he would be lucky to live, but he would lose all his cultivation. The power of the 5 elements would only destroy the meridians in the body, but the Hundan lightning energy which Hao Ren had was equivalent to heavenly lightning bolts and was detrimental to cultivators. You really did betray the Dragon God Shrine. Yu Zilong was very angry. He was in the zone, and his body was so firm that nothing could pierce through. Hao Ren felt a pressure gushing toward him, So he used his 5-elemental energy sword to cut through Yu Zilong's aura and used the mystic water sword techniques to attack Yu Zilong. Yu Zilong caught Hao Ren's sword with both hands, but this sword was made of sword energies, so it immediately shattered into millions of small sword energy fragments. It's a serious offense to injure or kill an inspector. Yu Zilong's glasses shattered, revealing the sharp lights that were shooting out of his eyes. He clasped both hands together, and Hao Ren's thousands of sword energies were out of control. Then, Yu Zilong shattered them all. Hao Ren felt like his body was exploding from the inside. It was the first time that someone was able to destroy all of Hao Ren's sword energies and catch him. Go back. Yu Zilong grabbed onto Hao Ren's collar and quickly flew toward the Dragon God Shrine like a cannonball. The golden shield spun in the same spot for a few seconds before flying toward East Ocean University. Chapter 741. Who can save you? Whoosh! Yu Zilong held onto Hao Ren while entering the large array formation of the Dragon God Shrine. The arenas and tents were all destroyed with Yu Zilong's stomp, and all that was left was ruins. However, the central Black Dragon God Shrine stood there in pride. Yu Zilong held onto Hao Ren by his collar, and they flew in from the west. Because they were flying so fast, they looked like a ghostly shadow. Then, they flew toward the top of the Dragon God Shrine. Bam! Yu Zilong let go of Hao Ren and threw him into the deepest room. Shrine Master, I have captured Hao Ren, Yu Zilong said calmly. Okay. That figure who had his back facing Hao Ren and Yu Zilong nodded calmly. He lifted his hand, and the inspector's token by Hao Ren's waist flew up on its own. Then, Hao Ren felt an agonizing pain on his forehead, and the inspector mark on his forehead disappeared. The Shrine Master had removed Hao Ren from his role as an inspector. Zilong, you don't need to be that mad, it's not your fault. It's only natural for one to want to save their parents. This was a test. Since he couldn't pass the test, that's that, the Shrine Master said. Understood, Shrine Master. Yu Zilong looked down and responded. Zhen Kongming had sneaked into the Dragon God Shrine and stole a lot of things. On this issue, they believed that Hao Ren didn't conspire with Zhen Kongming. However, Hao Ren's dad had created huge trouble for the dragon tribe in the mortal world. It seemed like the Shrine Master had wanted to promote Hao Ren, so Yu Zilong had helped Hao Ren a lot in East Ocean City. They had fulfilled Hao Ren's requests and had even given him quite a lot of realm-breaking notes. If Hao Ren had adequately dealt with this situation, he might have been able to be promoted to the position of Deputy Shrine Master in the future. However, Hao Ren had severely injured a level 3 inspector, and he wasn't able to leave his mortal life behind. In a sense, he had destroyed his own path to success. Yu Zilong was frustrated because of this reason. He had followed the Shrine Master for many years, and he could tell that the Shrine Master felt sorry for the loss of talent. Put him away. The Shrine Master waved his hand without turning around. Understood. Yu Zilong bowed before walking 2 steps and grabbing Hao Ren. When Yu Zilong was about to walk out of the room, the Shrine Master added, "We still haven't solved this issue. There might be a great fight soon, so be prepared." Okay. Yu Zilong paused for a second before resuming, and he held onto Hao Ren and walked toward the spiraling staircase. Then, they went into the middle section of the Dragon God Shrine and opened up the dark heavenly prison. The heavenly prison was where criminals who committed serious offenses were locked. Since they were powerful, the local dragon clans couldn't even deal with them. Yu Zilong held Hao Ren and entered the heavenly prison corridor. When the stone door opened, the prisoners who were trapped there started shouting. Bam! Yu Zilong unleashed his peak Qian level aura, and prison turned silent. No one wanted to be beaten by a peak Qian level cultivator. The Dragon God Shrine wouldn't execute any of its prisoners, but these prisoners were sometimes used for combat practice by the inspectors. The sentences were based on the severity of the crimes committed. The shortest sentence was 50 years while the longest was an eternity. The prison was dead silence. All the prisoners stared at Hao Ren from their cells. Hao Ren was still wearing his inspector robe, but they couldn't see his token by his waist. Those 3 metal elemental dragons who had their tails cut off were locked up in connecting cells. When they saw Hao Ren, hatred filled their eyes. Ha ha ha, who knew that you'd have such a day? In the corner of a dark cell, Black Wolf, who was now very thin, laughed in his hoarse voice as he kept banging on the bars and making huge noises. These banging noises echoed through the prison. The other criminals were stirred up as well. Seeing an inspector who was supposed to catch them getting locked up, they felt an indescribable joy, and they started to shout and make echoes. Yu Zilong moved both his hands outward, and all the prisoners immediately fell back and hit the walls. The prison was dead silent again. Creak. Yu Zilong opened a cell and threw Hao Ren in. Zhen Kongming was locked in the cell on the other side of Hao Ren. Those prisoners whose realms were high and were incredibly dangerous were locked in individual cells. Hao Ren and Zhen Kongming both committed serious crimes, so they were locked up individually. Yu Zilong turned around coldly and left. The heavy stone door shut slowly, and the prison was even darker. Not a bit of nature essence could be sensed. Wet straws were laying on the floor. Hao Ren wanted to use his fire elemental nature essence to dry the straws, but he realized that he couldn't use his power. Hao Ren had underestimated Yu Zilong. When he pointed his sword energies at Yu Zilong, who was at peak Qian level, he had given his natal Dharma treasures to Yu Zilong's hands. There was not a single bit of natural essence in this room, so it was impossible to recover his power. Zhen Kongming looked at Hao Ren from his cell across the corridor. Hao Ren looked back at Zhen Kongming, and both of them didn't say a word. He had felt that this might be a test from the Dragon God Shrine, but he could not let Qin Shaoyang hurt his family. Qin Shaoyang had taken this mission because he hated Hao Ren, and Hao Ren struck back because he also hated Qin Shaoyang. No matter what the Dragon God Shrine wanted, Hao Ren would not let his family be in any danger. Hao Ren was not willing to risk his family's safety. All sorts of shouts and curses sounded in the dark prison once again. Hao Ren sat down as he tried to block out the noise. Then, he closed his eyes and started to recall the mystic water sword technique in his mind. There were strong array formations in all the cells of the heavenly prison. If a prisoner tried to use nature essence to destroy the cell, a stronger lightning bolt would crash down. There was nothing to do other than shouting at each other because they couldn't leave, cultivate, or kill themselves. It was hard not to go crazy in such an environment for a long period. Zhen Kongming didn't expect Hao Ren to be this calm when he saw Hao Ren closing his eyes. Zhen Kongming didn't know that Little White had become a level 6 spirit beast and was able to transform into a loli. As long as soul formation realm cultivators didn't attack them, Little White could withstand most strikes. The golden shield didn't follow Hao Ren, so it probably was able to escape and get help. Hao Ren believed that Little White could protect his family when it got home. Zhen Kongming sat in his cell cross-legged. He was also not anxious. The things that he stole from the Dragon God Shrine had all been taken back by the deputy shrine masters, so Zhen Kongming was sure that the Dragon God Shrine could only lock him in a few days or maybe at most half a month. They probably only wanted to teach him a lesson. I will treat this as a vacation, Zhen Kongming thought as he started to whistle relaxing, but he couldn't help but miss Wu Luoxue. In this dark heavenly prison, one couldn't tell between night and day. The prisoners were always screaming, so it was impossible to relax. There was no set mealtime for the prisoners. However, a small amount of nature essence would leak in periodically, and the prisoners would stop shouting for a while and try to absorb the nature essence quickly. Hao Ren did not care about these prisoners. He wanted to use the light-splitting sword shadow scroll to heal his meridians. He also used his fingers to draw out the first 12 strikes of the mystic water sword techniques. He had just entered the heavenly prison, so he still had a concept of the flow of time. He felt that only half a day passed by. Zhen Kongming was already sound asleep. He was Chu Niu's disciple, so no one dared to do much to him. Hao Ren knew that Zhen Kongming was not only Chu Niu's disciple but also grandson, but he had not told Zhen Kongming this piece of information yet because it would be shocking to Zhen Kongming. Boom! The stone door of the heavenly prison started to open slowly. Qin Shaoyang, who was wearing a long silver robe, walked in the corridor slowly. He looked extremely pale, and his footsteps were very heavy, but there was a shining level 3 inspector's token by his waist. He walked deep into the prison and only stopped when he saw Hao Ren, who was locked up in the last cell. Inspector Hao, how's it in the heavenly prison? Qin Shaoyang asked Hao Ren with a big grin on his face. Hao Ren looked up and glared at him before returned to his cultivation. Qin Shaoyang was at Kun level, but he still lost to Hao Ren. Hao Ren had no time to even talk to him. However, Qin Xiaoyang was quite lucky not to die even though the energy sword piercing through his chest. From the look on his face, it seemed like he was probably weaker than the level 2 inspectors right now. Such a shame. You weren't able to kill me. Qin Xiaoyang shook his head. I ate one of the level 5 elixir pills, and it's called Heavenly Healing Pill. Also, 2 deputy shrine masters helped me heal, so it'll be very easy for me to return to Kun level. Hao Ren looked up at Qin Xiaoyang again. This metal elemental dragon was proud and thought that the dragon god shrine valued him. It was indeed rare to have such treatment, but that didn't necessarily indicate Qin Xiaoyang's value. Hao Ren felt that his status as Zhen Yuanzi's brother had not spread to the dragon god shrine yet. However, the dragon god shrine probably didn't want the situation to escalate. If Qin Xiaoyang died, they wouldn't be able to cover it up. 3 senior brothers, I've already tried to beg for mercy from the shrine master. You guys should be able to leave soon. Qin Xiaoyang then walked toward the 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators and said politely. The 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators looked pleased. They had been locked up by Yu Zilong in the dragon god shrine for quite a few days, and the metal elemental dragon clan didn't seem to be doing anything. No one seemed to be trying to save them. They didn't know that the peak Qian level, metal elemental elders were all defeated by Hao Ren when they tried to kidnap him, and Taiyi Cave Master barely escaped from Zhao Kuo's attacks. No one in the metal elemental dragon clan had time to help them out. When they heard that Qin Xiaoyang, the only metal elemental dragon who was working for the dragon god shrine, had talked for them, they were a bit touched. Qin Xiaoyang swaggered to Hao Ren's cell and demanded, "Tell me where Su Han is." Hao Ren didn't respond. "Let's see who can save you from the heavenly prison." Qin Xiaoyang raised his voice and glared at Hao Ren. Boom! The heavenly prison suddenly shook. He, dragon god shrine. How dare you capture my son and nephew? Lady Zhen's loud and crisp voice sounded. It was so powerful that it pierced through the thick and heavy blockstones and sounded by all the prisoners' ears. Chapter 742. Never coming out the shrine. In the secret chamber on the top floor of the dragon god shrine, the 9 deputy shrine masters stood in order on the sides of the room. Wearing a long robe, the shrine master still faced the wall with his back to the door as if he hadn't moved for hundreds of years. The 6 deputy shrine masters had different opinions about what to do with Hao Ren. Despite Hao Ren's complicated background and the growing power of the East Ocean Dragon clan, the Dragon God Shrine would be able to punish him as a dragon cultivator since his position as an inspector had been removed. However, the 6 deputy shrine masters did not agree with each other on how severe the punishments should be. Meanwhile, the other 3 deputy shrine masters remained silent. Only these 3 probably knew about the shrine master's intention. Yu Zilong, who had had dealings with Hao Ren and had captured him in person, had a good guess of the shrine master's intention, locking him for a few days before releasing him without any punishment. The other 2 deputy shrine masters also had a vague idea of the shrine master's intention. As instructed by the shrine master, they had used an extremely precious level 5 elixir pill to extend Qin Xiaoyang's life, intending to make this incident a personal duel. The Dragon God Shrine had saved Qin Xiaoyang after his body was pierced and was on the verge of death since he was as an inspector. More importantly, the Shrine Master had ordered them to save him. As to the release of the 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators, it was also the Shrine Master's intention. However, it wasn't a favor to Qin Xiaoyang. After all, a small level 3 inspector couldn't even talk to the Shrine Master. Ever since Hao Ren made his name in the Dragon God Shrine's general exam, the deputy shrine masters had found that the shrine master paid special attention to this young cultivator. He had even sent Yu Zilong, whose strength ranked the 3rd place among the 9 deputy shrine masters, to East Ocean City. Like the Soul Formation Realm cultivators, the deputy shrine masters of the Dragon God Shrine rarely showed their faces, which was why they were mysterious to the outside world. Since only 3 deputy shrine masters who had the strength of peak Qian level showed their faces regularly, the outside world all assumed that the Dragon God Shrine had only 3 peak Qian level cultivators. Also, those level 4 inspectors who had a little contact with these deputy shrine masters all thought that Yu Zilong ranked the last among the peak Qian level cultivators. The truth was that among the 9 deputy shrine masters, 6 were peak Qian level cultivators, and Yu Zilong wasn't the weakest one but ranked 3rd. At a top level, only the Elder Council of the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan could rival with the Dragon God Shrine since they once had 8 peak Qian level cultivators. However, after Wang Shitung was killed in East Ocean City and Taiyi Cavemaster was severely injured by Zhao Kuo, the Elder Council which controlled the metal elemental dragons lost its head and tail. While the 3 deputy shrine masters remained silent and the other 6 deputy shrine masters argued amongst themselves, the sturdy Dragon God Shrine suddenly shook. He, Dragon God Shrine! How dare you capture my son and nephew? A crisp yet penetrating voice entered the secret chamber on the top floor. Wah! Dozens of level 3 inspectors who were on Qian level and Kun level flew out of the Black Dragon God Shrine. Wearing short black boots, green jeans, and a gray striped coat, Lady Zhen put her smooth hand lightly on the array formation around the Dragon God Shrine, and it instantly shattered. Seeing dozens of cultivators flying out, Lady Zhen covered her smile with her slim hand and called out in a low voice, "Yao." Wearing a pale gray sweater and a black pleat skirt, Duan Yao had a small leopard print bag on her shoulder. She dashed out from Lady Zhen's side while 2 fire wheels appeared beneath her feet and 2 swords came into her hands. After the Kunlun godly lamp shattered, Lady Zhen collected the pieces and shot them into Duan Yao's body with some secret demonic techniques, giving a great boost to her cultivation strength. While the human cultivators placed great emphasis on progressive elevation, they regarded the fast and unorthodox cultivation techniques as evil methods. However, the demon tribe just used these fast techniques. If one found a demonic cultivation technique and cultivated in secret, they would probably gain great progress first but die soon. It happened due to the lack of guidance from a powerful demon king. Generally, the demonic cultivation techniques were regarded as forbidden books, and any cultivator who secretly cultivated the demonic cultivation technique would be killed. After severing her ties with Sky Mountain sect, Duan Yao had followed Lady Zhen and was determined to become a demonic girl, deserting all the previous rules. She had reached top-tier nascent soul realm after merging with the fragments of the Kunlun godly lamp. Standing behind Lady Zhen, Xie Yujia was a bit surprised when she saw Duan Yao rushing over. Even a peak Qian level cultivator might not be able to fight more than a dozen Qian level and Kun level cultivators. Stepping on the fire wheels and with 2 swords in her hands, Duan Yao looked like a dashing demonic girl with her black hair fluttering in the wind. Dang! Stepping on the fire wheels, Duan Yao's sword techniques were elegant and light, and her black pleat skirt spread like a flower when she spun. Her movements were swift and beautiful. She wore a pair of black leather shoes which accentuated her beautiful legs. Lady Zhen had bought those for her at downtown. When Xie Yujia got the message from the Golden Shield in East Ocean University, she immediately contacted Lu Linlin and Lu Lily. She had planned to bring the Lu sisters to rescue Hao Ren, but the usually fearless Lu sisters didn't act immediately. Instead, they seemed cautious. From the communication between the Golden Shield and Little White, they understood that Zhen Kongming had also been caught. After some discussion, they decided to go to Lady Zhen in the Demon Sea. Thinking that the Demon Sea would be extremely dangerous, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily guarded Xie Yujia carefully. However, when the demon beasts in the Demon Sea saw Lady Zhen's mark on Xie Yujia's shoulder, none of them dared to come out. Despite their unstable realms, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had reached the Soul Formation realm, which meant that they were not to be messed with. After learning that the Dragon God Shrine captured Hao Ren and Zhen Kongming, Lady Zhen agreed to come to their rescue. She brought Duan Yao out of the Demon Sea and came to East Ocean City. Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters were relieved that Lady Zhen agreed to help. However, she wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she took Duan Yao shopping in East Ocean City. With her son locked in the Dragon God Shrine, Lady Zhen was in the mood to go shopping. While Xie Yujia wondered if she should break into the Dragon God Shrine herself and rescue them, Lady Zhen finally came out from the fitting room in satisfaction and flew toward the Dragon God Shrine at a leisurely pace. Lady Zhen looked as if she were taking Duan Yao on vacation instead of coming out of the Demon Sea on a rescue mission. Ding! Ding! About a dozen level 3 inspectors surrounded Duan Yao. Since the dragon cultivators preferred battling at close range instead of shooting Dharma treasures from the distance, they surrounded Duan Yao and attacked her with weapons. Stepping on the fire wheels, Duan Yao's movements were light and elegant while the black pleat skirt floated up, revealing her white legs. Although she was of the same age as Zhao Yanzi, she had begun to show her charm after staying with Lady Zhen. Okay. Yao, that's enough. Seeing Duan Yao beginning to sweat, Lady Zhen flew into the high sky, waved her hand, and knocked the inspectors away with a gush of demonic wind. Duan Yao returned to Lady Zhen's side, and she withdrew the swords and remained silent while pouting. Her face was flushing charmingly. Bang! Meanwhile, the deputy shrine masters rushed out from the building. With a slight smile, Lady Zhen flicked her fingers and shot out 9 pills condensed by nature essence. The 9 deputy shrine masters rushing from the dragon god shrine hurried to block. However, they were no match for Lady Zhen, an external demon king, and they were sent flying backward for dozens of meters and crashed onto the platform. Some of them tried to get up but were pressed back by a light flick from Lady Zhen. They couldn't even jump to their feet. Watching Lady Zhen in amazement, Xie Yujia seemed to get some inspiration for her archery techniques. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili looked at Lady Zhen's great power cheerfully, knowing that she could get Hao Ren out. Since they had caused upheaval on 7th heaven, they probably would have to return. Thus, they didn't dare to make more trouble. In the heavenly prison, Qin Xiaoyang sensed the violent shaking of the platform, and he caught a table at the center of the heavenly prison hurriedly and looked up at the black ceiling in alarm. After the initial alarm, the prisoners suddenly yelled with excitement. Bang! The dragon god shrine shook again violently, and the black stones that created this building seemed as if they would collapse. Let them go! Lady Zhen's loud voice came from the outside of the dragon god shrine. Clutching on a table, Qin Xiaoyang managed to stand up and listen carefully. Ever since the establishment of the dragon god shrine, it was the first time that someone dared to attack it. This attacker seems very powerful, Qin Xiaoyang thought. Mrs. Hong, please calm down. A voice suddenly came from the dragon god shrine. This voice wasn't thunderous, but it traveled very far. Kui! If you don't let them go, I'll reveal your secrets and destroy your dragon god shrine, Lady Zhen yelled. Hovering in the high sky on the cloud-shaped ruyi cloth, Xie Yujia looked at Lady Zhen by her side and sensed the overwhelming aura. Only half an hour ago, she had been leisurely shopping at East Ocean City. Half an hour later, she was shattering the dragon god shrine's array formation and forcing the highest organization of the dragon tribe to release its prisoners. Mrs. Hong, are you forcing me to battle you? The voice in the dragon god shrine got tougher. Standing on the platform outside of the dragon god shrine, the 9 deputy shrine masters all looked up in astonishment. The shrine master who had faced the wall for hundreds of years and whose nature essence was not even detectable to the 9 deputy shrine masters was going to show his power. His rivals were 2 soul formation realm cultivators and 1 eternal demon king. Good. If you attack, you'll break the promise of never coming out the shrine, Lady Zhen said lightly with her arms crossed over her chest. With her 2 gold earrings and the gorgeous hairstyle, she showed the presence of a calm aristocratic lady. After hearing Lady Zhen's words, the voice in the dragon god shrine didn't respond. Crack! In the heavenly prison, the cells that were locking Hao Ren and Zhen Kongming opened automatically. Qin Xiaoyang looked at Hao Ren in astonishment. Knowing that his mom was here to rescue him, Zhen Kongming decided to throw a tantrum and stayed inside the cell. However, an invisible force supported his back and pushed him through the stone gate that had suddenly opened. Hao Ren was also tossed out of the dragon god shrine by the same mysterious force without any resistance. Humph! Lady Zhen spread her hands, and 2 forces came toward Hao Ren and Zhen Kongming, steadying their bodies. Then, she turned abruptly and led Hao Ren and Zhen Kongming away. Chapter 743, The Chosen One by the Heavenly Tao. Wah! When Hao Ren and the others turned to leave, the 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators were also released from the dragon god palace. Seeing Hao Ren, they didn't dare to mess with him. Instead, they fled to the opposite direction, didn't want to get close. A demon king who could destroy the dragon god palace and the twin soul formation realm cultivators were more than they could handle. They wouldn't dare to make trouble for Hao Ren again even if they could get the chance to enter ninth heaven, let alone only Wang Shitung's cave abode. Looking back at the 3 metal elemental dragon cultivators who fled in a different direction, Hao Ren turned his gaze to Lady Zhen by his side and asked, "Didn't Su Han come back?" Lady Zhen glanced at him in exasperation. "Do you want me to attack the Dragon God Palace with an inspector?" Hao Ren was speechless. The golden shield which had come with Xie Yujia hovered beneath Hao Ren's feet, supporting him. "She's trying to break into peak Qian level in the Demon Sea and will be back in a few days," she continued. "Got it." Hao Ren nodded. When he didn't see Su Han, he had been worried. Lady Zhen glanced at Hao Ren again and said, "They were lenient on you." While she spoke, she placed her hand onto Hao Ren's shoulder. A surge of powerful demonic essence suddenly entered Hao Ren's body, and he felt like his withered meridians were instantly filled up while his exhausted nature essence was replenished. Yu Zilong had shattered his sword energies but didn't destroy his meridians, which meant that Yu Zilong wasn't cruel toward him. The 1,000-year cultivation strength of a peak Qian level dragon cultivator. The origin essence of a soul formation realm cultivator. Your own cultivation strength, and my demonic essence. Lady Zhen looked at Hao Ren and said, "The miscellaneous energies in your body are enough to have a party." Hao Ren shook his head helplessly. Ever since he began cultivation, he had indeed gotten all kinds of energy injected into his body, including Zhao Horan, Old Grandma, Su Han, Lady Zhen, the Lu sisters, and even Little White. These energies had the same basic properties, but different features, and they were all gathered in his body, causing different effects. "You are lucky that you didn't die from it. An ordinary person would have died if such a mixture of energy entered the body," Lady Zhen said. Hao Ren knew that he should thank the light-splitting sword shadow scroll which could control different energies with different sword energies, making them at peace in his body. However, with his increase of realms, he would need purer nature essence, which meant that he would have to refine these different energies again sooner or later. Hao Ren activated the demonic essence that Lady Zhen injected into his body and unblocked all the meridians, recovering the realm of mid-tier Xuan level. "Well, Yao asked me to rescue you as well," Lady Zhen glanced at him and said. Flying by her side, Duan Yao remained silent. "Can I leave Yao in your care for a few days?" Lady Zhen asked while turning her bright and cold gaze toward him. Not at all," Hao Ren answered. After being rescued by Lady Zhen from the Dragon God Palace, he couldn't refuse such a small request. "Well, since Qin just came back to life, I plan to travel around the world with him, but I'm afraid this little girl will get bored alone in the Demon Sea," Lady Zhen said. Sweat popped out on Hao Ren's forehead when he heard this explanation. Then, he glanced at Duan Yao and realized that she still looked cold. Perhaps due to her outfit or the fact that she had reached the nascent soul realm under the guidance of Lady Zhen, Duan Yao now looked like a small demonic girl. Although her movements were not as charming as Lady Zhen's, she was quite attractive. "You can take her with you, and I'll come and pick her up in a few days," Lady Zhen said. Suddenly, Hao Ren felt like Lady Zhen had rescued him so that he could take care of Duan Yao in the city instead of doing it because of their good relationship. Or, did Duan Yao pick me to take care of her? Hao Ren pondered. Hao Ren glanced at Lady Zhen's pretty profile again and gave her the benefit of the doubt. He suspected that Lady Zhen and her Qin probably wanted to leave the Demon Sea temporarily to avoid something and didn't want Duan Yao to stay in the sea during this period. Perhaps Lady Zhen's husband would need to battle a powerful enemy, and Lady Zhen wants to guard the Demon Sea with him but didn't want Duan Yao to take the risk with her, Hao Ren guessed in his mind. Lady Zhen's expression was mild while a mysterious smile appeared, making it hard for Hao Ren to understand her true intention. Stepping on his black disc, Zhen Kongming was flying ahead of Lady Zhen, trying to get back and see Wu Luoxue. Seeing his impatience, Lady Zhen reached out and hit him on the back of his head. Zhen Kongming, who had been flying at a great speed, dashed forward more than 10 meters before looking back angrily. When he saw that it was Lady Zhen, his expression immediately turned silly. "I didn't plan on saving you." Lady Zhen gave him a cold look. While maintaining his silly smile, Zhen Kongming finally slowed down and flew alongside Lady Zhen, asking charmingly, "Mom, do you have demon transformation pills?" Goosebumps appeared on Hao Ren's skin when he saw the usually fierce Zhen Kongming looking this way, wondering if all demon beasts were like him. For what? Lady Jen looked at him coldly. This, Jen Kongming didn't know how to respond. You always make trouble on land. Now that your dad woke up, you will rule the demon sea one day. Lady Jen looked at him and said, I'll give you two choices. Jen Kongming turned to look at her cautiously. The first is to return to the demon sea with me. Your dad wants to see you and check your cultivation progress. Jen Kongming looked at her and swallowed his saliva, looking reluctant. The second is that you can stay in East Ocean City but under one condition. Jen Kongming looked up immediately. I know you like Wu Luoxue. If you can win her heart, I'll let you stay outside of the demon sea temporarily, Lady Jen said. Hearing her words, Jen Kongming's eyes brightened. He was indifferent as to where he stayed as long as he could see Wu Luoxue. That was why he wanted to stay at East Ocean City. He had thought that his mom would object his love toward Wu Luoxue, but she gave him approval. Jen Kongming was so excited that he almost danced. He had obeyed Lady Jen in every way possible when he was little, and his lifestyle changed after he was taken out of the demon sea by Chu Niu. After Lady Jen came and rescued him, he had thought that he would be brought back to the demon sea. However, she had allowed him to remain in East Ocean City and even gave him the mission of pursuing his beloved girl. Boom! The group broke through the clouds and entered East Ocean City. While Hao Ren, the Lu sisters, and Xie Yujia flew toward their home by the sea, Jen Kongming hurried toward Lingjiao Elementary School, feeling driven with his mom's support. Yao, go with them. Lady Jen looked at Duan Yao and pointed toward the direction of Hao Ren. Duan Yao bit on her lower pink lip and followed Hao Ren while two spinning fire wheels appeared beneath her feet. Lady Jen turned half a circle in the high sky and suddenly released a wave of green light. The green light spread outward with her in the center. As if it were a response, a slim white light appeared at one location in the city. Lady Jen instantly turned into a beam of green light and flew toward that direction. After cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years, she had some understanding of the heavenly Tao, and she felt like some changes would happen to the layout of the world. Since Hao Ren had become Zhen Yuanzi's brother, it meant that Zhen Yuanzi approved him. By sending Duan Yao to Hao Ren's side, Lady Jen wanted her to stay out of the unpredictable world disaster. She had initially liked Duan Yao's physique and personality, so she had taken the latter to control the Kunlun godly lamp. However, Duan Yao had shown extremely good cultivation talent and could truly become the #1 demonic girl in the world. Ding! Lady Jen landed at the entrance of a coffee shop, and the people on the bustling street didn't notice her sudden appearance. In her gray coat, Lady Jen pushed open the door and saw a long-haired woman in a white windbreaker savoring a cup of coffee on a seat by the window. She looked up and saw Lady Jen. Then, she turned her eyes toward the street outside of the window. Lady Jen walked over like a breeze and sat down across from her. Long time no see Bai Zi, Lady Jen said. Mrs. Hong, it has been a long time, the beautiful woman named Bai Zi answered mildly. Qin Hong is now resurrected. Lady Jen unbuttoned her coat and ordered a cup of coffee before continuing. Okay. Bai Zi looked at Lady Jen. What do you want me to say? Let's forget about the past. Lady Jen stared at her and said. I'm no longer the #2 demon king of the demon sea. As a mortal woman, I don't care if the world is changing drastically. Bai Zi put down the coffee cup and said calmly. Her white fingers were more beautiful and exquisite than the cup. When the chessboard moves, the chess pieces will move as well. If we join forces, the demon sea will be invincible, Lady Jen said. The secret of the heavenly Tao lies with that kid named Hao Ren. He is the chosen one by of the heavenly Tao, and I'm only a bystander. I will not show my hand, Bai Zi said. Seeing Lady Jen still staring at her, Bai Zi said after a moment of consideration, I'll never return to the demon sea, but I'm not sure if Luoxue will. Okay. Lady Jen nodded and picked up the hot coffee that the waiter delivered to her, but she didn't drink it. Kongming has Qin Hong's eyebrows and eyes and your personality. Bai Zi stood up slowly and said, you and Qin Hong are a couple, and I no longer hold a grudge against you. Lady Jen turned her head slowly and watched this beautiful woman in white walk out of the glass door and disappear in the crowd quietly. Chapter 744, The Leader of Global Biology Circle. While Lady Jen met up with Bai Zi, Hao Ren, Xie Yujia, and the Lu sisters had just returned home. Wagging its tail, Little White ran out of the house to welcome them. Why? Don't you have school today? Seeing Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters returning, Grandma asked with pleasant surprise. Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang were home. One was arranging files while the other prepared dinner. Hao Ren had been locked in the Dragon God Shrine for one day. Zhao Yanzi was reading on the sofa, and she immediately jumped up when Hao Ren and the others came in. She wore a pale coffee-colored long sweater over a pair of black long cotton stockings which accentuated her legs. The cotton stockings covered from her feet up to her thighs, looking youthful and tempting. A girl at Zhao Yanzi's age wouldn't wear silk stockings, but she looked quite sexy in these long cotton stockings. However, her face changed when she saw Duan Yao behind Hao Ren, and the latter's long bare legs beneath the black pleat skirt. Isn't that Yao? You came to revisit us? Grandma looked at Duan Yao who was behind Hao Ren and asked with a smile. Yeah. Duan Yao nodded slightly. Seeing that Lady Zhen wasn't with them, Zhao Yanzi knew instantly that Duan Yao would live here for a while, which deepened the scowl on her face. She burned with jealousy when she saw Duan Yao emitting the aura of top-tier nascent soul realm. Hello, Grandma. Duan Yao placed her hands on her white knees and bowed slightly. Oh, good girl. Don't you feel cold wearing so little? Seeing Duan Yao being politer than before, Grandma was pleased and walked over, pulling Duan Yao into the living room. Now that the weather had turned chilly, most people in the city had put on clothes for the fall and even dug out their winter jackets. However, Duan Yao still wore a black pleat skirt which wasn't even reaching her knees. It made Grandma begin to lament about how young girls nowadays didn't know how to take care of themselves. The house was warm inside. Yu Yang, who had been cooking in the kitchen, waved at them through the glass door of the kitchen when she saw Hao Ren and the others coming home. Although she wasn't a good cook, she had been learning from Zhao Hongyu to win back Grandma's heart. Her cooking skills were improving gradually. Seeing Zhao Yanzi here, Hao Ren knew that she had stayed here to protect his family. Also, he knew that she was displeased with Duan Yao here. However, Duan Yao was Lady Zhen's beloved disciple, and Lady Zhen had saved Hao Ren before. Therefore, he had to do her this favor and didn't have any other thoughts about her. She will stay here for only a couple of days and go back very soon. Hao Ren walked over and whispered in Zhao Yanzi's ear. Zhao Yanzi squirmed her shoulders, still unhappy. Hao Ren took her shoulders and brought her into his arms, patting her on the back. Hao Ren was quite moved that Zhao Yanzi had stayed in his home to protect his family at this critical moment. Being taken into Hao Ren's arms in front of everyone in the living room, Zhao Yanzi blushed instantly and pounded her fists on his chest before walking out of his loose embrace. She had been worried in the past dozen days when Hao Ren vanished. After he returned, he was captured by the Dragon God Shrine. She hated herself for not being powerful enough to rescue Hao Ren from the Dragon God Shrine. However, Xie Yujia had bravely gone to the Demon Sea to get help, and she had brought Hao Ren back. Thinking of Xie Yujia's deep feelings for Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi felt weird inside but was still grateful toward her. He, Grandma laughed when she saw Hao Ren hugging Zhao Yanzi. Duan Yao bit on her lip, feeling a bit jealous. Where's Dad? Hao Ren asked. In the study room. He published an article a few days ago and has been extremely excited about it. He locks himself in the study room the moment he comes home, Grandma complained. Okay. Hao Ren walked to the study room and knocked before opening the door. Hao Zonghua was at the desk, reading a file in German which he had just printed out. Hearing Hao Ren pushing open the door and entering the room, he finally raised his head. He was so engrossed in the readings that he didn't come out to greet Xie Yujia and the others. He didn't even hear them. Oh, you're back? Hao Zonghua saw Hao Ren and asked in a distracted way. Hao Ren had just gotten home after taking a leave from school for more than 10 days, but Hao Zonghua had responded mildly to his return, which meant that his mind was still on the file which he was reading. Dad, how is your dragon searching project going? Seeing the girls chatting with Grandma in the living room, Hao Ren closed the door behind him and got to the point. Well, you got the news too. Hao Zonghua raised his head abruptly with eyes full of thrill and excitement like a kid who saw his favorite toy. The opportunity is given to the prepared people. Last time when the waves surged up, a scale flowed in, and I put it away without your notice.
Then, I took it to the research institute for analysis. Can you guess what I found?
What did you find? Hao Ren asked. It is a creature that we have never discovered before. Since the people all discredited my hypothesis, I took it to the institute to analyze in secret and extracted a special genetic sequence. I found that it came from a creature whose genes are superior to our humans. Then, have you published it? Hao Ren asked. To create a sensational effect, I didn't want to keep the research results to myself. I cut the potential dragon scale into about a dozen pieces and sent them to the top biologists in the world, asking them to study them in secret. The day before yesterday, we published articles on the same topic at the same time. Hao Zhonghua said excitedly. Standing in front of the desk, Hao Ren felt a bit dizzy. With all the top biologists in the world publishing the newest research, it was a heavy bomb in the quiet science circle. Any scientists with some experience could sense that it was a big discovery worthy of a Nobel Prize. This scientific project of searching for dragons had achieved a breakthrough. What was more, it was a joint move of all the top research organizations in the world. The most astonishing discovery is that there is a special energy fluctuation on the fragments. Even though it is weak, it is completely different from other creatures, Hao Zhonghua continued. Hao Ren shivered, thinking, that is the scale of a metal elemental cultivator. It can be made into a Dharma treasure, so of course, it's different. If there were dragon blood on the scale, and the scientists used this to nurture an embryo in the lab, it would be a bigger problem.
If Hao Zhonghua had studied the issue all by himself, the things would be easier to handle. However, he had sent the dragon scale fragments to different laboratories around the world and asked them to research and publish results together, which gave the dragon god shrine a problem that was almost impossible to solve.
What do you think? Are you dumbfounded? Seeing Hao Ren standing there, Hao Zhonghua asked proudly. He rubbed his chain and laughed. I told you that there are dragons, and I would find proof. Now that all the scientists in the world are hooked, we might find real dragons very soon. In the past couple of days, he had been busy contacting scientists from all over the world, and new developments continued to come to him. Hao Zhonghua, who had initiated this project, had become the leader of the global biology community. By giving out the fragments, Hao Zhonghua had piqued the interest of the top biologists all over the world and enlisted them under his program to some extent. He didn't hope for the Nobel Prize. Instead, he just hoped that this project could obtain a final satisfactory result. Looking at Hao Zhonghua, whose face glowed with excitement, Hao Ren knew why the Dragon God Shrine wrote, "Kill if necessary," on the mission booklet. Hao Zhonghua, who had started the whole thing, was now the leader of this project. How come you two have a common topic today? With her sleeves rolled up, Yu Yang pushed open the door and walked in from the living room. Dinner is ready. Just coming out of the kitchen, Yu Yang was also glowing as she sweated a little. She had known about Hao Zhonghua's research progress on the golden scale, and this important sample, which had been cut into pieces and sent out all over the world, had attracted great attention. Yu Yang had been sulky in the beginning since Hao Zhonghua had hidden this important discovery from her. However, when the world turned their eyes to Hao Zhonghua and made him the leader of the global biology circle, Yu Yang felt very proud. When Hao Zhonghua began the project, all their friends and families thought that he had lost his mind. But now, he made the biggest discovery of the century. Yu Yang seemed to regain the admiration that she had for her husband when they were young. Let's go and have dinner. Hao Zhonghua patted Hao Ren on the shoulder and threw his arm over Hao Ren's neck while they walked out to the living room. Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters were setting the table, and Duan Yao also helped them spread the tablecloth in her black pleat skirt. Hao Ren knew that the situation had gotten out of control. Unless they could take care of Hao Zhonghua, eliminate the project from the top, and make a mess of the information to make it seem like a huge error in science history. Girls, sit down and have dinner. Also glowing, Grandma called out to the girls in the room. Grandma snorted when she saw Hao Ren coming out of the study room with Hao Zhonghua and Yu Yang. She thought, this naughty boy. He was away from home for more than 10 days, and he keeps on going missing. If he doesn't leave a baby for the Hao family, I'll never let him out the door. For some unknown reason, Hao Ren shivered suddenly. Chapter 745. Can't hold it back anymore. It was such an enjoyable dinner. Hao Zhonghua and Yu Yang were in a good mood, and Grandma was amused by Lu Linlin and Lu Lily the entire time. Grandma was having a good time, but she missed Su-han. Since Zhen Kongming didn't come back home, his room could be given to Duan Yao. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily stayed in the same room with Xie Yujia since they were skinny enough to sleep on the same bed. Then, Zhao Yanzi went to bed with Grandma. The house went back to silence after everyone took bathed and fell asleep. Little White hopped into Hao Ren's room, and she squeezed under the blanket and laid beside Hao Ren's feet. It was a quiet night. Hao Ren cultivated for a while and then thought about his dad's project. He felt like it was irresolvable. In order to create a sensation, Hao Zonghua set up everything secretly and then united others to make the announcement, which left the Dragon God Shrine no time to react. Hao Ren was no longer an inspector, so he didn't know what the Dragon God Shrine would do next. After mulling it over, Hao Ren started to have a headache. Therefore, he gave up and went to bed. Beside his feet, Little White coiled up like a fluffy ball of fur. "Little White, you are going to follow my dad around and keep him safe these days, got it?" Hao Ren asked as he lightly stepped on Little White's belly. "Rough, rough," Little White responded while snuggling under the blanket. Usually, she would turn into her human form to act cute in front of Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi, but that didn't work on Hao Ren. Therefore, she didn't bother transforming into her human form when she was about Hao Ren. Staring at the gray ceiling, Hao Ren uttered a long sigh as he had no clue how things would go afterward. In the room next door, Zhao Yanzi was keeping Grandma company. After she noticed that Grandma had fallen asleep, she got out of the blanket quietly, bent down to get her slippers, and then walked toward the door on her tiptoes. Grandma, who was sleeping, suddenly opened her eyes and smiled when she saw Zhao Yanzi disappearing at the door. Grabbing the slippers, Zhao Yanzi walked to Hao Ren's room next door, opened the door quietly, put down the slippers, and lifted Hao Ren's blanket without any noise. Hearing Zhao Yanzi walking in and seeing her get under the blanket, Hao Ren coughed slightly as he got a little nervous. Zhao Yanzi's light brown long sweater was in her arms. She was only wearing a tight-fitting long-sleeve shirt with a pair of black cotton stockings. She threw her sweater on Hao Ren's blanket and then snugged her way into his blanket. Suddenly, she gasped as she found Little White lying beside Hao Ren's feet. Therefore, she reached out her hand and pulled the fluffy and soft Little White out of the blanket. "Go!" Zhao Yanzi pushed the window open and threw Little White out. Then, she sneaked into Hao Ren's bed to sleep with him. How could she let Little White stay with them? With her innocent eyes wide open, Little White fell off the second floor, but she pushed open the window on the first floor and got into Xie Yujia's room. Suddenly, the screams of the three girls sounded. It was clear that Little White took advantage and snuck into their bed. "What's the matter?" Zhao Yanzi turned around suddenly and looked at Hao Ren aggressively. The way she talked made it seem like it was Hao Ren who sneaked in secretly, which weakened Hao Ren's courage. Therefore, he couldn't say anything. Zhao Yanzi closed the window before going back to Hao Ren's bed. The pair of black cotton stockings that she wore weren't so thick. They felt more like silk stockings as they passed by Hao Ren's knees. Hao Ren thought back to how Zhao Yanzi looked when he came back, and he found her a little sexy. Also, Zhao Yanzi's tight-fit cotton shirt was so soft that Hao Ren was able to feel her beautiful and smooth back when she leaned against him. "This girl is getting more and more. She has such nerve that she came to my bed at midnight without saying anything," he thought. Hao Ren touched her tiny waist and then her thighs, finding that she had pulled up her stockings quite high. Actually, it was Hao Ren's first time touching this kind of stockings. When he saw them, he always thought that girls with slender legs would look elegant in them. He didn't expect that Zhao Yanzi was wearing these stockings instead of her uniform. Leaning against Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi got nervous as she noticed that Hao Ren was touching her stockings. She always thought that Hao Ren was a pervert, but she couldn't help going to his bed. She just wanted to dress up a little, but she didn't know that her outfit was exactly Hao Ren's preference. One of the reasons for sneaking into Hao Ren's room was that she missed him, and the other was to guard him against Duan Yao. If she didn't come, she felt like Duan Yao would probably show up at night. Breathing quietly, Hao Ren reached one stocking at the top of her thigh before slowly rolled it down her leg. He didn't know how to take off girls' stockings, but most of her thigh was exposed as he rolled the stocking down, bit by bit. Although Zhao Yanzi was under the blanket, Hao Ren's palm was still able to touch her, which made her too nervous to either move or hide. "You are always like this, damn. Pervert. Although she was screaming in her head, Zhao Yanzi was still quite excited. Hao Ren rolled the stockings down to Zhao Yanzi's lower leg before taking them off while touching her soft foot. This was a first. Fine. That's so annoying. Feeling Hao Ren touching her other leg, Zhao Yanzi puckered up her leg and took off the stocking immediately. It gave her goosebumps as Hao Ren took off her stocking. Ha! Hao Ren was a little disappointed. He felt like girls looked better with the stockings on, and the tight fit made the curves of the legs more charming. Under Zhao Yanzi's cotton shirt was her tiny underwear. As soon as Hao Ren's hands passed it, she immediately covered both sides of the underwear with her hands. Hao Ren didn't have any other intention. All he did was place his hands on her tummy and hold her in his arms. There was no need to say anything at this moment. In her tiny underwear and wrapped by Hao Ren from behind, Zhao Yanzi was nervous, and her face was flushed. She started to regret coming here since she just set a trap for herself. Hao Ren's mouth moved closer to her ear, and he couldn't hold in his laughter anymore. The more that Zhao Yanzi tried to straighten up her body, the firmer her body became. Hao Ren didn't mean to take advantage of her, but it was quite impossible for her to avoid becoming his adorable wife now. Laying on her side and being wrapped by Hao Ren's arms, Zhao Yanzi was aware that she and Hao Ren would do this eventually. The reason for me coming here is to ask you if. Zhao Yanzi turned around suddenly and stared at Hao Ren. You. Hao Ren looked at her adorable face from such a short distance as he whispered, "What?" Seeing Hao Ren staring at her as if he would kiss her at any moment, Zhao Yanzi's face became even redder. "You are such a pervert," Zhao Yanzi said while biting her lips. Hao Ren smiled. He had to admit that he liked Zhao Yanzi deeply and had already taken her as his adorable wife in the future. Humph. Zhao Yanzi turned back suddenly and hid her head under the blanket. Hao Ren was wrapping her belly, but his hand slid to her chest as she moved down a little. You. Zhao Yanzi turned silent after she let out one word. Hao Ren was just cuddling with her and didn't make any moves. Any move would be sensitive. While holding her chest, Hao Ren's palm moved slightly, and Zhao Yanzi raised her shoulders and adjusted her breath. "I like you," Hao Ren whispered. He didn't lie since their relationship had gotten deeper and deeper. They wouldn't end up being together if they weren't suitable or attracted to each other. Zhao Yanzi was about to go to high school, and her body started to have more curves as she turned 16. Although she seemed to be skinnier than other girls in her class, that was all because she exercised a lot. Therefore, her legs and waist were slender. She had a nice figure in terms of body proportion. "You are such a pervert." While biting her lips, Zhao Yanzi complained as she moved her shoulders clumsily. Being cuddled from behind made her feel quite hot. Hao Ren's hands were still on her chest. Being cuddled from behind made her feel quite hot. As Hao Ren lifted his hands carefully, Zhao Yanzi became more nervous about moving. Even a 1-inch move would cause dramatic thoughts in her mind. Her breath went unstable with the slight movement of Hao Ren's hands. As her heart raced, Hao Ren's head was passing her ear slowly. He was so close to kissing her lips. Zhao Yanzi's chest went up and down dramatically, but she was too scared to move noises. The moist on the tip of her tongue had almost suffocated her. Hao Ren looks like a nerd, but how can he handle this so well? She thought. Hao Ren was actually nervous as well since his room was in between his grandma and parents' rooms. He was worried that Zhao Yanzi wouldn't be able to take it and scream. While pinning down Zhao Yanzi's slim but curvy body, a thought crossed Hao Ren's mind. Her body will be even more mature after half a year or a year. Zhao Yanzi suddenly bit Hao Ren's tongue and said, "You must have done something with Sister Su." Hao Ren raised his head in a hurry and stared at Zhao Yanzi in the moonlight. Zhao Yanzi had doubts about Su Han and Hao Ren when they went to the Nine-Dragon Palace, and she was about to press Hao Ren for an answer when she came in. However, she didn't expect herself to fall into his trap. As she was about to fall for Hao Ren, she noticed that he seemed to be very experienced, which was quite questionable. "Or did you also do something with Xie Yujia?" Zhao Yanzi then suddenly stuck out her chest and stared at Hao Ren angrily. "Don't tell me that I'm not the first." Zhao Yanzi felt impatient when thinking about this. Hao Ren had been very reserved, but what happened in the Nine-Dragon Palace was out of his control zone. He always behaved himself when he was with Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters, and the only intimate relationship that he had before was with Zhao Yanzi. It was incredibly hard for a man to do that. Little Z, are you jealous? Don't worry. I would only stay with him if he can defeat me, a voice sounded outside the window. Chapter 746. All the men are perverts. Hao Ren surprised, and his shoulders which were raised by Zhao Yanzi's hands collapsed back onto her because of this. He didn't expect Su Han to return from the Demon Sea and appear outside his bedroom window. Su Han's voice disappeared gradually. Zhao Yanzi's face turned red, and she punched Hao Ren on his shoulders with full strength. In reality, Su Han just showed up beside Hao Ren's bedroom. She was cultivating in the Demon Sea, and the Nuwa stone inside her body was suddenly triggered, helping her reach peak Qian level. She got out of her room and was about to say farewell to Lady Zhen when she was informed that Hao Ren's family was in trouble, and Lady Zhen had left to rescue them. Therefore, she flew from the Demon Sea to Hao Ren's home this late at night. However, she found that everything was in peace when she arrived at Hao Ren's home. As she was about to jump onto the balcony of his room and knock on the door to figure it out the situation, she noticed that Zhao Yanzi was in Hao Ren's bed, interrogating him. Since the question happened to be related to her, she said something to get him off the hook. After Su Han had already flown away, Zhao Yanzi couldn't calm down as Su Han's words seemed to hold some special meanings. Pervert. Zhao Yanzi exploded abruptly and pushed Hao Ren away before she flipped over and pinned Hao Ren down. Seeing the innocent and stupid look on Hao Ren's face in the moonlight, Zhao Yanzi's rage increased. She thought that only Xie Yujia, Lu Linlin, and Lu Lili liked him but didn't know that her cold sister Su loved him as well. Looking at his seemingly innocent face, Zhao Yanzi didn't know how she could vent her anger. She understood that Hao Ren didn't mean to mess around, but she had no idea how she should react after finding out that so many pretty girls liked her boyfriend. What a mix of love and hate. Zhao Yanzi hopped on Hao Ren's chest and kissed his lips heavily. Hao Ren was stupefied for a moment as he didn't expect this kind of reaction from Zhao Yanzi. Seeing her biting his lips like a little puppy, Hao Ren instantly froze. Guessing Zhao Yanzi's thoughts was impossible. Pervert, Zhao Yanzi said fiercely, and then she bit on Hao Ren's lips while wrapping her arms around his neck. Dressed in her tight-fit shirt, she pinned Hao Ren down and moved her body from side to side, which made Hao Ren feel aroused. The size of Hao Ren's bed was between a single and a twin, which wasn't too small. He held Zhao Yanzi by her slim and smooth back and flipped over gently to put her under him. Zhao Yanzi's face was all red. She didn't get any benefits from kissing Hao Ren so crazily and also hurt him a little. Hao Ren looked at her messy hair and felt her short breaths before staring into her dark eyes. Zhao Yanzi calmed down slowly when Hao Ren stared at her. Then, Hao Ren moved close to her lips like a mountain. He gently opened her pink lips and felt the tip of her tongue behind her teeth, and Zhao Yanzi laid her hands beside her and slowly held her breath. Hao Ren was very gentle, and she could feel that he liked her a lot. The gentle touches gradually calmed her down. Zhao Yanzi was still unfamiliar with it, but it was at least better than last time. She used to think about how Ling did it with her boyfriend, but now she couldn't think about anything else and immersed herself into this experience. Ah, she suddenly gasped. She noticed that Hao Ren had put his hands underneath her shirt. He is still such a pervert, he thought. Zhao Yanzi tightened her body but only found that Hao Ren had already lifted her shirt. The blanket was propped up by Hao Ren's back, and the moonlight was shining on her curvy chest. It was quite chilly. Zhao Yanzi's entire body was frozen immediately due to the shyness. Hao Ren was kissing her gently, and he wasn't able to hold back his excitement as his hands were on top of her. Don't do that. Although Zhao Yanzi was thinking about this, her body was too soft to resist anything. Don't get cold. Hao Ren pulled the blanket over Zhao Yanzi's shoulders. He was worried that he would have a heart attack and Zhao Yanzi would catch a cold. Pervert, 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 I won't let you kiss me. Seeing Hao Ren was still such a gentleman under this circumstance, she grabbed his shoulder and pushed him away. Hao Ren was pushed back into the blanket immediately, and his face passed by the lifted shirt as he felt something cold. It was Zhao Yanzi's chest. Ah! Zhao Yanzi's body shook as she screamed a little. The noise awakened Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang in the next room, but they pulled the blanket up and went back to sleep as they thought that Zhao Yanzi was sleeping with Grandma. However, in the other room, Grandma smiled happily and mumbled, "Young people really can't hold back." All the turmoil at night made Zhao Yanzi embarrassed and excited. Overall, Hao Ren took quite a lot of advantage of her. He would never allow anyone to have Zhao Yanzi, so he took her into his control as much as he could. Zhao Yanzi just felt like she had fallen into his trap, and he kissed her anywhere possible. As a consequence, there was no way back. She belonged to him now. What happened in the night made Zhao Yanzi feel very hot. Hao Ren was indeed familiar with every inch of her skin, which was warm when he cuddled with her. He looked at Zhao Yanzi's eyes, which were almost red, and he lowered his body and kissed her neck when he saw that the night was almost over. Zhao Yanzi's cotton underwear almost slid down her smooth legs, and her soft hands pressed onto Hao Ren's chest like stamps. "I'm scared." She grabbed her long sweater and put her black stockings back on. Then, she rushed out of Hao Ren's room while holding her slippers. Her heartbeat had reached the limit, and she went back to Grandma's room in a hurry. It wasn't because she didn't want to. She had felt Hao Ren's, with her tiny hands, and she thought she wouldn't be able to. After going back to Grandma's room, Zhao Yanzi mumbled and went on the bed with her heart racing crazily. "Hao Ren is so bad. I'm in grade 9 now. How can I be able to study after this?" She couldn't stop complaining, but her mind was filled with the scene of cuddling with Hao Ren. She peeped at Grandma and found her soundly asleep, so she tapped on her chest and felt lucky. "Thank God." "Ouch!" Grandmother shouted suddenly, and she turned around slowly and stared at Zhao Yanzi. "Grandma, what happened?" Zhao Yanzi asked in a shaking voice as she felt a bit guilty. Grandma is getting old. I can't sleep well when someone is around. It seemed that my back isn't in a good state." While holding onto her back, Grandma looked at Zhao Yanzi apologetically as she said, "There are still few hours before the sun rises. Grandma wants to have some good sleep. How about going to Ren's room to sleep, Z?" Zhao Yanzi didn't know how to respond to Grandma's tentative question. She was actually not in Grandma's room at night, but she couldn't tell her that. However, Zhao Yanzi felt bad when she saw Grandma in pain. "Okay Grandma, you have some good rest." Then, Zhao Yanzi picked up her sweater and slippers before walking out of Grandma's room and going to Hao Ren's room. Seeing Zhao Yanzi leaving his room, Hao Ren wondered if he scared her. He didn't expect her to come back. Without saying anything, Zhao Yanzi went back to Hao Ren's bed. She just left less than a minute ago, and the bed was still warm. When Hao Ren touched her, the diminished feeling was back again. "What are you scared of?" Hao Ren asked her. Zhao Yanzi left in such a rush that Hao Ren didn't even have time to react. "Pervert," Zhao Yanzi said while gritting her teeth. Hao Ren's feeling hadn't disappeared, so he turned her around and saw her pink face and watery eyes. At that moment, he was sure that she belonged to him. Under the blanket, Hao Ren felt her legs in the black stockings, which seemed to be even sexier. Hao Ren took off her cotton underwear gently, and Zhao Yanzi breathed so hard that her chest kept moving up and down. The shirt and stockings were still on, but Hao Ren wrapped his arms around her softly through her clothes, but it still felt so comfortable. Zhao Yanzi knew that this was going to happen at some point, and she actually looked forward to it. After leaving and coming back, it was obvious that she couldn't back out this time. But Hao Ren was indeed a pervert. Zhao Yanzi felt that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. She felt a crazy pain all of a sudden, and she curled up immediately. "It's so painful," she frowned and pushed on Hao Ren. Looking down under the blanket, it had already been. Hao Ren didn't know that there would be so much pain, and he hugged her as soon as he saw her face turning pale. "It hurts just when who knows how it is going to be." Zhao Yanzi was in so much pain that she could barely talk. All she could do was to grit her teeth and grab her sweater. Seeing tears almost coming out of her eyes, Hao Ren realized that he was too rough, so he lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead. "Are you okay now?" Seeing Zhao Yanzi's furrowed eyebrows relaxing, Hao Ren asked gently. "You are the worst." Zhao Yanzi stared at Hao Ren and breathed heavily. Then, she kissed Hao Ren on the lips unexpectedly. Hao Ren was so touched that he wrapped his arms around her even harder. Zhao Yanzi might seem willful, but she actually cared about him. Everything gradually brightened as the sun went up. While cuddling with Zhao Yanzi, Hao Ren just stayed in the same position. Suddenly, there was some noise downstairs, and Zhao Yanzi picked up her underwear instantly and then put on her sweater and slippers. Hao Ren pulled up his bedsheet, and he shot out a water elemental sword energy and a fire elemental sword energy to clean the blood off the bed without Zhao Yanzi's notice so that she wouldn't feel embarrassed. I was too impatient, Hao Ren self-reflected. With a red face, Zhao Yanzi went out of Hao Ren's room in her slippers. She believed that she belonged to Hao Ren, so she didn't think that it had special meanings. When she saw Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang preparing for breakfast, she wanted to greet them. However, for some reason, she blurted out, "Mom, Dad." Chapter 747. Wi-Fi, ah, that's so sweet. Yu Yang quickly reacted and gave Zhao Yanzi a bright smile. Yu Yang was quite surprised that Zhao Yanzi called them Mom and Dad suddenly, but she got joyous in the next second. In fact, Zhao Yanzi saw Hao Ren's parents as her own ever since she became his fiancée. However, she was absent-minded today, and that was why she called them that by accident. "Come here, Z." Yu Yang waved at Zhao Yanzi joyfully. Hao Zonghua impressed his friends in the science community incredibly with his project, which put Yu Yang in a good mood these days. Now that Zhao Yanzi called her Mom, she became even more delighted. Since Hao Zhang preferred Xie Yujia, Yu Yang liked Zhao Yanzi more. Yu Yang had already firmly believed that Zhao Yanzi was their daughter-in-law. Right now, Xie Yujia was still calling them auntie and uncle. But Zhao Yanzi had called them Mom and Dad. It showed significant progress. Hao Zonghua couldn't help rolling his eyes when he saw how excited Yu Yang was. In his mind, Zhao Yanzi just called them by mistake because she just woke up, and her mind wasn't clear. There was nothing to be excited about. Zhao Yanzi walked to the living room. She accepted the mistake and smiled at Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang without any explanation. The more Yu Yang looked at Zhao Yanzi, the more she liked her. She reached out her hand and patted Zhao Yanzi's head as she thought, "She is such a sweet girl. I can't let another family take her as their daughter-in-law." Ahem, ahem, Hao Ren coughed slightly and showed up on the stairs. Then, he called toward the living room, "Mom, Dad." Zhao Yanzi blushed as soon as she looked up and saw Hao Ren. "This pervert. He took advantage of me last night, and he is pretending to be so serious right now," Zhao Yanzi thought to herself. When Hao Ren walked into the living room, his face turned red after he saw that Zhao Yanzi was blushing. He liked Zhao Yanzi a lot, but he had to admit that he rushed it. No matter what, he still bullied her. Auntie, uncle. Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters were all dressed up and came out of the room together. Little White also ran out and jumped right onto a chair. Seeing all of them made Zhao Yanzi's face redder. She knew that Hao Ren liked her, and she wasn't mad at all. However, she just couldn't hide her shyness. However, on the second thought, everything seemed to be sweet except for the fact that Hao Ren rushed it a little. Guys are all like this. Zhao Yanzi tried to cover the blush on her face and then cursed Hao Ren silently. While facing Xie Yujia, she took a step back but stepped on Hao Ren's feet. Hao Ren reached out to catch her shoulder, and his hand slid to her arms and then held her elbows, helping her to keep her balance. If anything, Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi only had a taste of it, and nothing more happened. Hao Ren felt terrible for her when Zhao Yanzi was in pain, and he killed his naughty thought instantly. Otherwise, Hao Ren wouldn't be able to hold himself back. Zhao Yanzi was also aware of that, so she knew that Hao Ren had tender affection for her. She didn't blame him at all. Instead, she felt an indescribable sweetness. Ling Jiao Middle School was known for its discipline, but Zhao Yanzi had heard a lot about these things. Other guys probably wouldn't be so considerate and stop. Seeing Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi getting close to each other, Xie Yujia felt a bit jealous. Zhao Yanzi was only a few years younger than Hao Ren, but they looked like an ideal couple, especially when Zhao Yanzi wore those black cotton stockings which made her look more mature and sexier. Well, all the girls are up now. Grandma slowly showed up at the stairs. Grandma. All the girls looked up and greeted her at the same time. The crisp and bright greets were better than any other kinds of music to Grandma's ears, and she was immediately cheered up. Mom, breakfast is ready, Yu Yang said happily. She learned how to do a lot of housework from Zhao Hongyu recently, and she had also spent more time staying home, which improved her relationship with Grandma. Time to eat. Time to eat. Grandma squinted her eyes while walking toward the living room. Then, she asked, "Where is little Yao?" "Hello, Grandma." Dressed in a pair of jeans, a gray coat, and a plaid scarf, Duan Yao walked out of Zhen Kongming's room calmly. As if she were a cat that had just seen a mouse, Zhao Yanzi's body instantly tensed up when she saw Duan Yao. However, Grandma didn't know about the drama between Zhao Yanzi and Duan Yao. She asked all the girls to have breakfast as she loved such a lively scene. "Don't you have to go to school, little Yao?" Grandma asked during breakfast. Duan Yao shook her head before looking at Hao Ren. "I'm following him." "Okay, you are with Ren? That's good too. Your body seems weak. It's normal to have a few days off," Grandma said. She noticed that Duan Yao's face wasn't as glowy as Zhao Yanzi's, and Duan Yao was even skinnier. Therefore, she thought that Duan Yao was the kind of girl who always got sick. What she didn't know was that Duan Yao was hundreds of times stronger than Zhao Yanzi. After breakfast, Hao Zonghua and Yu Yang had to go to work in the city, so they brought everyone to school on the way. Duan Yao seemed determined to follow Hao Ren. She even sat beside him in the car without saying anything, which made Zhao Yanzi angry and speechless. Yu Yang parked her car in between Lingjiao Middle School and East Ocean University. When Hao Ren got off the car, so did Duan Yao. "I will come to have lunch with you." Zhao Yanzi looked at Duan Yao and then said to Hao Ren. Hao Ren nodded with a smile on his face. She didn't wear her uniform to school today, and the teachers would definitely scold her. However, she would also draw the attention of the boys. Nevertheless, Zhao Yanzi, who was mischievous and coquetry in front of Hao Ren, had never given any attention to those boys. She would only let Hao Ren see her sweetness as well as her shyness. Seeing Hao Ren looking at her, Zhao Yanzi recalled what happened last night, and she blushed immediately. Then, she stomped her feet and ran to her school. After seeing Zhao Yanzi disappearing into her campus, Hao Ren looked back at Duan Yao who was beside him. Duan Yao raised her head slightly and looked back at him. She was appropriately dressed. With the jeans, sports shoes, white shirt, gray coat, and a scarf that kept her warm. Who would ever think that she was a female cultivator that once lived on Sixth Heaven? "You really want to follow me?" Hao Ren asked her. Duan Yao nodded slightly. "You even want to follow me to my class?" Hao Ren asked again. How about going to the washroom? Hao Ren was at a loss for words. It was clear to him now that Duan Yao had no idea what class and washroom meant. Hao Ren walked into the university, and Duan Yao followed him tightly. In East Ocean University, everyone knew who Hao Ren was. When people saw Hao Ren bringing a girl with him, they all looked at him and started discussing. To be honest, Duan Yao was pretty since she had been cultivating since she was young. Now that she was at top-tier nascent soul realm, her elegance and aura dominated most of the regular students. Every step she took was equal in distance, and her gray coat fluttered slightly. When Hao Ren entered the classroom, Zhao Jiayi happened to be there as well. He started yelling immediately, "What the heck? You finally came back after disappearing for so many days." However, the guys were all stunned when they saw a girl with Hao Ren. They had never met this pretty little girl before. She looked quiet, but the fierce lights in her eyes revealed that she was a tough character. Gongzi. Since Hao Zonghua drove faster, Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters had been in the classroom already. They were sitting in the middle, waving at Hao Ren. Hao Ren walked up to them with Duan Yao, and Duan Yan sat beside him right away, added a one-seat distance between the Lu sisters and Hao Ren. The teacher walked in and noticed that Hao Ren brought a strange girl with him, but he didn't ask. Any teacher who had access to the news knew about Hao Ren, who was even more important than Huang Yujia. The incomparable fame that Hao Zonghua had internationally made Hao Ren, who still had a punishment from the school, a sensitive topic. If Hao Ren were punished once more, he would be expelled, but East Ocean University couldn't let that happen. Sitting next to Hao Ren, Duan Yao looked at the things that the teacher wrote down, but she couldn't understand a thing. However, she didn't make any noise and was so quiet as a pretty doll. Hao Ren finally calmed down. It seemed like Duan Yao was really just going to follow him around like what Lady Zhen told her. During the break, Zhou Liren and other guys came to Hao Ren to ask about what he was up to, and Hao Ren just explained that he went to see some relatives in another city. He could tell that the guy's intention wasn't about what he did. Instead, they were trying to have a closer look at Duan Yao, who looked fierce yet lost. As he expected, after the guys asked him a few questions, they started to ask if Duan Yao were Hao Ren's cousin, why she came to the class with him, and how old she was. Hao Ren didn't answer their questions directly. He got up to go to the washroom, and Duan Yao followed him to the door. Yujia. Hao Ren couldn't help but ask Xie Yujia, can you go to the washroom with Duan Yao? Sure. Xie Yujia wasn't that hostile toward Duan Yao, so she brought her to the washroom. Duan Yao didn't know anything about modern society, so there was nothing else she could do other than following Hao Ren. However, the lively campus and diverse crowds had triggered her curiosity beneath her calm look. So, this is how mortals live. If it were possible, she wished that she could experience life just as Zhao Yanzi had, and she wanted to live on land where there was wind, rain, snow, and frost. But I probably would never have the opportunity. Duan Yao started to feel sad. Well, Duan Yao. Hao Ren walked a few steps before looking back and saying, your mom had made you a jacket, and she asked me to bring it to you. Walking beside Duan Yao, Xie Yujia finally remembered that as well. She took the jacket out of her ring when the students around weren't paying attention and handed it to Duan Yao. Since normal objects couldn't be stored in Hao Ren's necklace, he let Xie Yujia keep the jacket. She would have forgotten if Hao Ren didn't mention it. While holding the soft jacket between her fingers, Duan Yao stayed silent for a few seconds and then threw it into the garbage can. I do not have parents. Duan Yao walked into the cold washroom determinedly. Chapter 748. Experiencing New Life. Looking at the jacket in the garbage can, Xie Yujia felt like it was such a waste. This jacket was a token of affection from Duan Yao's mom, and it was handmade by her. However, Duan Yao threw it away immediately, which was so brutal of her. On the other hand, Xie Yujia couldn't understand how lost and terrified Duan Yao felt when she was sent to Ethereal Summit, and there was nothing that she could do if Hao Ren wanted to use her as his cultivation cauldron. Sky Mountain Sect intended to send her to Ethereal Summit to settle things down without worrying about her. Xie Yujia saw that the jacket was still hanging on the edge of the garbage can, so she was about to take it out. Forget it, Yujia. Hao Ren stopped Xie Yujia. The jacket did show Duan Yao's mother's love, but Duan Yao was such a stubborn girl that the scar in her mind couldn't be healed simply by a jacket. Since she severed all ties with Sky Mountain, she wouldn't turn back. Lady Zhen also had such a determined and resolute personality, which was probably why she liked Duan Yao a lot. 2 classes passed by quickly, and Duan Yao followed Hao Ren like a sidekick. She kept pace with him wherever he went. Therefore, when Hao Ren went to buy bubble tea, he had to get her one as well. Assuming that she might be bored in class, he decided to get her a magazine, but he realized she couldn't read. In the end, he got her a comic book with plenty of pictures in it. As he expected, Duan Yao sat beside him, quietly going through the comic book in the 2 classes. Although she was still confused about some parts, that didn't affect her looking at the pictures. You should follow the numbers. Seeing Duan Yao reading in the wrong order, Hao Ren pulled the comic book over, ripped off a piece of paper, and wrote down a list of numbers so that she could follow the order. Duan Yao nodded. Then, she started reading again in the order of the numbers and eventually figured it out. She had taken a comic book from Hao Ren's house to the Demon Sea, but she was reading it randomly. However, with the instructions from Hao Ren, she finally learned how to read it. It was the easiest to understand pictures. Duan Yao was reading the comic about a heroic girl, which was easy for her to relate to. Soon, a smile appeared on her face. Hao Ren smiled when he saw her immersed in the comic book like a little kid. Duan Yao wasn't a bad person. She was only depressed by the law of the jungle in the cultivation world. At noon, Zhao Yanzi showed up to have lunch with Hao Ren as she said. When she saw that Duan Yao was still with Hao Ren, her face turned dark. Duan Yao didn't care about Zhao Yanzi at all. She just stood next to Hao Ren as if she were his sister. When she was in the Demon Sea, she would think of Hao Ren sometimes, but she couldn't tell what kind of feelings she had. Lady Zhen seemed to understand her feeling thoroughly, so she offered to bring her to land so that she could spend some time with Hao Ren. If the turning point in her life was the day that she was sent to Ethereal Summit from Sky Mountain Sect, and that was also the moment that her opinion of Hao Ren changed when Hao Ren didn't take her as a cultivation cauldron and let her go. She hated Hao Ren because he changed her life, but another feeling appeared in her mind since she realized that Hao Ren wasn't like those old monsters who used young female cultivators as tools in cultivation.
She had never felt touched when all the male disciples in Sky Mountain sect showed affection toward her, which could be interpreted as arrogance or coldness.
All the cultivators were about the same in the cultivation world. They used the strong female cultivators to enhance their own realms, and there wouldn't be too much affection involved. However, weak cultivators would usually choose dual cultivation while strong cultivators would have many concubines. Therefore, Duan Yao had made up her mind a long time ago that if she had to follow someone, he had to be an incredible cultivator. She didn't have a plan for her own destiny as she could sense that Lingwu Master would decide for her. What she didn't expect was that Lingwu Master gave her away to Herb King Master, and the latter wasn't like what she had imagined. Mortals were just like ants in the eyes of cultivators, but now, Duan Yao felt like she preferred mortal life. Pervert. Buy me lunch. Zhao Yanzi punched Hao Ren lightly. She wanted Hao Ren to pick her up from her school, but she wasn't wearing her uniform today, which made her the most noticeable person during the morning exercise. The principal even scolded her in front of the entire school. There would be an even bigger mess if Hao Ren waited for her in front of her school. That was why Zhao Yanzi came to him. She was in a fantastic mood today. Her face was glowing, and Ling started to suspect that instead of being single, Zhao Yanzi had gotten back with Hao Ren. During class, little Ling joked with Zhao Yanzi, but Zhao Yanzi blushed, which confused Ling. Fine, I'll treat you to the cafeteria, Hao Ren said with a smile while grabbing her hand. On Zhao Yanzi's white wrist, there was a green sword-shaped mark, which just looked like a tattoo. Little Ling saw this mark on Zhao Yanzi today, and she praised the latter for being so cool since she dared to get a tattoo when she was only in grade 9. In fact, Zhao Yanzi mastered the trick of hiding the mark on her body when she reached top-tier core formation realm, and she hid the mark on her wrist instead of having it spread on the front of her body, which was ugly. Fine, cafeteria. Zhao Yanzi took her wrist back and smacked Hao Ren on his shoulder. Xie Yujia smiled when she saw them teasing each other. Let's go Yujia, it is on me today. Hao Ren looked back and said to Xie Yujia, and Lu Linlin and Lu Lily opened their arms and cheered. Dressed in black cotton stockings and a light brown casual sweater, Zhao Yanzi looked prettier than in her blue uniform, which obviously made many guys and girls in the cafeteria look at her. That girl has followed Hao Ren the whole day. I heard that she just transferred to East Ocean University, probably a freshman. There are so many people transferring here these days. This is insane. So many pretty girls follow him. As soon as Xie Yujia and the other girls sat down, all kinds of gossip sounded in the cafeteria. Duan Yao, who was the center of the discussions, looked nerdy and cold, which was the opposite of Zhao Yanzi. Hao Ren went to the lineup to order lunch, but Duan Yao chose to follow him instead of sitting with the girls, which drove Zhao Yanzi crazy. What is this supposed to mean? She thought. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. All the students made way for Hao Ren when they saw him coming. Hao Ren was stunned for a few seconds as no one was in front of him, and the woman behind the ordering window knocked the spoon, waiting for Hao Ren to order food. Hao Ren walked up and ordered some combos randomly. Duan Yao stayed silent. She stood beside Hao Ren and helped him bring the trays to the table. The look on her face was calm. She wouldn't care about anything else as long as she was with him. Zhao Yanzi felt like it was unfair since she had to go back while Duan Yao could still stay with Hao Ren. Now, she thought that it wasn't a bad thing for Xie Yujia to stick around Hao Ren. However, Duan Yao was a girl with a higher realm, younger age, and stronger background. Third uncle will have dinner at my home tonight. My mom invited you for dinner, Zhao Yanzi said to Hao Ren after taking a tray. It was time for her to proclaim sovereignty. Sure. Hao Ren nodded. Zhao Kuo had reached peak Qian level, which was great news. He had to battle Su Han soon, and Hao Ren would like to know how prepared he was. It was Su Han against Zhao Kuo. Hao Ren didn't know who would win. Since Su Han had come out of the Demon Sea, then it meant that she had also reached peak Qian level. Yu Zilong had gone back to the Dragon God Shrine, which left Zhao Kuo and Su Han as the only peak Qian level dragon cultivators in East Ocean City. Senior, a crisp voice sounded beside Hao Ren. Hao Ren turned around and saw Shu Kei coming over, dressed in a set of sportswear with a smile on his face. Then, he sat down in a spot not far away from Xie Yujia. It was quite abrupt for Shu Kei to sit there while other students kept away from Hao Ren and the girls. Hao Ren didn't know that Shu Ke was still in East Ocean University. Taiyi Cavemaster was kicked out by Zhao Kuo. But Shu Ke was still here. It was clear that this young man had a hidden agenda. Gongzi, Shu Ke has been trying to get close to Big Jumu these days. He is almost pursuing her. Lu Lily went up to Hao Ren and said quietly. When Xie Yujia saw Shu Ke, she moved closer to Hao Ren with her tray, trying to keep a distance from Shu Ke. Hao Ren had suddenly disappeared from East Ocean University a few days ago, and Shu Ke took the opportunity to show his affection toward Xie Yujia, his senior sister, in various ways. Xie Yujia was never up front, and she didn't want to cause more drama and misunderstandings when Hao Ren wasn't around. Thus, all she did was to avoid him. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi's relationship was a matter of the East Ocean Dragon clan, but Xie Yujia always treated herself as Hao Ren's girlfriend. She tried to maintain Hao Ren's image and avoid any gossip that would make Hao Ren uncomfortable. She was aware that there would be explosive gossips if she had any contact with Shu Ke, including turning down Shu Ke. As Hao Ren got closer and closer to Zhao Yanzi, it meant that Xie Yujia and Hao Ren's was becoming weaker. Many couples in the university broke up due to gossips and jealous comments, which concerned Xie Yujia. She didn't want it to happen to them. Hao Ren noticed the awkward look on Xie Yujia's face, and he felt bad as he knew that she was very sensitive. However, everyone in the university knew that he was Hao Zhonghua's son, and people would even make way for him in the cafeteria. People would think that Hao Ren bullied Shu Ke if he kicked away Shu Ke, who looked so innocent and was just eating there. Yujia, Hao Ren reached out his hand and pulled Xie Yujia closer to him. Disappointment appeared in Shu Ke's eyes. It was known that Xie Yujia was Hao Ren's girlfriend, but he didn't think that Hao Ren would kick him away. Go away. Duan Yao, who sat beside Hao Ren, said those words quietly. A light green aura slowly came out of her body, and Shu Ke felt like his soul was about to fly out of his body and be sucked into Duan Yao's eyes. Ha! Shu Ku picked up his tray and walked away. Chapter 749. Consummate the love. The soul-collecting technique was unique to the demon cultivators, and it could only be used by top-tier nascent soul realm. Duan Yao used her pure fire physique to collect the broken pieces from the Kunlun magic lamp, so Lady Zhen decided to teach her the technique. When this technique reached a high level, she would be able to suck away the souls of many men as they wouldn't be able to resist her charm. Duan Yao just showed her technique and scared Shu Ke away with little effort. Hao Ren watched Shu Ke as she walked away before looking back at the green aura around Duan Yao, feeling like she wasn't easy to deal with. He has a soul physique, Duan Yao said casually. What is the soul physique? Hao Ren asked instantly. However, Duan Yao didn't respond and only focused on her food. The ingredients for mortals' food were average, but at least they tasted good. Zhao Yanzi stared at Duan Yao as she hated her for being so mysterious. After lunch ended, Zhao Yanzi held Hao Ren's arm and started to walk around the campus since she wasn't wearing her uniform. Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters left them alone so that they could have their alone time, but Duan Yao followed Hao Ren closely, which pissed off Zhao Yanzi so much. The students in East Ocean University all knew Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren. Some said that she was Hao Ren's fiancée while some said that she was his cousin. There were various assumptions about Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi, but no one knew Duan Yao. With Duan Yao walking beside Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi, she made them look like cousins. Zhao Yanzi couldn't feel any intimacy. How could she not be mad? It turns out that Hao Ren has two cousins. They both look cute, two students discussed quietly as they walked by. Zhao Yanzi felt so wronged. She was already taken advantage of by Hao Ren. How could she be his cousin? Since the lunch break was almost over, Zhao Yanzi held Hao Ren's hand and walked toward Ling Jiao Middle School slowly. She used to not care about Hao Ren at all, but now it made her feel lost when she wasn't around him. Duan Yao just followed Hao Ren casually, looking at the various students and the hidden dragon cultivators. If she wanted to, her cultivation level allowed her to collect all the souls of the mortals on the campus, and even all the young dragon cultivators wouldn't be her opponent. However, Duan Yao didn't plan to do that since she enjoyed such a peaceful and sweet life. I am a demon, but I never intend to bring disaster to the world, she thought. When Hao Ren walked Zhao Yanzi back to her school, little Ling was back as well with her boyfriend. Hey, uncle, Little Ling started to laugh as soon as she saw Hao Ren. Zhao Yanzi was upset the last few days, and she locked herself in the dorm. Little Ling thought that Zhao Yanzi broke up with Hao Ren, and she didn't know how to comfort her. Now seeing Hao Ren walking Zhao Yanzi to school, Xiao Ling was sure that they were back together. As Zhao Yanzi's best friend, she finally felt relieved. Zhao Yanzi leaned close to Hao Ren, looking like she was in love as she was glowing all over. Little Ling didn't know how far their relationship went, but she guessed that it had to be very deep. Zhao Yanzi was so lively and pretty, and she treated relationships very seriously unlike other girls. Ling really thought that Uncle was a lucky guy. Also, she could tell that Zhao Yanzi's family was disciplined, so anything that crossed the line would never happen. However, if they bring their relationship to the next level, that would happen eventually. Little Ling thought as she looked the handsome uncle up and down. As for the pretty Duan Yao next to Hao Ren, Little Ling just ignored her from the beginning. Zhao Yanzi is the most beautiful girl. No one could ever compete, she thought. I'm going in now, uncle. Zhao Yanzi was used to calling Hao Ren uncle in front of Little Ling. Then, she waved at Hao Ren and walked in with Little Ling. Hao Ren's heart melted as he looked at her charming figure as she went into the school. Duan Yao stared at the campus behind the door, and her eyes revealed that she looked forward to the campus life. She didn't know what campus life was like, but she could still feel the youthful energy coming out of it. Hao Ren got back to East Ocean University. The morning classes were all done, so he went to the library to kill some time since no progress had been made without the mystic crystal. Duan Yao followed Hao Ren and got in the library easily with the student card that Hao Ren borrowed. Then, she went to the reading room with Hao Ren and sat down beside him. The sun was bright, and Hao Ren could see through the windows. Some girls were waiting for Little White, the cutest monster in East Ocean University, with hot dogs in their hands. Unfortunately, Little White was with Hao Zonghua right now and wouldn't show up at the university. Sitting next to Hao Ren, Duan Yao read a book that had plenty of pictures on it. The way she read was backward, which was how to read ancient books. Hao Ren didn't correct her since she wouldn't be able to understand the content either way. Time passed by slowly, and Xie Yujia sent a text message saying that she was going swimming with the Lu sisters. Life seemed to be so peaceful and comfortable. Su Han hadn't come back to the university yet. She was probably preparing for the charge at the Heavenly Dragon Realm. Beep. Hao Ren's phone on the desk started to vibrate. Hao Ren picked it up immediately. Uncle, we are done school for the day. Zhao Yanzi yelled from the other side of the phone. There were 2 mock exams for the grade 9 students in Ling Jiao Middle School, and Zhao Yanzi did surprisingly well. Thus, she was in such a fantastic mood. It seemed like she had her mind straightened out with Hao Ren's tutoring. Coming. Hao Ren hung up the phone, put the book back on the shelf, and went out to take the escalator. When he turned around slightly, he noticed that Duan Yao was still following him. Can you go for dinner with Yujia? Hao Ren asked her as he went down. No. Duan Yao refused immediately. Well, Hao Ren didn't know how to respond. He didn't talk to her more than 10 times today, but Duan Yao insisted on following him everywhere. Since he promised Lady Zhen that he would take care of Duan Yao, and it wasn't easy to get rid of a top-tier nascent soul realm cultivator, Hao Ren surrendered and let her follow him. Besides, no one could tell what would happen if Duan Yao, a quite extreme girl, got mad. Top-tier nascent soul realm, even a core formation realm cultivator could destroy half of the city. Hao Ren walked to the main entrance of the campus, and so did Duan Yao. Zhao Yanzi was standing on her tiptoes waiting for Hao Ren at the main entrance, and her face turned dark as soon as she saw Duan Yao. She was wearing the cotton stockings which highlighted her beautiful legs, and she tied her hair up into 2 pigtails. She looked so attractive that all the guys who walked out of the university couldn't help but look at her. She is coming with us? Zhao Yanzi asked with hostility while pointing at Duan Yao. Duan Yao nodded and answered for Hao Ren. Zhao Yanzi was so mad that she almost bit her lips off. Her mom had prepared a big meal, but it was all for Hao Ren instead of Duan Yao. Duan Yao didn't care about how mad Zhao Yanzi was. She saw the cab that Zhao Yanzi got beside her, so she got in immediately. Ah! Zhao Yanzi screamed angrily but had to get in the cab as well. Hao Ren shook his head, not expecting Duan Yao to be so dominant. Then, he also jumped in. Soon, the cab arrived at Zhao Yanzi's home, and the smell of food had already reached them. Zhao Hongyu walked to the door to welcome them but didn't expect that except for Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi, Lady Zhen's disciple, Duan Yao, also got out of the cab. Following Hao Ren, Duan Yao went in Zhao Yanzi's home silently and then sat down on a couch without any noise. "Mom, I didn't invite her," Zhao Yanzi complained to Zhao Hongyu while pointing at Duan Yao. "You are always so mean." Zhao Hongyu poked Zhao Yanzi on her forehead and then said to Duan Yao with a smile, "You are Duan Yao, right? Dinner will be ready soon." Duan Yao nodded. Zhao Yanzi rolled her eyes and thought, how come? Why so nice to Duan Yao? She didn't know that ever since Lady Zhen made the deal with Zhao Guang and moved the high-level demon beasts away from the border between the Demon Sea and the East Ocean Dragon clan, a lot of East Ocean's pressure had been alleviated, and the soldiers could have more time to rest and train. With the massive border issue solved, the East Ocean Dragon clan was able to handle South Ocean and North Ocean firmly. Lady Zhen would soon become the master of all demon beasts in the Demon Sea. As Lady Zhen's only disciple, Duan Yao's status wouldn't be inferior to Zhao Yanzi's. If the Demon Sea ever got chaotic, as the main force of defending the Demon Sea, the East Ocean Dragon clan wouldn't stand aloof. "Ren, how did things go in the Nine Dragon Palace?" Zhao Guang asked. A huge breakthrough had been made, Hao Ren answered. He hadn't met Zhao Guang ever since he left for the Nine Dragon Palace. Since his father-in-law raised this question, Hao Ren explained everything that happened in Nine Dragon Palace and the Dragon God Shrine in detail. Zhao Guang listened carefully with his eyebrows twisted. What Hao Ren had experienced was almost more than he had. For example, the Nine Dragon Palace, the Demon Sea, and the Dragon God Shrine were all palaces that he wasn't familiar with at all. However, Hao Ren handled everything in those places with great ease. Now that he had left the Dragon God Shrine and was back to the East Ocean Dragon clan, Zhao Guang was greatly pleased. "Brother, I'm late." As Hao Ren and Zhao Guang were talking about all the details, Zhao Kuo rushed in and almost destroyed the door. "You are still so reckless." Zhao Guang glared at Zhao Kuo. Although his realm was inferior to Zhao Kuo's, he still had the stateliness as an older brother. "I had broken through to peak Qian level. It is hard to control my strength," Zhao Kuo chuckled. He went up to his seat while rubbing his hands when he saw that the table was full of steamy, delicious dishes. "Go wash your hands." While holding a plate of double-cooked pork, Zhao Hongyu straightened her face and said to him seriously. Zhao Kuo gave her a shy smile and went to wash his hands. Zhao Guang brought Hao Ren to the dinner table, and Duan Yao, who was watching cartoons on TV, suddenly stood up and followed Hao Ren. The smell of the food was way better than what they had in the cafeteria for lunch. Seeing Duan Yao sitting down beside Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi was extremely annoyed, but there was nothing that she could do. Therefore, she sat down on the other side of Hao Ren sweetly. Zhao Hongyu poured the drinks and liquor, trying to make this into a celebration for Hao Ren. She was sure that she made the right decision since Hao Ren was definitely the best candidate for their son-in-law. Zhao Kuo shook his wet hands and got out of the kitchen. When he sat down, he yelled at Hao Ren, "Well, Hao Ren, it's time for you and Z to consummate your love." Puff. Zhao Yanzi, who had just taken a sip of her drink, spat it out immediately. Chapter 750. Choosing a day for the wedding, third uncle. While ignoring the spilled drink, Zhao Yanzi pounded the table in protest to Zhao Kuo. Despite her wish to declare her claim on Hao Ren in front of Duan Yao, she felt embarrassed when her third uncle announced it in front of everyone. "Well, your third uncle has a point." To her surprise, Zhao Guang looked at Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren with a serious expression and said slowly instead of reprimanding Zhao Kuo. Zhao Yanzi was instantly silenced. She glanced at Hao Ren, who was by her side, and suddenly realized that her parents had meant to discuss this topic with Hao Ren by inviting him to dinner. "Ren," Zhao Guang looked at Hao Ren and said, "I mentioned that you must reach Qian level or Kun level because I hoped that you would cultivate hard. In fact, with your current realm of Xuan level, you can transfer half of the Dragon Core back to Z." "Okay." Hao Ren nodded as he looked at Zhao Guang in earnest. The initial drive that he had when he began cultivating was to transfer the Dragon Core back to Zhao Yanzi and knew that this issue was inevitable. However, he didn't understand how to transfer. He only knew that the higher the cultivation realm he got, the safer the process would be. Mom. Seeing Zhao Guang and Zhao Kuo agreeing with each other, Zhao Yanzi turned toward Zhao Hongyu. However, Zhao Hongyu didn't interrupt Zhao Guang's words. They had brought Zhao Yanzi to live in the mortal world with the hope that she would get used to the life on land, but she was still a dragon cultivator and the princess of the East Ocean Dragon Clan. When the third princess of the South Ocean Dragon Clan got married, she was only 14 years old. Suddenly, Zhao Yanzi remembered what happened last night, and her face turned red. I've asked some elders about the method. Instead of moving the dragon core back into Z, you must transfer the dragon essence into her body regularly. Hearing Zhao Guang's words, Hao Ren began to understand. With a red face, Zhao Yanzi listened carefully and also understood the situation. It wasn't a one-time process. No wonder they must get married. Zhao Yanzi's blush instantly spread to her ears. She had talked about a lot of things with Ling as if she were really knowledgeable about the adult stuff, but she was still a shy girl who wasn't as open as she pretended to be in front of Ling. After Z began cultivating, her physique has obviously strengthened and can last until 18 without dragon essence, but it would be better if she could regain her dragon physique sooner, Zhao Guang said. Uncle, you mean? Hao Ren asked cautiously. You idiot. Why are you so bashful? Zhao Kuo yelled in displeasure. Are you reluctant to marry Z? If not, then get married as soon as possible. You two can have a dragon baby as soon as you can, so I can hold a grand niece. Although Zhao Yanzi had guessed her father's intention, she felt warm all over her body with shame when Zhao Kuo said the words out loud. Third uncle. Zhao Yanzi couldn't control herself anymore and yelled in protest. Duan Yao turned to look at Zhao Yanzi, realizing that the latter must have to dual cultivation with Hao Ren due to some deficiencies with her cultivation technique. Seeing Duan Yao's sympathetic gaze on her, Zhao Yanzi choked on her words, not knowing what to say. When she met Hao Ren's gaze, her blush spread to her neck instantly. Hee. When your third uncle finishes his business, you two can have the wedding, Zhao Hongyu said. Third uncle, what business? Zhao Yanzi asked immediately. If not for last night, she wouldn't have any idea about the consummation of the marriage. But after last night's experience, her heart raced when they talked about marriage. This was why she immediately changed the topic when she could. Seeing Zhao Yanzi's panicked eyes, Hao Ren smiled in secret. He had been impatient last night, but it seemed like Z's parents were also impatient. However, Hao Ren felt unprepared to marry Zhao Yanzi, and he understood her panic. Your third uncle challenged Su Han to a battle, and Su Han accepted today, Zhao Hongyu said. Oh. And? Zhao Yanzi widened her eyes. The battle will take place at the Dragon God Shrine tomorrow, Zhao Hongyu said. Hao Ren was surprised that Zhao Kuo and Su Han's battle was tomorrow. However, upon second thought, he knew Su Han was at her peak after just breaking through to peak Qian level, and it was a good time to battle Zhao Kuo, who was an experienced Qian level cultivator. It was understandable that the battle would take place at the Dragon God Shrine. On the one hand, Su Han was an inspector, so the battle concerned the reputation of the Dragon God Shrine. On the other hand, since both Su Han and Zhao Kuo were peak Qian level, their fight would be earth-shaking, and only the Dragon God Shrine could provide a venue for them to battle. If your third uncle wins, he will charge at the Heavenly Dragon Realm. If he succeeds in reaching the Heavenly Dragon Realm, we'll organize a grand wedding for you, Zhao Hongyu continued. Zhao Yanzi blinked her big eyes and didn't know what to say. Zhao Yanzi hoped that her third uncle could realize his dream and reach the Heavenly Dragon Realm, but she would have to marry Hao Ren immediately. Isn't it a bit too fast? I am still a grade 9 student. Zhao Yanzi bit on her lip and felt torn as she thought, should I invite Ling to my wedding? If Hao Ren knew her thoughts, he would pass out instantly. He looked at Zhao Kuo's determined expression and knew that the latter was serious about the battle with Su Han. Since they were both at peak Qian level and wanted to achieve a higher breakthrough, they would fight with their full force, which meant that they might get seriously injured or even die in the battle. From Zhao Hongyu's tone, it seemed like they thought Zhao Kuo had better odds at winning, and he wouldn't fail the second charge at the Heavenly Dragon Realm. This was why they were planning and organizing Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi's wedding. At 16, Zhao Yanzi was old enough to marry according to the traditions of the dragon tribe, Besides, Hao Ren had reached Xuan level and had become a top-tier master among the younger generation. Also, Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi's relationship had progressed quite well. If Zhao Kuo could reach the Heavenly Dragon Realm, which was a major event for the East Ocean Dragon clan, the wedding between Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi was the next thing on the agenda. Third uncle, it is only a practice fight. You can't injure Sister Su. Zhao Yanzi lowered her head and thought for a moment before saying to Zhao Kuo. I will try, Zhao Kuo answered with some hesitation. In fact, no battle could guarantee no injuries. Zhao Kuo couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't injure Su Han. A peak Qian level cultivator possessed the power to destroy the world. If cultivators reserved their strengths during fights while their rivals fought with full force, he would not only lose the battle but could potentially lose his realm and life. Besides, Zhao Kuo had high regard for Su Han, who had cultivated to peak Qian level at only about 20 years old. Despite some unique opportunities that she had, she was absolutely a top cultivation genius who could surpass him. With his intuition as a military commander, Zhao Kuo felt like Su Han's strength was no less than his. When Hao Ren saw Zhao Kuo's hesitation, he knew that Zhao Kuo would fight with full force tomorrow and couldn't guarantee Su Han's safety. However, he knew that Su Han would fight with her full force as well, and it was hard to say how Zhao Kuo would end up. Up until now, Hao Ren hadn't seen Su Han's full strength. Even when she faced Chu Niu in the Nine-Dragon Palace, he had sensed some reservation in Su Han. It was a waste of breath to ask Su Han or Zhao Kuo, two masters who tried to gain a breakthrough, not to inflict serious injuries on one another. Third uncle, how are things between you and Elder Xingyue? Zhao Yanzi continued to ask. That, Zhao Kuo, who had been talking in a loud voice, showed a trace of pink on his black face. Third uncle, after you reach the Heavenly Dragon Realm, it's time for you to marry Elder Xingyue, Zhao Yanzi continued. Nonsense. Zhao Kuo widened his eyes while his black face turned deep red like a piece of roasted beef. Seeing Zhao Yanzi's snicker, he immediately realized that this was Zhao Yanzi's counterattack. Elder Xingyue had taught Zhao Yanzi cultivation when she was little, thus she was closer to Elder Xingyue than the other elders from East Ocean. In the past few days after Zhao Kuo came back from the Nine-Dragon Palace, he had stayed with Elder Xingyue while he rested in the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Zhao Yanzi was a nosy little girl and got the information from her parents. As retaliation for making her blush, she was now making Zhao Kuo blush. Yeah. Third brother, Xingyue has waited for you for many years, Zhao Guang said. Big brother, Zhao Kuo almost couldn't speak when he mentioned Elder Xingyue. After reaching the Heavenly Dragon Realm, you can't let Xingyue down anymore, Zhao Hongyu joined the persuasion. Embarrassed, Zhao Kuo wondered how the topic had turned from Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi's wedding to himself. He glanced at Zhao Yanzi and saw the big smile on her face. I know you're afraid that Xingyue will suffer with you, but I assure you that I won't exert any pressure on you. It doesn't matter if you don't want children since Zi and Ren can have children, Zhao Guang said with sincerity. Out Zhao Horan's 3 sons. The eldest Zhao Guang had one daughter, Zhao Yanzi. The second son Zhao Quan had gradually lost his dragon essence while living in the US, and his branch had gradually drifted away from the dragon tribe. The third son Zhao Kuo had the best talent and highest realm, thus should be producing descendants for the Zhao family. However, the higher realm a dragon cultivator had, the more dangerous it was to give birth. Zhao Kuo was worried that Xingyue would be in danger in giving birth to their children, so he had been hesitant. Now that Zhao Horan had passed away, there was no pressure from the elder generation. Zhao Guang as the eldest brother said the words to relieve Zhao Kuo's worries. Zhao Yanzi suddenly understood the situation when she heard the word, children, and she yelled in protest while blushing. Seeing her deep blush, Zhao Hongyu smiled pleasantly. In fact, it was natural that the responsibility of passing down the bloodline of the East Ocean Dragon Palace would finally come to the shoulders of Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren. Zhao Kuo didn't want his own children due to his worry for Xingyue and the potential internal conflicts inside the Dragon Palace. That's the end of this topic. Zhao Kuo interrupted them and lifted his wineglass. In fact, after hearing Zhao Guang's words, Zhao Kuo had made the plan to marry Xingyue in a grand ceremony as soon as he reached the Heavenly Dragon Realm. Seeing Zhao Kuo's glowing face, Zhao Yanzi knew that her third uncle had resolved the issue in his mind, and she said happily, "Third uncle, I heard that dual cultivation could help you achieve a breakthrough." Pooh, Zhao Kuo, who had just drunk the wine, spat it out instantly. Chapter 751. The Pinnacle Battle. Cough, Zhao Kuo almost choked on the wine. He had been busy leading troops and never considered his personal love life. Since he wanted to pursue the highest cultivation realm, he had kept his pure vital young physique, which was why he could re-cultivate back to Qian level in such a short time after his failure at the heavenly tribulation. Zhao Yanzi hoped that Zhao Kuo could successfully reach the heavenly dragon realm, which was why she reminded Zhao Kuo this point, showing her support of his relationship with Xingyue. However, Zhao Kuo found her proposal quite. Seeing Zhao Kuo's violent reaction, Hao Ren suddenly wondered if third uncle was still a naughty girl. "What are you thinking?" Zhao Hongyu flicked her finger on Zhao Yanzi's forehead. Zhao Yanzi stuck out her tongue and shrank her neck morosely. She only wanted her third uncle and elder Xingyue to help each other while they cultivated together. Of course, she had never imagined that Zhao Kuo and elder Xingyue had maintained a pure relationship after loving each other for so long. Also, she could never understand Zhao Kuo's determination to achieve the highest realm. Sitting beside Hao Ren, Duan Yao was a bit envious when she saw Zhao Yanzi's harmonious family. Hao Ren snickered when he saw that Zhao Kuo was silenced by Zhao Yanzi's sentence. Suddenly, he realized that it must be a hard thing for elder Xingyue since Zhao Kuo and Su Han would battle each other. One was a heroic whom she liked, and the other was her favorite disciple whom she had raised. No matter who was hurt, she would feel heartbroken. At this moment, Su Han must be doing the last bit of preparation in her apartment. To charge at the heavenly dragon realm, the peak Qian level cultivators had no easy options but to go through a life-death battle. Besides, it was a kind of test in which the stronger one would have higher hope of reaching the heavenly dragon realm. From this perspective, this battle was a fight for the opportunity to reach the heavenly dragon realm. "Yao, don't be shy. Help yourself to the dishes," Zhao Hongyu said to Duan Yao with warmth. Although she wasn't familiar with the situation in the Demon Sea, Zhao Hongyu could see that Lady Zhen, who was the most powerful eternal demon king, liked Duan Yao very much, and perhaps Duan Yao might be the ruler of the Demon Sea in the future. "Okay." Duan Yao nodded slightly and picked up her chopsticks to get the steaming delicacies. Zhao Kuo hadn't paid attention to Duan Yao until now, and he found that she emitted the demonic presence even though she looked like a human cultivator. However, she had neither the aura of a low-level demon beast nor a demon king. Instead, it was a simple and unsophisticated presence like an ancient Dharma treasure. Despite her young age, she had reached top-tier nascent soul realm. Zhao Kuo didn't know that Duan Yao had absorbed the Kunlun godly lamp which could kill big demon kings. She had merged the lamp into her pure fire physique and comprehended some of the heavenly Tao. Seeing Duan Yao beginning to eat with a good appetite, Zhao Yanzi was angry and worried that this girl would eat all the food. Therefore, Zhao Yanzi immediately picked up her chopsticks and stuffed food into her mouth. Ever since she started to live on campus, she usually ate at the school's cafe where the food no match for the food that Zhao Hongyu made. Also, Zhao Hongyu had cooked delicacies for Hao Ren, and it was even better. During dinner, Hao Ren asked Zhao Kuo some questions about planting the mystic crystal, and the latter told him everything he knew. Now that Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo were the two pillars of the East Ocean Dragon clan, the stronger Hao Ren was, the more influential the East Ocean Dragon clan would be. Zhao Kuo looked careless and rude but was not obtuse. He told Hao Ren every key point during the process. Hao Ren had wanted to find more information about mystic crystals in the Dragon God Shrine but was interrupted by Zhen Kongming. Now, he gained a lot of information about it from Zhao Kuo. They cultivated the same technique and possessed the same kind of mystic crystal. Also, Zhao Kuo was the first dragon cultivator in the world who had reached peak Qian level twice and planted the two mystic crystals, making his experiences most valuable to Hao Ren. Like two whirlwinds, Duan Yao and Zhao Yanzi had finished all the dishes on the table as if they were in a competition. Hao Ren and Zhao Kuo had an in-depth talk for more than 1 hour, and even Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang couldn't understand the content of their conversation. Zhao Hongyu secretly exclaimed that Hao Ren's realm had now far surpassed theirs. Snap! Snap! Duan Yao and Zhao Yanzi both placed their chopsticks on the last piece of stewed pork in the center of a plate. Suddenly, Zhao Yanzi released a sword energy from her wrist and cut Duan Yao's chopsticks into 4 pieces, determined not to give up the last piece of meat to Duan Yao. Clutching the broken chopsticks, Duan Yao released a presence from her body, crushing the stewed pork in the plate into dust. She couldn't get it but wouldn't let Zhao Yanzi have it either. "That's enough, you too." Still savoring Zhao Kuo's words about the last step of planting the mystic crystal, Hao Ren reached out and grabbed Duan Yao and Zhao Yanzi's wrists from the table. Zhao Yanzi snorted lightly while Duan Yao blushed a little. The 2 girls withdrew their hands swiftly before giving each other a dirty look. Looking at the broken chopsticks and the shattered plate in exasperation, Zhao Hongyu asked Duan Yao, "Yao, Ren, will you stay the night here?" "Mom." Zhao Yanzi immediately protested. "Yao, if you don't mind, you can share a room with Z," Zhao Hongyu continued. At the same age as Zhao Yanzi, Duan Yao might become the ruler of a big force, and Zhao Hongyu hoped that they could get along well so that it would benefit Zhao Yanzi in the future. "I do mind," Duan Yao answered. Zhao Yanzi gaped in astonishment since she hadn't shown any objection yet. "Okay. Then, Ren and Z can share one room," Zhao Hongyu said. Hearing this arrangement, Zhao Yanzi blushed. She had slept in Hao Ren's room last night, and they would again. This small 2-story house close to downtown was much smaller than Hao Ren's home by the sea, and there was only one spare room in which Hao Ren's grandma had lived. "What's wrong with sharing a room? That's okay," Zhao Kuo yelled. After drinking some wine, he had recovered his usual loud and crisp manner. "Right. It's not your first time anyway," Zhao Hongyu said. Zhao Yanzi was embarrassed to an extreme. Although it was comfortable to lie in Hao Ren's arms, it wasn't something to be discussed in public. Seeing Zhao Yanzi's red face, Hao Ren smiled. "Auntie, it's okay. I'll go back tonight." "I'll go back too." Duan Yao stepped closer to Hao Ren and said. Zhao Yanzi was displeased again, thinking, "Why are you always following Hao Ren? You even want to stay with him during the night?" She didn't know that Lady Zhen had instructed Duan Yao to stay within 50 meters of Hao Ren, which was why she must follow him while he slept. "Then, I'll go with them as well." Zhao Yanzi ran up to her room on the 2nd floor to fetch her school uniform and then caught Hao Ren's arm before walking to the door. Duan Yao followed Hao Ren coldly, not caring what Zhao Yanzi did. "Big brother, I will head back too," Zhao Kuo said. He had always been reluctant to have dinner in Zhao Guang's home, afraid that the latter would lecture him. However, since he didn't know if he could defeat Su Han, he had come to have this dinner with them. Although it wasn't a life-death battle, he must be prepared for the worst since they would sign a no-liability agreement. Zhao Kuo didn't think that the battle would be easy. Stepping on the golden shield, the purple-green treasure sword, and the 2 fire wheels respectively, Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi, and Duan Yao flew toward East Ocean University together within energy spheres. Stomping his feet lightly, Zhao Kuo shot toward the East Ocean Dragon Palace in a white light. Zhao Yanzi returned to her dormitory room in Lingjiao Middle School with her school uniform while Hao Ren went back to East Ocean University's southern dorm building, which was only separated from Lingjiao Middle School by a wall. In the energy sphere, Duan Yao couldn't be seen by others except for cultivators. Several guys in shorts ran out of the public bathroom and went into their rooms with washbasins in their hands, and Duan Yao simply followed Hao Ren into his dorm room with squinted eyes. "I will sleep outside." After walking into the balcony, Duan Yao took out her colorful traditional dress and tossed it onto the stone-paved ground, taking it as her bedding. Standing on the balcony of her own dorm room, Zhao Yanzi saw Duan Yao appearing on the balcony of Hao Ren's dorm room and sleeping there. She felt relieved and then pitiful toward Duan Yao. However, Duan Yao didn't think that it was a big problem. Inside her energy sphere, she crawled onto her dress, which was warm and clean. Mortals couldn't see the immortal. While Duan Yao slept on the balcony, no one could see her. She believed that one day, she would take Hao Ren's life. On the other side of the glass door, Hao Ren was bombarded by Zhou Liren and Zhao Jiayi with questions. They kept asking him about the name and phone number of the girl who had stayed with him today. Lifting her head, Duan Yao looked at the stars in the sky. She knew that she would never return home, and she would become the #1 demonic girl and settle accounts with Hao Ren. As to the rest, she didn't know. When Duan Yao woke up, it was already morning, and Zhao Yanzi was doing exercises lazily in her school uniform while standing among other students at their sports field. The other 3 guys in Hao Ren's dorm room were still sound asleep. Hao Ren opened the glass door on the balcony and pulled Duan Yao up. Then, stepping over the railing on the balcony, they flew up high into the sky. All the dragon cultivators in East Ocean City were allowed to watch the battle between Su Han and Zhao Kuo. Although Duan Yao wasn't a dragon cultivator, she had Lady Zhen at her back, and the dragon god shrine wouldn't dare to block her. Duan Yao's hands felt cold. It could be a result of her cultivation technique or her staying outside for one night. Anyway, she was a demon cultivator of top-tier nascent soul realm and definitely not as fragile as she looked. Boom! A red light shot up from Lingjiao Elementary School. Zhen Kongming flew up on his black disc from a corner of the elementary school. Although he wasn't a dragon cultivator, no one dared to block him when he decided to watch the battle in the dragon god shrine. Swoosh! 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 3 lights rose from the dorm buildings. Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters had got the news and decided to watch the battle in the dragon god shrine as well. None of them were dragon cultivators, but it didn't stop them from going to the dragon god shrine. In her school uniform, Zhao Yanzi was walking toward the academic building with other students from the sports field when she saw the lights flashing across the high sky. She rushed out of the iron gate of Lingjiao Middle School and entered a path around the corner and west of the school. Then, she created an energy sphere as she chased after Hao Ren on the purple-green treasure sword. Chapter 752. No Liability Agreement. Zhao Yanzi's purple-green treasure sword was very fast, and she caught up with Hao Ren quickly. The Lu sisters and Xie Yujia gathered around Hao Ren as well. From the campus of East Ocean University, the young dragon cultivators and the royal princes of dragon palaces flew up one after another, following Hao Ren toward the dragon god shrine. The news about the duel between the third lord of the East Ocean Dragon Clan and the East Ocean City's regional inspector Su Han of the dragon god shrine had spread all over the region. Any cultivator in East Ocean City could go and watch the battle. Everyone wanted to see the result of this rare battle between 2 peak Qian level cultivators. Instantly, a team of hundreds of cultivators gathered behind Hao Ren. Bang! Bang! Dozens of generals shot out from the East Ocean. Lu Yi in his golden armor was flying in the front of the team. After getting the news about the battle between Zhao Kuo and Su Han, he had hurried back from the West Ocean Dragon Palace to meet with the generals of the East Ocean Dragon Palace. When he saw Hao Ren flying over in the high sky, he rushed out of the ocean to follow him. Zhao Kuo had reached peak Qian level again. If he defeated Su Han, he would probably advance into the heavenly dragon realm. The senior generals of East Ocean Dragon Clan were all excited and wanted to watch the battle. These generals had spent years training soldiers and fighting battles. They had understood realms through fierce fights, and the lowest realm among them was Dewey level. When they heard that Third Lord, the soul of the army of the East Ocean Dragon Clan, would have a public battle with a peak Qian level inspector, how could these East Ocean generals not watch it? Hao Ren led them around the Kunlun mountain and flew directly toward the Dragon God Shrine. An opening appeared in the big array formation of the Dragon God Shrine. When the level 3 inspectors who were guarding the opening saw Hao Ren, they stood aside and let him pass. Hao Ren returned to the Dragon God Shrine not as an inspector but as the commanding general of the East Ocean. The young cultivators coming with Hao Ren were dragon cultivators in East Ocean City, and some of them were excited since it was their first time entering the Dragon God Shrine. Xie Yujia wasn't a dragon cultivator, but she had a mark left by a soul formation realm cultivator. The Lu sisters were not dragon cultivators either, but they released the aura of the soul formation realm silently for 1 second, making the 2 inspectors retreat to the side immediately. Following Hao Ren closely, Duan Yao easily entered the array formation without being questioned. Zhen Kongming entered after them with his head held high. After him, the dozens of generals from the East Ocean Dragon Palace also entered in their flashing armors. Due to Yu Zilong's stomp when he captured Zhen Kongming last time, the dozens of arenas on the platform had disappeared. The flat round platform was made from white stone, and the Black Dragon God Shrine stood in the center. Today, a pale red light hovered around the Dragon God Shrine, and it looked to be a special array formation. Meanwhile, the platform looked to be different from before, with a powerful suppression engulfing it, giving the low-leveled young cultivators who came with Hao Ren a hard time to breath. Seeing their pale faces, Xie Yujia offered these low-leveled cultivators some essence replenishment pills. These essence replenishment pills were all level 4 pills. The young cultivators who had difficulty breathing swallowed the pills immediately and felt much better. Boom! Zhao Hongyu's colorful river mountain Qian Kun painting flew in through the opening, and about a dozen purple-robed elders had come with Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang. Lu Qing and Sun Yun, the 2 elders responsible for businesses on land, were among them. Dad! Mom! Seeing Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang, Zhao Yanzi immediately went to them. Gongzi Hao, General Lu, Premier Shah saw Hao Ren and the others and greeted them one by one. At this moment, the people gathering on the platform mostly came from the East Ocean Dragon Palace. This battle was between Zhao Kuo and Su Han, with the Dragon God Shrine supporting Su Han and the East Ocean Dragon Clan supporting Zhao Kuo. It was to some extent a competition between the East Ocean Dragon Clan and the Dragon God Shrine. Beside the young cultivators who came with Hao Ren, some cultivators outside of the East Ocean Dragon Clan had also come. They were mainly senior cultivators of other branches in the East Ocean region, including Elder Shi of Greenstone Mountain and other dragon kings or elders from the river and lake dragon palaces. As to the cultivators from distant areas, they couldn't enter the Dragon God Shrine even if they knew about this battle. Since Su Han and Zhao Kuo would fight the battle in the Dragon God Shrine, the shrine wanted to show some fairness by inviting the cultivators of the East Ocean region. However, they couldn't allow others in. In fact, the news that 2 peak Qian level cultivators would fight in the Dragon God Shrine to gain a breakthrough had spread all over the dragon tribe. The result of the battle would be known to the outside world immediately. Wah! Hundreds of inspectors flew out from the Black Dragon God Shrine. Hao Ren noticed that Qin Xiaoyang was wearing a golden robe as a level 4 inspector. Then, he relaxed a bit when he realized that Shu Ke wasn't around. There were level 4 inspectors in golden silk robes, level 3 inspectors in yellow silk robes, and more level 2 and level 1 inspectors wearing silver and white robes respectively. Su Han was an inspector and thus represented the Dragon God Shrine. Besides, the battle took place in the Dragon God Shrine, which explained why the Dragon God Shrine put such great importance on this battle. While the cultivators from the East Ocean region stood on the side closer to the edge of the platform, the inspectors of the Dragon God Shrine stood on the side closer to the Black Dragon God Shrine. A vast open space separated them. At this moment, Zhao Kuo and Su Han hadn't arrived yet. A trace of nature essence fluctuation appeared on the array formation outside the platform. Wearing a black leather armor, Zhao Kuo rushed into the array formation of the Dragon God Shrine like a black cannonball. He landed on the platform, instantly leaving 2 shallow footprints on the ground. Guang! A violent energy was released from his body. Qin Xiaoyang, who had just been promoted to a level 4 inspector, didn't recover his realm yet, and he retreated about 4 steps abruptly and steadied his body against the stone wall of the Dragon God Shrine. The low-leveled inspectors raised their hands to block this presence released from Zhao Kuo in a hurry. Third Lord! Third Lord! The dozens of generals from East Ocean all shouted in excitement when they saw Zhao Kuo. To them, Zhao Kuo had been the soul of the troops of East Ocean. Except for the failure in the heavenly tribulation, he had been invincible. After he lost his strength, he had recultivated to peak Qian level, which was an excellent proof of his toughness. Bang! Zhao Kuo shook his body, and the slim and long black dragon spikes slid down from his wrist. On the top floor of the Dragon God Shrine, Yu Zilong, who was in a black robe, looked back and said, "Palace Master, Zhao Kuo is here." In the open room, the Palace Master, who had been facing the wall, stood up slowly. Yu Zilong looked at him in astonishment, not expecting that he would stand up. The other 8 deputy shrine masters were also stunned. This man is extraordinary since he has recultivated to peak Qian level. I'm afraid that none of you is his match, the Palace Master said. The 9 deputy shrine masters remained silent. Although they hadn't fought with Zhao Kuo, they believed what the Palace Master said. However, they wondered how Su Han, who had just reached peak Qian level, could battle Zhao Kuo. If Su Han lost, it would bring shame to the Dragon God Shrine. It doesn't mean that Su Han will surely lose, the palace master continued. He turned his body slowly and revealed his face. The deep-voiced palace master was a handsome man. Looking to be in his 30s, he was a good-looking man with a manly presence from every perspective. Seeing the palace master turning around and revealing his face, the 9 deputy shrine masters who had reached or were close to reaching peak Qian level all looked anxious. Ever since they entered the Dragon God Shrine and took their respective responsibilities, none of them had ever seen the palace master's face or his strength, but they believed that his strength was definitely greater than theirs. When Zhen Kongming tried to escape last time, the palace master shot out a black light from the Dragon God Shrine and caught Zhen Kongming with ease. Today, instead of sitting there facing the wall, he had stood up and shown his face. The 9 deputy shrine masters instantly tensed up. The palace master walked to the window and looked down at the huge empty square below the Dragon God Shrine. After a few seconds of silence, he said lightly, "During this battle, no matter if Su Han wins or loses, lives or dies, none of you can interfere." The 9 deputy shrine masters bowed and took the order instantly. Hiss, a sharp noise came from the distant horizon. Wearing a colorful traditional dress, Su Han dashed onto the platform through the opening in the array formation on her longsword. She leapt lightly onto the platform while the longsword slid into her hand with a movement unnoticeable to people around her. Bang! She suddenly released her peak Qian level aura. Swoosh! 2 pieces of silk cloths flew down from the top floor of the Dragon God Shrine. 2 copies of the No Liability Agreement. Zhao Kuo and Su Han caught the 2 pieces of silk cloths and spread them in the air. Then, they cut open their fingertips with their nails and pressed their red fingerprints onto the cloths. Wah! Wah! They tossed the silk cloths to each other to exchange fingerprints. Hum! A black light shot down from the top floor and took back the 2 silk cloths before tossing them respectively to the East Ocean cultivators and the inspectors. Su Han's cold aura looked different than when she parted ways with Hao Ren in the Demon Sea. With her mystic crystal broken, the colorful Nuwa stone had taken its place. If she couldn't elevate to the heavenly dragon realm within 1 month, Chu Niu would take back the Nuwa stone according to their agreement, and she would die. If Zhao Kuo couldn't advance to the heavenly dragon realm, he wouldn't be able to fulfill his promise to his father and bring his father's soul to the dragon tomb in the heavenly realm. Wah! A copy of the No Liability Agreement with Zhao Kuo and Su Han's fingerprints on it flew toward Zhao Guang. Chapter 753. Gaining the upper hand. When Zhao Guang caught the No Liability Agreement, Zhao Kuo and Su Han had begun their battle in the center of the platform. Bang! A crack appeared on the solid platform instantly. The crack spread toward the direction of the Dragon God Shrine until the pale red energy sphere blocked it. There was no grudge between Zhao Kuo and Su Han, but they both needed someone to battle before they charged at the heavenly dragon realm. Zhao Kuo's challenge to Su Han was what she needed. When one issued the challenge to the other, they had been at top-tier Qian level. After they got out of the 9-Dragon Palace, they had reached peak Qian level. After refining her natal Dharma treasure, Su Han's longsword was very powerful with the demonic soul of a thunder rock in it. Zhao Kuo's black dragon spike was Zhao Horan's weapon, which had gained its reputation from him. Containing Zhao Horan's essence soul, it corresponded with Zhao Kuo's bloodline, and even Taiyi Cave Master was no match for it. When the 2 weapons collided, it seemed that Zhao Kuo's black dragon spike had the upper hand. Zhao Kuo and Su Han flew up at the same time. Hum! A flash came from the Dragon God Shrine, and the circular platform expanded instantly to hundreds of times of its original size. It looked almost boundless. Meanwhile, the big array formation engulfing the Dragon God Shrine also expanded outward, forming a huge space. Even the inspectors didn't know that the Dragon God Shrine could change like this. Dang! Zhao Kuo's black dragon spike hit Su Han's longsword. Su Han's body lowered a bit, shooting a surge of icy cold nature essence toward Zhao Kuo's chest. Having reached peak Qian level, Su Han's cultivation of the Ice Frost Scroll had reached the top level. Since she couldn't put the sky heart bamboo that she got from the 9-Dragon Palace into her sword, she had merged it into her hand to increase the power of her palm strikes. Seeing that Su Han was beaten down several meters by Zhao Kuo, Hao Ren's heart sank as well. Seeing Hao Ren's intense expression, Duan Yao looked up at Su Han and sighed slightly when she remembered that this beauty had fallen into the demon sea with Hao Ren. The black dragon spike wasn't long but very heavy. Holding this sword with both hands, Zhao Kuo's strength increased even more, pressuring Su Han. Then, the icicle shot from Su Han's palm crashed onto Zhao Kuo's chest and sent him flying more than 10 meters. Meanwhile, Su Han fell to the platform under the violent strength of Zhao Kuo and landed on the ground. The overwhelming murderous spirit released from the black dragon spike almost subdued her. If not for the colorful traditional dress that was gifted by Lady Zhen, which could reflect some pressure, Su Han wouldn't be able to block the violent attack of the black dragon spike, which contained Zhao Kuo's peak Qian level power. Zhao Kuo flew backward head first for more than 10 meters, feeling a pain in his chest. After he fell into the demon sea from the Nine-Dragon Palace, a Kirin and a Phoenix were passing their heavenly tribulation in the demon sea, and their powers took all the souls from the small demon kings, including one who had been hunting down Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo had taken this opportunity to skin this small demon king in its original form using the black dragon spike. After returning to the East Ocean Dragon Palace, he made it into a set of leather armor, and it could block attacks from level 10 demon beasts. Su Han's icy palm strike was mighty, but it couldn't pierce Zhao Kuo's body when the icicle struck on the newly made black leather armor. Awesome! Third Lord! The generals of East Ocean cheered. From the first two attacks, they could tell that Zhao Kuo's strikes were fiercer than Su Han's and subdued the latter, who had just reached peak Qian level. Kicking lightly with her toes, Su Han drew a white line in the sky when she flew toward Zhao Kuo. In fact, the key to this battle wasn't to shame the other but to stimulate their potentials with the sense of danger. If they fought for 3 days in a remote valley, one of them would win. Zhao Kuo and Su Han both sought the highest realm and didn't want to be watched as if they were performing an act. However, due to the powerful forces behind them, if either of them were wounded or killed, there would be great trouble. That was why they agreed to the current arrangement and decided to battle under people's watch. After signing the no-liability agreements, they fought under everyone's stare, which would avoid any potential conflicts if either of them was severely wounded or died. The inspectors of the Dragon God Shrine, the elders of the East Ocean Dragon Clan, and the third-party cultivators were their witnesses. Ding! 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 Su Han's longsword and Zhao Kuo's black dragon spike collided fiercely. Each attack contained the strength of peak Qian level. Their weapons seemed to touch each other lightly, but the auras of peak Qian level that they emitted collided with each other forcefully, making the cultivators on the platform to lose their balance. Some low-leveled young cultivators standing beside Hao Ren were pushed to the ground already. Hao Ren glanced at Elder Xingyue, who was standing beside Zhao Hongyu, and found that she still looked calm and cold. Su Han had learned cultivation from her, and it was no wonder that Su Han had got such a cold temperament. Boom! Su Han activated all the nature essence in her body. Waves of frost sudden flew across the almost boundless platform. Good! Zhao Kuo yelled while his body released tens of thousands of sword energies. Over 40,000 sword energies were released. Wearing the colorful traditional dress, Su Han looked like a goddess who was floating in the sea of snow. Wearing the black leather armor, Zhao Kuo commanded tens of thousands of sword energies with the black dragon spike, looking like a black-faced god of war. Both rivals were using their full forces. The sea of snow instantly engulfed the platform that was enlarged for hundreds of times. In the white snow, the black dragon god shrine emitted a red light and looked like a lighthouse. The inspectors who were standing close to the dragon god shrine created their own energy spheres to block the cold snow. On the side of the East Ocean Dragon Clan, the high-level cultivators all created energy spheres as well, while the low-level cultivators gathered around them for protection. The snows created by Su Han filled the whole area, and it was so cold that they almost stopped the flow of nature essence in one's meridians. Facing Su Han, Zhao Kuo saw countless icicles condensing with chilling essence hidden in the flying snowflakes. Each icicle was equivalent to an offensive Dharma treasure. The deputy shrine masters on the top floor of the Dragon God Shrine were dumbfounded when they saw Su Han's attack. They knew that the Ice Frost Scroll which Su Han cultivated didn't have this ability. It was clear that she created this technique that even Qian-level cultivators might not be able to block. Creating a powerful technique was something that only the grand cultivators could do. Go. Furrowing his eyebrows, Zhao Kuo formed an 8-trigram array with over 40,000 sword energies and shattered the icicles which were shooting toward him. Despite the leather armor which was made with the skin of a small demon king, he could still feel the chill, which showed the great power of Su Han's attack of ice and snow. Su Han moved her sword, and it transformed into 16 phantoms while her body blurred, moving at high speed. Pooh! Pooh! Zhao Kuo's shoulders began to bleed under the attack of the icicles. The cultivators who were observing looked up but couldn't see clearly due to the flying snow. Bang! Zhao Kuo waved his hands and shot out the sword array formation. More than 40,000 sword energies spun forward and shot toward Su Han like a sea of knives. Hao Ren looked hard but could only see a big wave of sword energies dancing in the white snow. Some of the snow energies splashed out and shattered the energy spheres created by the cultivators. Hao Ren imagined that if he were battling with Su Han, he couldn't even be able to see her in this world of flying snow and would get killed by her in the blink of an eye. Pop! The expanded array formation of the Dragon God Shrine couldn't withstand the violent snowstorm and suddenly shattered. The snowflakes swarmed out violently, flying toward the lower sky. The people in the cities and villages in an area of 1,000 kilometers radius were surprised to see that it was snowing. On this late autumn day, many small snowflakes fell from the high sky. Break! In the ice and snow that dissipated gradually, Zhao Kuo and Su Han shouted at the same time. Bam! Countless ice and snow exploded outward suddenly. Su Han in her colorful dress flew out from the center of the snowstorm. Hao Ren bent his knees slightly and then jumped up like a flash of light. Whoosh! A black light shot out from the top floor of the Dragon God Shrine. Su Han shot out a wave of chilling light, and Zhao Kuo shot out a wave of sword energies. No matter if it were the Shrine Master of the Dragon God Shrine, Su Han, or Zhao Kuo, they all prohibited Hao Ren from interfering. Hit by the sharp black light on the chest, Hao Ren was sent flying for hundreds of meters before crashing heavily on the platform, creating a trench which was half a meter long. If the heavenly lightning bolts didn't temper his body and made it as hard as a Dharma treasure, this blow would have killed him. I don't need your help, Su Han said in an icy cold tone as she fell toward the ground. Don't cause trouble, damn kid. Zhao Kuo cussed while he crashed toward Su Han with hundreds of sword energies. When peak Qian level cultivators fought with each other, they couldn't spare their mind on anything around them. If Hao Ren, a mid-tier Xuan level cultivator, got close to them, he would probably get killed by them by mistake. It was due to the concern for his safety that Su Han and Zhao Kuo forced away Hao Ren at the same time. Zhao Kuo had found the light-splitting sword Shadow Scroll to be even more powerful when he got deeper into it. After acquiring the sky-patching scroll from the Nine-Dragon Palace, Su Han had found it to be full of wonders. The fiercer the battle was, the clearer the cultivators could understand their limits and their techniques. Bam! Hundreds of Taingang sword array formations formed by tens of thousands of sword energies dashed toward Su Han at lightning speed. Even a soul formation realm cultivator wouldn't dare to take the sword array formations head-on, for fear of getting injured. Seeing that Su Han might not be able to dodge it, the 9 deputy shrine masters on the top floor of the Dragon God Shrine were ready to help. However, they realized that their feet couldn't move as if they were glued to the floor. Standing motionlessly at the window, the shrine master watched the battle outside with his hands clasped behind his back. Third uncle, Zhao Yanzi, had also seen the danger and yelled. Zhao Kuo was launching a killing attack which could pierce Su Han into a sieve. She would be seriously injured or killed. She lost. The cultivators on the side of East Ocean clenched their fists as if Zhao Kuo had won the battle with a landslide. Bang! 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 5 mountain bracelets suddenly appeared on Su Han's neck, wrists, and ankles. They shattered at the same time. Chapter 754. The Chance of Becoming a Heavenly Dragon. The 5 mountain bracelets broke into pieces. Peak Qian level. The presence of a power beyond peak Qian level suddenly burst out. Su Han's skirt bulged up abruptly. More than 40,000 sword energies that dashed toward her and instantly turned around. The longsword in Su Han's hand emitted dazzling green lights. Hao Ren, who was a few hundred meters away, was stunned. Hao Ren has tried the 5 mountain bracelets before. It could suppress most of the nature essence in one's body, and it was 100 times stronger than the Mount Tai bracelets, which were just heavy. Now, Su Han was wearing 5 mountain bracelets. It meant that she had been suppressing her strength and forcing herself to cultivate while wearing the 5 mountain bracelets. These 5 mountain bracelets at least locked 60% of her nature essence. She was only using 40% of her nature essence, and that reached peak Qian level ready. Using the 5 mountain bracelets to suppress her nature essence and force herself to cultivate would indeed be effective. However, it was too crazy to wear 5 mountain bracelets long-term and cultivate until reaching the peak Qian level. Su Han might have been wearing these 5 mountain bracelets ever since she entered the Dragon God Shrine without taking them off. If she was capable of fending Zhao Kuo's sword array formation, she might be wearing it until she charged at the Heavenly Dragon Realm. Whoosh! Zhao Kuo felt a powerful pressure that pressed toward him and was shocked when he saw hundreds of sword energies flying back like waves. He had already paid attention to Su Han. He discovered that her realm wasn't low, but her strength was normal and wasn't above par. The cultivators like him who raised their realms through wars and battles looked down at the cultivators like Su Han who relied solely on cultivation to raise her realm. Who could have thought that Su Han was wearing 5 mountain bracelets and fighting against herself every minute and every second? Bam! 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 Zhao Kuo rotated his black dragon spike quickly and blocked the sword energies that were sent back. These sword energies were composed of the 5 elemental nature essence. Although they were disarrayed when they came back, Zhao Kuo's arms were still numb. Unexpectedly, Su Han revealed her hidden strength. Zhao Kuo was happy instead of afraid and yelled loudly, "Great!" His black dragon spike emitted black lights, and the thick murderous spirit almost solidified into black sand. Su Han's gaze was extremely calm. Zhao Kuo forced her to shatter the 5 mountain bracelets. He was indeed powerful. If she didn't shatter the 5 mountain bracelets, she couldn't take more than 5 of his strikes. Cold breeze surrounded the Dragon God Shrine instantly. Icicles suddenly covered the black Dragon God Shrine that had a layer of red light around it, and the icicles hung on the 4 corners of the Dragon God Shrine. Those level 1 and level 2 inspectors almost couldn't resist this coldness that could freeze their meridians. Suddenly, the top level of the Dragon God Shrine released a layer of light and covered the inspectors near the Dragon God Shrine, making them feel the warmth of spring instantly. On the side of the East Dragon Ocean Clan, Zhao Hongyu raised the river mountain Qian Kun painting, transforming it into a dome-like space and surrounded many cultivators. The wind and snow in the area were 2 times colder than before. If not for the coverage of Zhao Hongyu's Dharma treasure, these young dragon cultivators would be freezing to death right away. All of Su Han's strength burst out, and it could kill cultivators below Gen level easily. Great, 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 Zhao Kuo who jumped up yelled. The stronger Su Han was, the more excited he got. Originally, he thought that Su Han couldn't even fight back. However, it was merely a warm-up for Su Han, and she was really putting all her effort in now. Su Han's thin lips were pressed together, and she swung the longsword. Countless ice and snow spun and rushed toward Zhao Kuo. When one cultivated to the peak Qian level, he or she would have already surpassed the level of cultivation technique and was capable of comprehending the natural laws. Su Han obtained the sky patching scroll from the 9 Dragon Palace. The more she thought about it, the more profound it seemed. As she fought against Zhao Kuo now, her understanding increased, and her strength was condensed into her sword. Feeling that the nature essence was tilting toward him, Zhao Kuo quickly moved his nature essence and used a sword array formation for defense. He suppressed Su Han a while back, but he felt weaker now. However, this was what he wanted. Zhao Kuo wanted to find a master who could pressure him and help him break through his limit. The light-splitting sword shadow scroll also borrowed the power of nature to unleash attacks. The sword energies were dense and connected. They created an array formation for slaughter. The 2 cultivators both borrowed the power of nature, and the platform that extended from the center of the Dragon God Shrine was shattered into pieces. The Dragon God Shrine and the large platform relied on the array formation to maintain their stability, and the core of the array formation was meant to absorb the nature essence in the area. At this moment, the nature essence was drawn away by Zhao Kuo and Su Han, and there wasn't enough nature essence for the array formation. The platform broke and dropped piece by piece, and the dragon god shrine had also begun to wobble. Shrine Master. On the top level of the dragon god shrine, 9 deputy shrine masters looked at the shrine master in panic. The shrine master, who was wearing a black robe, stood still in this wobbling dragon god shrine and looked calm. Hao Ren reached out to grab Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi, who stood beside him. He was afraid that they would fall from the constantly shrinking platform. In the frosty mist, Hao Ren suddenly saw the heavenly dragon cultivator who appeared on 8th heaven. He didn't know when she appeared or what time she came. Bam! The white platform that supported the black dragon god shrine had lost a large section. Su Han and Zhao Kuo had already struck at each other many times in the thick frosty snow and messy sword energies. At this moment, those low-leveled cultivators didn't dare to look up, while those high-leveled cultivators widened their eyes but still couldn't see everything clearly. Su Han's longsword created many sword shadows. After removing the 5 mountain bracelets, she was now swift. It seemed like there were more than dozens of Su Han moving in the sky and leaving behind shadows. Zhao Kuo's black dragon spike controlled dense sword energies, and his body bugled up, increasing the size of the black armor and looking invincible. Pung! The dragon god shrine started to fall to the ground. Zhao Kuo and Su Han suck away the nature essence within 10,000 kilometers of the dragon god shrine. Pung! A red glow shot through the white fog and quickly struck toward the east. Creak! To the surprise of the deputy shrine masters, the dragon god shrine suddenly stopped falling. The ice-cold white mist started to disperse. Zhao Kuo, whose shoulder was pierced through by a sword, landed with one knee on the ground, and the blood gushed out from the back of his shoulder. Su Han stood there quietly and pulled back her longsword. Everyone was stunned. The platform of the dragon god shrine raised slowly and returned to its original altitude. "I'll be charging at the heavenly dragon realm in 3 days, Su Han said calmly. This sentence sounded like she was talking to Zhao Kuo but also announcing it to everyone. Pung! Su Han landed on one foot before flying toward the dragon god shrine. The inspectors who were near the dragon god shrine dodged quickly but could only see Su Han's back. Third uncle. Zhao Yanzi was the first to react and ran toward Zhao Kuo. Hao Ren finally reacted as well, and he strode out and held Zhao Kuo before Zhao Yanzi. Xie Yujia ran over quickly, took out an elixir pill from her storage bracelet, and put it in Zhao Kuo's hand. Zhao Kuo remained kneeling on one knee. It seemed like he didn't understand how he lost. Zhao Yanzi felt sad when she saw Zhao Kuo like this. Yet, she was relieved when she saw that Zhao Kuo didn't suffer any severe injuries. It was probably because Su Han went easy on him. Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang ran over quickly as well, and they were slightly shocked when they saw that Xie Yujia took out a level 5 detox pill. In fact, Xie Yujia had created a batch of elixir pills when she reached the core formation realm and successfully made level 5 elixir pills. However, she didn't intend to spread the news around. Third brother, Zhao Guang patted Zhao Kuo's shoulder to comfort him. He knew that this failure would be a serious setback for Zhao Kuo. All sorts of reputation and respect were secondary. The most important thing was that he lost his qualification in charging at the heavenly dragon realm. The battle between him and Su Han was more of the contest for the chance of charging at the heavenly dragon realm. Only the strongest dragon cultivator had the chance of charging at the heavenly dragon realm, and that was why Zhao Kuo tried to maintain his status. Yet, Su Han was stronger than him, and this meant that he didn't have the chance of charging at the heavenly dragon realm anymore. In contrast, Su Han defeated Zhao Kuo and gained confidence in charging at the heavenly dragon realm, and she wouldn't hesitate. After resting for 3 days, she would be charging at the heavenly dragon realm in her best condition. This also proved that Su Han wasn't injured in this battle. The generals of East Ocean stood still foolishly and didn't know what to do. Su Han defeated the #1 master of East Ocean. Third uncle, let's treat your injury first, Hao Ren said. In every battle, there would be a winner and a loser. Hao Ren was grateful that neither of them was heavily injured. However, for Zhao Kuo, who was completely focused on charging at the heavenly dragon realm, losing to Su Han meant losing the opportunity of charge at the heavenly dragon realm. This massive blow might be even worse than the failure in the heavenly tribulation. Third Lord, those generals ran over and kneeled in front of Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo sighed, finally seeming to come back from the defeat, and swallowed the level 5 detox pill. He cultivated for more than 200 years and reached peak Qian level twice, but he still couldn't defeat Su Han, who cultivated only for more than 20 years. She wasn't just a prodigy but a monster. Zhao Kuo was unwilling to accept defeat, but he lost fair and square. I thought I was the best in the world. Now, it seems like I can't blame the Heaven Dao when I failed the heavenly tribulation last time, he thought. Zhao Kuo stood up right away, and he flew toward the East Ocean Dragon Palace without caring about the bleeding injury. He was going into seclusion cultivation to self-examine and cultivate desperately. Elder Xingyue in white shook her head helplessly and chased. Hao Ren turned his head to look at the Black Dragon God Shrine. After thinking for a bit, he flew out of Dragon God Shrine. Chapter 755. The cycle of the heavenly Tao. The result of Su Han and Zhao Kuo's battle would spread like an explosion toward every single corner of the dragon tribe. East Ocean's generals and elders went back with Zhao Guang, and they would need to discuss their strategy moving forward. Zhao Yanzi stepped on her sword, but she didn't return to the East Ocean Dragon Palace but flew to East Ocean University with Hao Ren. She was agitated because she didn't think that her invincible third uncle would lose to Su Han. It was a massive shock to the East Ocean Dragon clan that Zhao Kuo couldn't charge at the Heavenly Dragon realm. Then, Hao Ren and her marriage wouldn't be so smooth. The East Ocean Dragon clan was on the rise, but this trend stopped all of a sudden. However, they couldn't blame Su Han. It had nothing to do with Su Han either. It was hard to tell who would win or lose in the battle between the masters. Yet, only about one dragon cultivator could become a heavenly dragon cultivator in 1,000 years on average. This meant that the strongest dragon cultivator within 1,000 years would have the highest chance of succeeding. Zhao Kuo and Su Han both wanted to find some inspiration from the battle. In a way, this was also a pre-selection match of charging at the heavenly dragon realm. Zhao Kuo and Su Han both knew very well that whether or not the winner could succeed in charging at the heavenly dragon realm, the loser wouldn't have a high chance. Xie Yujia stepped on her white ruyi cloth and followed Hao Ren, feeling gloomy as well. Hao Ren's fate was connected to the East Ocean Dragon clans, and that was why she was also worried about the future of the East Ocean Dragon clan. Duan Yao followed Hao Ren with no expression on her face. She was not connected to any of this. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili flew beside Hao Ren. They didn't care about Zhao Kuo and only cared about Hao Ren. Hao Ren was silent as he stepped on the golden shield and flew forward quickly. Su Han and Zhao Kuo didn't get severe injuries, which meant that his deepest worry didn't occur. Yet, he also didn't expect that Su Han was a bit stronger than Zhao Kuo. Zhao Kuo's defeat also disrupted all the plans. While everyone followed Hao Ren and flew toward East Ocean City, Hao Ren suddenly changed his direction and flew toward a high elevation. The golden shield reached its peak speed instantly and drew out a golden line. Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi were slightly shocked and quickly chased after Hao Ren. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili twisted their waist lightly and followed. Those young cultivators were shocked when they saw Hao Ren and others moving in this traveling speed. After seeing them disappearing into the clouds, they talked to each other and land in East Ocean University. Hao Ren, Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi yelled at the same time, but they could only see Hao Ren's blurred figure. Duan Yao hesitated for a bit before flying toward Fifth Heaven. Hao Ren flew into Fifth Heaven and rushed inside Ethereal Summit. Due to the effect of the outer and inner array formations, the nature essence intensity in Ethereal Summit was on par with Seventh Heaven. It was more than 10 times the nature essence intensity on land. All sorts of spiritual herbs flourished in the spiritual fields in the center of the valley. The 3-7 core 5-color lotus already grew out new leaves in the spiritual pond, which was composed of the combination of top-tier spiritual herbs. The power of the array formation around them melted these spiritual herbs gradually and turned them into the liquid form. This made the 3 lotus seeds the best environment to grow. This liquid could be called celestial liquid. 1 drop could make the effect of a spiritual herb increase by hundreds of years, and a few drops could increase the medicinal effect by thousands of years. Gongzi, it was a success. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily dashed inside Ethereal Summit and saw the 7-core 5-color lotuses with new leaves. Hao Ren's mood was a bit depressed, but it was slightly better when he saw these 3 7-core 5-color lotuses waving their leaves. The difficulty in nurturing 7-core 5-color lotuses was abnormally high. Even Sky Mountain sect that was famous for nurturing spiritual herbs only had the record in ancient books. They might not succeed even if they were given enough materials. Now that the 3 seeds all sprouted and were growing, it seemed like they weren't far from maturing. The celestial liquid, which was made of many spiritual herbs' ashes and top-grade spiritual herbs, acted as the fertilizer, and the 3 7-core 5-color lotuses had absorbed a small portion. For them to fully mature, the celestial liquid that could bring dying spiritual herbs back to life would eventually all be absorbed by them. Hao Ren thought for a bit and threw the remaining level 10 demonic cores into the celestial liquid to replenish the nutrient. The level 10 demonic cores emitted bright and colorful light and were soon melted within the celestial liquid. These demonic cores were rigid and similar to crystal bead. Even if Little White were to digest a demon core, it would take her a few days. Yet, this celestial liquid dissolved the demonic cores instantly. It was clear that the celestial liquid had extreme power. If cultivators touched it with bare hands, they would melt right away. However, the 3 7-core 5-color lotuses were growing steadily in the celestial liquid. They were ultra tough. With the addition of the several demonic cores, the leaves of the 3 7-core 5-color lotuses had changed slightly and became greener, just like a top-tier jade carving. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhao Yanzi, Xie Yujia, and Duan Yao, who were slightly slower, entered Ethereal Summit one after another. Xie Yujia was very surprised when she saw the 7-core 5-color lotuses were more than 10 centimeters tall and had grown new leaves. Duan Yao was shocked when she saw the 7-core 5-color lotuses as well. Sky Mountain sect was known for nurturing lotuses, and that was why she knew that the best lotuses in the world were 7-core 5-color lotuses. Yet, she had only heard of this type of lotus and never seen one in person. Unexpectedly, Hao Ren's valley nurtured the legendary and holy lotus. Due to their unique attributes, they couldn't be used to make elixir pills, and cultivators wouldn't be able to consume them directly. It could only be used to create 5 elemental Dharma treasures, but very few cultivators could use such Dharma treasures. Duan Yao looked at Hao Ren in confusion and didn't know why he was nurturing the 7-core 5-color lotuses that even Sky Mountain sect couldn't nurture. Zhao Yanzi's mood was bad as well, but she immediately paid attention to the 3 shiny plants when she saw them. According to this speed, they will mature in 5 days, Xie Yujia said. She thought it would take about 10 days originally, but Hao Ren threw level 10 demonic cores inside. This raised the nature essence intensity of the celestial liquid, and the growth speed became even faster. Demonic cores also contained tremendous demon essence, which was the essence absorbed by demon beasts. Now, they were released into the celestial liquid to become nutritious fertilizer. According to Sky Mountain sect's way of nurturing, the fastest time to nurture a 7-core 5-color lotus would be around 100 years. However, Hao Ren added 10 types of top-tier spiritual herbs and an enormous amount of spiritual herb ashes into the celestial liquid. In addition, there were also level 10 demonic cores, which should make these lotuses mature in a few days. Certainly, the consequence was that all the celestial liquid which were precious would be absorbed completely. Besides, these are 100,000-year-old 7-core 5-color lotuses, Lu Linlin added when she heard Xie Yujia. The 100,000-year-old spiritual herbs were burned in 9 Dragon Palace by Chu Niu, but the golden shield absorbed the ashes and spat them out in Ethereal Valley, forming the celestial liquid. This celestial liquid was enough to add a few hundred years to all the spiritual herbs on 5th heaven. Duan Yao slightly widened her eyes. She didn't expect these lotuses to be on the level of 100,000-year-old. Sky Mountain sect had nurtured 7-core 5-color lotuses during its prime, and they had to consume various types of top-tier spiritual herbs, but the success rate was only 50%. Yet, Hao Ren had 3 here. Can we reduce it to 3 days? Hao Ren thought for a bit and asked. Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren in surprise. The 7-core 5-color lotuses would be nurtured in 5 days, and this was already extremely fast. However, Hao Ren still wanted to reduce it to 3 days. Could it be that I want to plant the mystic crystal before Su Han charges at the heavenly dragon realm, Hao Ren said. He turned his head slightly to look at the Lu sisters and Xie Yujia. A 10,000-year-old lotus should be good enough. Gongzi, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili looked at Hao Ren and felt like it was such a pity. It was a significant difference between 10,000-year-old and 100,000-year-old. 7 core 5-color lotuses could only be nurtured given the right time, location, and people, and they might not be capable of appearing again within thousands of years. Decreasing a 100,000-year-old spiritual herb to a 10,000-year-old spiritual herb for only 2 days. Duan Yao also felt that Hao Ren was too impatient. She saw Hao Ren as her enemy, but she didn't know why she still hoped that he could nurture a 100,000-year-old 7-core 5-color lotus. Su Han picked her day carefully, right? Hao Ren asked. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili frowned, calculated carefully, and looked at Hao Ren in surprise. Gongzi, how did you know? The heavenly Tao is the weakest on that day. In fact, Hao Ren was only guessing. A cultivator on Su Han's realm would have a sense of connection with the heavenly Tao. That was why Zhao Kuo prepared early for his heavenly tribulation. The ancestral dragons would be alternating in 3 days, Lu Lili said. What does that mean? Hao Ren asked. The god dragon has 9 sons. 8 of them guard 8 directions, and the other one wanders around the world. Their positions rotate every 500 years, and heavenly Tao will be loosened on that day, Lu Linlin said. They shouldn't tell Hao Ren these secrets, but they didn't see Hao Ren as an outsider. Also, it was fine since they would be punished when they return anyways. 500 years ago, that metal elemental dragon cultivator successfully ascended to the heavenly dragon realm on this date as well, Lu Lili said. Hao Ren knew that Chu Niu was the one who was on his 500-year vacation. He wondered who would be freed next. I will plant the mystic crystal in 3 days. Hao Ren sent out 2 sword energies and picked out 2 7-core 5-color lotuses from the left and the right. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were shocked, but they soon understood. Hao Ren took out 2 lotuses and focused on nurturing one. That would help this one become 100,000-year-old in 3 days. They persisted on 3 lotuses and didn't think of this. Giving and taking were a part of the heavenly Tao. Having 3 lotuses become 10,000-year-old, or having just one becomes 100,000-year-old. Those were the choices. Chapter 756 to 100,000-year-old 7-core 5-color lotus. Whoosh! Hao Ren stepped on a sword energy and flew into his cave abode. The golden shield made a humming sound while hovering around twice before laying inside the crevice of the cave. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili looked at each other and released their yin-yang bracelets toward the spiritual field. The bracelets floated on top of the 7-core 5-color lotus and released an energy sphere. In the next 2 days, both Hao Ren and the 7-core 5-color lotus had to be protected. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili would stay in the valley and stop any possible problems from happening. Xie Yujia also insisted on staying in Ethereal Summit. She would take care of the snow lion cubs while trying to create elixir pills at the same time. Making level 6 pill might be slightly a reach above her limit, but she still needed to give it a try. Due to the effect of the array formation, spiritual herbs in the valley grew tremendously, and she had plenty of materials. Duan Yao followed Hao Ren and came to 5th heaven, and she stayed in the valley because she didn't want to go to 6th heaven. She made a cave abode for herself and flew inside to take rest. Zhao Yanzi saw the small array formation in front of Hao Ren's cave and knew that Hao Ren wanted to adjust and cultivate. He wouldn't see anybody for sure, and no one could disturb him. She stayed in the valley for a while and saw that nothing was happening in Hao Ren's cave. She was still worried about her third uncle, so she talked to Xie Yujia before flying toward the land. As if it were the calm before the storm, nothing happened to the stifling ethereal summit as time passed. The area near Ethereal Summit was the forbidden zone in 5th heaven. Even the cultivators from 6th and 7th heaven had to detour around here as well. Pop! 2 days had passed, and that 7-core 5-color lotus in the middle of the spiritual field suddenly burst out a small bud. Then, a light aroma instantly permeated through Ethereal Summit. The pure white flower bud bloomed with a bright glow, looking like white jade. Just by looking at it, one could feel that it was not an ordinary object. All the plants in the valley seemed to be cleaned immediately. The other spiritual herbs in the spiritual fields grew tremendously, and even the normal grass became as pretty as emeralds. The snow lion cubs roared as their fur turned from white to gold, and their demonic cores that weren't condensed gradually solidified in this vibrant atmosphere. Xie Yujia, who was making elixirs in her cave abode, felt like the meridians of her body were cleansed, and her control of life-death notes became faster. Duan Yao, who was cultivating in her cave abode, also sensed a refreshing aura passing through her body, and it helped her make a small breakthrough. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were already at the soul formation realm and wouldn't be affected as much, but they knew that this was the sign that the 7-core 5-color lotus was about to mature. Pa. Following the 7-core 5-color lotus in the middle, the other two 7-core 5-color lotuses that were moved away also grew out 2 small flower buds. The 3 lotuses, a big one and 2 small, released an enlightening fragrance. The surrounding spiritual herbs seemed to lose their colors instantly. The 3 small sects outside of Ethereal Summit saw that the array formation around Ethereal Summit was emitting a gentle radiance. Even though this radiance was light, it spread very far. Hao Ren sat inside his cave abode and isolated himself from the outside to solidify his mid-tier Shuan level strength. Xie Yujia quickly struck out hundreds of Dharma notes and finally took out 3 level 6 pills from the furnace. Then, she promptly flew out of her cave to look at the 7-core 5-color lotuses in the spiritual field. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili were already beside the spiritual field and paid close attention to the change of the 7-core 5-color lotuses. Color began to appear on the white petals. Whoosh! Duan Yao also came out from her new cave above, and she was surprised when she saw colors beginning to appear on the petals of the 7-core 5-color lotuses. The 5 colors represented the 5 elements of nature. The color change was extremely slow and silent. However, without the catalysis of the celestial liquid, this process would take hundreds of years. The radiance emitted from Ethereal Summit gradually changed from white toward the 5 colors of white, red, black, green, and yellow. These colorful lights almost dyed the entire 5th heaven. If this happened in the past, the cultivators on 5th heaven, 6th heaven, and 7th heaven would come and check out the situation. However, even though these grand cultivators were extremely curious and surprised right now, no one dared to come to this forbidden area. The maturing process of 3 7-core 5-color lotuses was quite tranquil and not tense at all. Yet, the calmer it was, the more nervous people were. Nobody knew if the 7-core 5-color lotuses, which were extremely sensitive to the nature essence, would suddenly wither. Pop! The 7-core 5-color lotus in the center bloomed, and a gigantic lotus appeared. Its petals contained the 5 colors, and the center was a black seed pod. On the surface of the seed pod, there were 7 circular holes which were absorbing the nature essence. Lu Linlin and Lu Lili squeezed their hands together nervously, and Xie Yujia also put both of her hands in front of her chest and breathed carefully. The 2 7-core 5-color lotuses on the sides bloomed as well, but the lotuses and the black seed pods were smaller. Other than emitting colorful brilliance, nothing else was going on. The brilliance was also very weak. If Ethereal Summit didn't have this array formation, the colorful lights wouldn't be projected out that far. Xie Yujia and the others stood still and didn't move at all. It seemed like the time froze. Even those snow lion cubs also didn't move. Unexpectedly, these lotuses that were natural Dharma treasures and were beyond top-tier spiritual herbs didn't have any special energies around them after they matured, and the colorful petals gradually turned into a regular white color. If Xie Yujia and the others didn't stare at them, they couldn't be able to tell these 3 lotuses apart from insignificant water lotuses. If they grew inside a pond and were mixed in with the other miscellaneous flowers and weeds, no one would pay attention to them. Even the soul formation realm cultivators couldn't sense their nature essence. Also, since these lotuses would only grow around top-tier spiritual herbs, why would cultivators pay attention to ordinary-looking lotuses when they discover other top-tier spiritual herbs? Puff! As a few lotus leaves fell into the water, they immediately grew into a large field of lotuses. Xie Yujia was about to get excited, but she suddenly realized that these lotuses were ordinary lotuses. The 3 7-core 5-color lotuses hid in the ordinary lotuses. If Xie Yujia and the Lu sisters didn't pay attention, they almost couldn't find them. However, this wasn't a big issue. Since the 7-core 5-color lotuses were extremely tough, they could find them after chopping down all the ordinary lotuses. However, no cultivator would be bored enough to chop down ordinary lotuses when they encountered other top-tier spiritual herbs. The 7 core 5-color lotuses were extremely rare, and not many cultivators knew of them due to their excellent disguising abilities. The sky gradually darkened, and the petals of the 3 7 core 5-color lotuses fell off. In this process, more and more lotuses grew out one after another. The black seed pods finally fell off the 2 small 7 core 5-color lotuses on the side. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily's 2 yin-yang bracelets packed them up and sent them to the Lu sisters' hands. The Lu sisters peeled the seed pod and took out a black lotus seed from each seed pod. The 2 lotus seeds were like 2 small black pebbles and didn't have any fluctuation of nature essence. No one would notice if they fell inside a pond. However, they were both 10,000-year-old. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily looked at each other and finally smiled with relief. No matter what, they already had 2 mature 10,000-year-old lotus seeds. They didn't have to worry too much even if the 100,000-year-old lotus ran into issues. As they were just thinking, the black seed pod that was as big as a human's hand in the large 7 core 5-color lotus finally fell. Xie Yujia was anxious, and she ran over and held onto the seed pod before dashing out. All the celestial liquid was completely dried up, and those ordinary lotuses also withered. A ditch was revealed in the spot where the 7 core 5-color lotuses grew. Xie Yujia picked out the big lotus seed. After she shook the seed pod more, 3 small lotus seeds fell out. Big Jumu, you are very lucky. You can nurture these 3 lotus seeds again in the future, the Lu sister said with a smile. The 2 lotus seeds that they took out were not that matured, and that was why there were no more lotus seeds inside. Yet, the one that Xie Yujia picked had absorbed enough nutrients, and the big lotus seed nurtured 3 small lotus seeds. Xie Yujia smiled and put the 3 small lotus seeds inside her bracelet. She knew clearly that it would be extremely difficult to nurture 7 core 5-color lotuses again. Gongzi. The lotuses are matured. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily flew to Hao Ren's cave abode and shouted. Hao Ren was cultivating, and he was slightly surprised when he heard the Lu sisters. Then, he ran out immediately. The Lu sisters opened their hands and revealed 2 black lotus seeds. The black and white yin-yang bracelets were suddenly put away, and the isolated ethereal summit also removed its blockade. Ah! Ya! Zhao Yanzi, who was on her purple-green treasure sword, fell with her head down from the sky. She returned to the East Ocean Dragon Palace and stayed there for a day. Seeing that third uncle was unwilling to step out of the secret chamber and seemed to be all right, she flew back to 5th heaven quickly because she was concerned about Hao Ren. Unexpectedly, the array formation around Ethereal Summit was closed off, and she couldn't break through even though she had the key that Zhen Kongming gave her. While she was suspecting that an accident happened and tried to ram into the array formation anxiously, the array formation suddenly opened. This made her fall upside down from the sky. Hao Ren reached out his hands and rushed to the sky like a sharp arrow to catch Zhao Yanzi. Geez! When Zhao Yanzi discovered that Hao Ren caught her right at her chest, she immediately reacted and shoved Hao Ren's hands away. She stepped back onto her purple-green treasure sword and flew toward Xie Yujia awkwardly while ignoring Hao Ren. Was it successful? Xie Yujia raised her hands and showed Zhao Yanzi the black, smooth, yet unsymmetrical lotus seed. Third uncle was all right. What do you plan to do next? Zhao Yanzi's blush faded away slightly. Then, she turned around to look at Hao Ren and asked. She was now clear that Hao Ren was more important to her than her third uncle. Even though Hao Ren was safe on 5th heaven, she was worried when she didn't see Hao Ren for a day. If Zhao Kuo learned that a decade of treating Zhao Yanzi well was not comparable to Hao Ren's 1 year of love, he would spit out another mouthful of blood in anger. I won't use it on 5th heaven. I'll go to the East Ocean Dragon Palace to plant it, Hao Ren said. Chapter 757. Dragon God Shrine, Ascending. Oh, the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Zhao Yanzi blinked and looked at Hao Ren in surprise. On 5th heaven, with abundant nature essence and protection of the array formation around Ethereal Summit, it seemed like a better place than the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Besides, after Zhao Kuo lost the battle, the elders in the East Ocean Dragon Palace were heavy-hearted, and Hao Ren would cause another upheaval in the East Ocean Dragon Palace if he planted the mystic crystal there. Xie Yujia also looked at Hao Ren in bafflement. but she trusted Hao Ren's every decision and wouldn't stop him. Gongzi, you are right. With the strong protection of the East Ocean Dragon Palace, it's safest to plant the mystic crystal there, Lu Lili said. After all, Fifth Heaven was the human cultivators' territory with a lot of nascent soul realm cultivators and several soul formation realm cultivators monitoring it. Planting mystic crystal was a very risky process, and it must be done in the safest place that a cultivator could find. Like a breakthrough in realm, one might fail if they couldn't calm down completely. Despite the protection of the array formation, Ethereal Summit was only a safe corner on Fifth Heaven, and too many accidents had happened. Any little disturbance would affect Hao Ren's mind. In contrast, the entire East Ocean and the adjacent land were under the control of the East Ocean Dragon clan, and close to 1 million soldiers guarded the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Even if some powerful enemies came to attack it, it could last for a while. Therefore, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili knew that it was a wise decision for Hao Ren to plant the mystic crystal in the East Ocean Dragon Palace despite its relatively scarcer nature essence. Hao Ren moved his hand and sucked out the golden shield that was hiding at one corner, and it spun toward Hao Ren's feet. Seeing the abundant nature essence around the 7-heart colorful lotuses, the golden shield was tempted to suck the nature essence from it. However, the Lu sisters' yin-yang bracelets engulfed the 3 7-core colorful lotuses, and it couldn't get close to them. However, it received other benefits in the last few days. While she wasn't making elixir pills, Xie Yujia had scrubbed its body with the Ruyi cloth, and its appearance now matched its name. It was flashing golden lights like a celestial treasure. However, once it moved, it showed its nature. It moved around restlessly without any composure of a celestial treasure. Without hesitation, Hao Ren stepped onto the golden shield and flew up. Seeing Hao Ren and the others were about to leave, the snow lion cubs rolled over, seeming reluctant to see Xie Yujia and the others go. Xie Yujia felt pity for them and picked up 4 snow lion cubs. These snow lions had doubled in sizes since they came here, and each was heavy. Fortunately, Xie Yujia was a cultivator. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to carry them. Seeing their peers being picked up by Xie Yujia, the other snow lion cubs all looked up and barked anxiously. After living in Ethereal Summit, they had found the pattern, which was that they would get fed when Xie Yujia appeared. Otherwise, they would go hungry. After all, the spiritual fields in the valley were protected by fences and array formation, and they couldn't get close. Laughing, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili each picked up 4 snow lion cubs, and Zhao Yanzi picked up 2. Then, Duan Yao picked up the last one since this snow lion reminded her of Luya in Sky Mountain sect. Greetings to Master. Seeing Hao Ren flying out from Ethereal Summit, the 3 nearby sects greeted together. This scene where several powerful cultivators had snow cubs in their arms was a stunning one. Looking back at Ethereal Summit, Hao Ren wondered if he would come back. After tonight, Su Han would charge at the Heavenly Dragon Realm. If Hao Ren could successfully plant the mystic crystal tonight, he would manage to catch her big day. A moment later, Hao Ren and the others had returned to First Heaven from Fifth Heaven and then dashed into East Ocean. Lu Yi had returned to East Ocean already, and he was in charge of guarding the area between the Dragon Palace and land. Seeing Hao Ren coming back, he immediately came over to greet him. Hao Ren had now reached mid-tier Xuan level, and Lu Yi knew that he could never attain such a cultivation speed. General Lu, strengthen the guarding force around the Dragon Palace by 3 times. Seeing Lu Yi coming over, Hao Ren instructed. Yes, sir. Lu Yi answered without asking any questions. There might be some changes in the surroundings later tonight. Tell the soldiers not to be alarmed since I will be planting my mystic crystal, Hao Ren continued. Lu Yi looked at Hao Ren in surprise and then nodded immediately before marching off to the troops around the Dragon Palace to make the arrangements. Trusting Lu Yi, Hao Ren didn't hide the truth to him, knowing that this general that he promoted wouldn't betray him. Lu Yi was a bit surprised. After all, Hao Ren was the commanding general of East Ocean, and him planting his mystic crystal was an important event. Morale is now low since Third Lord got defeated by Su Han. If the commanding general fails, nonsense. General Hao is miraculously brave and won't fail. Lu Yi slapped himself heavily before entering the military campsite. Meanwhile, Hao Ren led Xie Yujia and the others into the East Ocean Dragon Palace through the gate. Gongzi Hao, hunchbacked, Premier Shah was relieved when he saw Hao Ren. Third Lord has locked himself in seclusion and declared that he wouldn't come out in the next 200 years. You must talk to him. Now that Zhao Kuo had become sulky and locked himself in seclusion, leaving the troops of the East Ocean Dragon clan to Hao Ren, Premier Shah was afraid that Hao Ren would drop his duties as well. If that happened, East Ocean would be in big trouble. Okay, Hao Ren nodded. I'm going to plant my mystic crystal. Premier Shah, please make the preparations for me. Plant, mystic crystal? Premier Shah tried to straighten his back and looked at Hao Ren in astonishment. He looked carefully and saw that Hao Ren had indeed reached mid-tier Shuan level, and it was quite common to plant mystic crystal at this realm. Premier Shah, please find me the quietest spot fitting for cultivation, Hao Ren said. Premier Shah retreated several steps and replied, I'll go and make arrangements immediately. Seeing the calm expression on Hao Ren's face, he was a bit expectant as he thought, it possible that Gongzi Hao could reach the heavenly dragon realm one day with his miraculous cultivation speed? It was a big event that Hao Ren would plant his mystic crystal, and the dragon palace began to bustle. Outside of the dragon palace, Lu Yi guarded the palace with tens of thousands of soldiers. Getting the news that Hao Ren would plant his mystic crystal, Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu both came out of the main palace, which brought tension to Zhao Yanzi. She had waited for Zhao Kuo while the latter planted his mystic crystal on that small island. Despite everyone's worry, it had gone well. Is the process of planting mystic crystal really this dangerous? She thought. More than a dozen purple-robed elders who had been discussing the East Ocean Dragon clan's future strategy got the news and hurried out after Zhao Guang. The place that they prepared for Hao Ren was Zhao Horan's cultivation palace. It was in the center of the East Ocean Dragon Palace and the center of the Grand Defensive Array formation. Even the purple-robed elders couldn't get close to this area, but Zhao Guang had arranged it for Hao Ren, offering the latter the best cultivation environment. To some extent, Hao Ren had an inheritance from Zhao Horan, and Zhao Guang hoped that Hao Ren could absorb old Dragon King Zhao Horan's presence by cultivating there. Mom, is it very dangerous? Seeing Hao Ren entering the secret chamber, Zhao Yanzi stood by Zhao Hongyu's side and asked repeatedly. Your third uncle had the experience of planting mystic crystal before, and he succeeded in one try. At mid-tier Shuan level, Hao Ren's realm is not low, but putting the mystic crystal into the body isn't an easy thing, Zhao Hongyu said. Then, we must ask Hao Ren to cancel it. Zhao Yanzi was regretful. Hao Ren is determined to plant the mystic crystal, and we can't shake his determination. Your third uncle had planned to charge at the heavenly dragon realm in these 2 days, saying that it is the perfect time for making breakthroughs, Zhao Hongyu said. In fact, she had been astonished when Hao Ren suddenly announced his plan of planting the mystic crystal. Since Hao Ren had found the most fitting mystic crystal, he should plant it as soon as possible so that he could increase his cultivation speed. After finding the proper mystic crystal, every dragon cultivator would be eager to plant it so that they could charge at a higher realm. Standing on the other side of Zhao Hongyu, Xie Yujia was also anxious. Duan Yao clenched her fists while she watched Hao Ren enter the secret chamber with complicated feelings. During these days that she had been with Hao Ren, she had been wanting to kill him for revenge. She had some opportunities to do it but couldn't make her move somehow. All the snow lion cubs sat in a row by Xie Yujia's feet. When the purple-robed elders saw these snow lions, they all looked surprised, not expecting that Hao Ren had gotten so many level 2 spirit beasts. Gongzi. After hesitating for a few seconds, Lu Linlin and Lu Lili ran toward Hao Ren. Let us guard you, Gongzi, the Lu sisters said firmly. It's not necessary. Hao Ren shook his head. To guard him in cultivation, they must connect their mind to his. If Hao Ren failed the procedure, they might get hurt in the process. Gongzi, your immortal physique is connected to us. Besides, Lu Linlin looked at Hao Ren and said after half a second of hesitation, this might be the last time that we can help you, Gongzi. Hao Ren looked at them reluctantly. We have to go back. Lu Linlin smiled helplessly and looked sad. Gongzi, you have reached mid-tier Shuan level. If you can plant the mystic crystal successfully, you will elevate to a higher realm. You won't need Linlin and Lily anymore. Hearing her words, Lu Lily bit on her lip while tears gathered in her eyes. Even though she wasn't as vivacious as Lu Linlin, she was reluctant to leave Hao Ren as well. Besides, we have two 10,000-year-old lotus seeds. Lily and I can plant with each other and join our forces with yours, Lu Linlin continued. Okay. After a glance at their sincere expressions, Hao Ren saw that the time was up and turned to enter the secret chamber. Hao Ren had known that Lu Linlin and Lu Lily were not cultivators of this world and would return sooner or later. In fact, when he heard the voice call them Chenxin and Chenyi on 7th heaven, he had sensed that the Lu sisters wouldn't stay here for long. When they mentioned the alternation of the ancestral dragons, he knew for sure that they would return. He had hoped that the Lu sisters could stay by his side and live happy lives. However, he knew that he couldn't keep them to himself and thus didn't ask them to stay. Watching the Lu sisters entering the secret chamber with Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia knew that they would guard him in cultivation. Among them, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had the highest realm and were most intimate with Hao Ren. They only hoped that everything would go well with Hao Ren. Creak, the stone door of the secret chamber closed slowly. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Dragon God Shrine, the 9 deputy shrine masters stood in one row, facing the back of the shrine master. Shrine master, do you really want to offer the Dragon God Shrine as the venue for Su Han's heavenly tribulation? One of the deputy shrine masters couldn't help asking. Facing the wall, the shrine master didn't look back nor speak. The heavenly tribulation is more than an ordinary cultivator can take. The Dragon God Shrine rules the dragon tribe and hovers in the high sky. Many prisoners are locked in the Dragon God Shrine. If anything happened to the array formation. Shrine master, the 9 deputy shrine masters began to talk one after another. Even Yu Zilong felt like it was quite risky to make the Dragon God Shrine the venue for Su Han's heavenly tribulation. The array formation of the Dragon God Shrine could block some heavenly lightning bolts. However, if Su Han couldn't block the heavenly tribulation, the power would crash onto the Dragon God Shrine and destroy it. It would be nice if one of the inspectors could become a heavenly dragon cultivator, but it would be a heavy price to pay if the entire Dragon God Shrine was sacrificed in the process. It's decided. Don't mention it again. The shrine master raised his hand and stopped the protests from the 9 deputy shrine masters. 2 of the deputy shrine masters tried to speak but found that they had lost their voices. You must know that the Dragon God Shrine can't last forever like this, the shrine master said. The 9 deputy shrine masters remained silent. The Dragon God Shrine was first established to stabilize the cultivation world, which had just experienced a major war. Its responsibility was to supervise the severely unbalanced dragon clans and guard against the human cultivation sects, preventing them from breaking the agreement and returning to land. After hundreds of years of management and adaptation, the cultivation sects had stayed above 5th heaven and lost interest in land which had little nature essence. Meanwhile, the dragon cultivators had settled down and merged gradually into the mortal society, while the balances among the dragon clans had become stable. Despite its ever-growing strength, the Dragon God Shrine was basically a temporary organization. Although the 9 deputy shrine masters didn't say it, they had to admit that it was true. If Su Han passes the heavenly tribulation, I'll hand the Dragon God Shrine to her. If she fails, just forget everything that I said. The shrine master turned slowly and looked at the 9 deputy shrine masters while saying the words in an indisputable tone. Chapter 758. When can we meet again? The East Ocean Dragon Palace. Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia had waited for a whole night outside of the secret chamber anxiously, and the dozen snow lion cubs were sleeping soundly in one corner. Duan Yao sat on a chair with a calm expression, resting with her eyes closed and one small snow lion cub in her lap. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu were worried, but as the Dragon King and the Dragon Queen of East Ocean, they must remain calm. However, they looked at each other occasionally and could tell that each other was nervous. As Zhao Yanzi once said to Hao Ren, the cultivators could die when they tried to gain the breakthroughs. The higher the realm was, the riskier the breakthrough would be. It was like a gamble against fate. Charging at the heavenly dragon realm was undoubtedly the biggest gamble. It had been a dilemma for Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang. If they didn't allow Hao Ren to plant the mystic crystal, they were stopping him from elevating. If they allowed him to plant the mystic crystal, Hao Ren might be in danger and even affect Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi's life was connected with Hao Ren's. The higher Hao Ren's realm was, the safer Zhao Yanzi would be. However, the more risks Hao Ren took, the greater the danger Zhao Yanzi would be in as well. At midnight, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia had gone outside and talked. When they came back, their expressions had softened. Boom! A five-colored light shot out from the secret chamber. The colorful spiritual light shooting up from the deep ocean was brighter than the rising sun. Yu Yang was getting up from the bed in her bedroom in the house by the sea. When she saw the light, she was stupefied. In the city, the young dragon cultivators had also seen the magnificent light shooting from the East Ocean Dragon Palace from a distance. Even the dragon cultivators in the mountains and lakes near East Ocean City were shocked by the sudden light. As the most powerful force in the area, the East Ocean Dragon clan hadn't shown any magnificent sight for many years. However, the light, the shaking, the surging waves, boom. Waves of powerful suppression swept across the sea. Even the South Ocean Dragon clan, the North Ocean Dragon clan, and the West Ocean Dragon clan vaguely saw the light shooting from the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Could it be that the ultimate treasure of the East Ocean Dragon Palace had, email protected, they thought. In the distant Demon Sea, the demon beasts were restless and wanted to rush out of the sea, but they suddenly sensed Lady Zhen Zhen's presence and sank into the bottom of the ocean one by one. In the house, Yu Yang dug out her cell phone in a hurry and was about to ask the meteorological station to record this scene, but the light had gradually disappeared. The sun rose slowly from the east as if that light was a reflection of the sun on the ocean. Outside of the secret chamber, Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi caught each other's hand to keep their balance while the ground shook. Finally, they saw Hao Ren walking out from the secret chamber. The sealed secret chamber had a hole in the ceiling, and the colorful spiritual light still lingered inside. Wearing rose-colored sweaters, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily didn't come out from the secret chamber. Their faces looked pink and healthy. During the night, they had not only helped Hao Ren plant the mystic crystal but had absorbed the two 10,000-year-old lotus seeds into their bodies. They strengthened increased a bit more as well. Big Jumu, small Jumu. Linlin and Lily must go now. Standing in the secret chamber, they bowed at Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi slightly and spoke at the same time. Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia were surprised. Before they could react, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had changed into two colorful lights which shot into the sky and entered the boundless clouds as two beautiful rainbows. In the house, Yu Yang saw another two lights rising in the sky. She immediately picked up the camera which she had just dug out from the drawer, but she was still one beat too slow. Seeing two lights shooting out from the East Ocean Dragon Palace while layers of auspicious clouds invisible to mortals floated on the surface of the ocean, the cultivators around East Ocean City realized that cultivators had soared into the heaven from the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Looking up and watching the Lu sisters turned into two lights, Hao Ren felt empty inside. Staying with him, they frolicked occasionally but generally were quiet. Hao Ren thought back and found that he hadn't done much for them and had seldom taken them out for meals. The sisters had entertained themselves but were quite lonely here. Zhao Hongyu looked up and watched the colorful lights disappear gradually in the sky, feeling a bit lost. The Lu sisters were very vivacious and lovely, and they had been helpful to the East Ocean Dragon Palace. However, they still had to go back. Our East Ocean Dragon Palace can't keep the cultivators from the heavenly realm. Seeing Zhao Hongyu's reluctance to see them go, Zhao Guang tried to comfort her. Zhao Hongyu liked the obedient and considerate Xie Yujia, but she also liked the vivacious and smart Lu sisters as well. Yeah. Zhao Hongyu nodded and turned her eyes toward Hao Ren who had just walked out from the secret chamber. Having planted the mystic crystal, Hao Ren didn't show any outside changes, but significant transformations had taken place in his body. After the cleanse by Hao Ren's natal nature essence, the ordinary-looking black lotus seed had emitted 5 colored lights, looking extremely radiant. The 100,000-year-old 7-core 5-color lotus had absorbed all of Hao Ren's nature essence with ease and began to absorb the nature essence from the surroundings as well. In the instant when the mystic crystal was planted, Hao Ren felt as if lotus flowers were blooming in his body. Even vague lotus phantoms appeared above his head. In that instant, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had completely absorbed the 10,000-year 7-core 5-color lotus. 5 white lotus flowers floated around them, and each of the flowers had 5 petals. They had planned to stay with Hao Ren by suppressing their realms, but now they must return. With Su Han's current strength, she would inevitably cause some changes in nature when she charged at the heavenly dragon realm. Since the Saint Mother knew that they were hiding in the mortal world, the consequences would be too big for them to take if they made any mistakes. It was why they had to return after helping Hao Ren plant the mystic crystal. It was their last assistance to him. Familiar with the temperament of the Saint Mother, Lu Linlin and Lu Lily knew that they wouldn't receive severe punishments if they returned in time. However, if they delayed, Hao Ren would be punished as well. In the end, they knew that the Saint Mother loved them. Locking them in East Ocean Dragon Palace was only a small punishment. She wanted them back because she didn't want them to be involved in this grand transformation of nature that was going to occur. The white morning sunlight came from the east, lighting up the surface of the ocean. Hao Ren looked up and saw the array formation of the East Ocean Dragon Palace repairing itself. Then, he looked at Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi in front of him. They had tear trails on their faces, which showed their worry and anxiety during the night. It's okay now, with a bitter smile, Hao Ren walked up and opened his arms. Without thinking, Xie Yujia walked over into his arms, but Zhao Yanzi brushed off his arm. At this moment, Xie Yujia realized that everyone was staring at them. While blushing, she immediately stood away. Wide-eyed, Duan Yao looked at Hao Ren as if he were a rare animal. Seeing Hao Ren walking out from the secret chamber, she didn't know how she felt. Yao, it's time to return. A melodious voice suddenly appeared. Hearing the voice, Duan Yao immediately jumped up and tossed the snow lion in her arms toward Hao Ren before rushing to the surface of the sea. Lady Zhen had come to pick her up. She couldn't suppress her joy as if she were a kindergarten kid whose parent had finally come for her. Humph. I'll take your life next time we meet. While Duan Yao flew toward the surface, she tossed those words at Hao Ren. Catching the snow lion, Hao Ren looked at her in exasperation. Duan Yao claimed that she would kill him each time they met, but she had never put her words into action. It had become her tagline. Then, he turned his head slightly and saw Zhao Kuo standing at the end of the corridor. Elder Xingyu stood beside him, and her usual cold face had a trace of joy. Hao Ren smiled since he had known that Zhao Kuo wouldn't stay put if he were planting the mystic crystal. Seeing Zhao Kuo coming out, Elder Xingyue knew that he had got over his fury, which explained the joy on her face. When is Su Han charging toward the heavenly dragon realm? Hao Ren asked. At noon in the Dragon God Shrine, Lu Qing answered. Hearing that Su Han would charge at the heavenly dragon realm, every force was collecting information about it. With the resources of the East Ocean Dragon Clan, it was easy to get accurate information. Hao Ren was surprised that Su Han chose the Dragon God Shrine. However, he knew that it was the best place to pass the heavenly tribulation after thinking for a bit longer. When Zhao Kuo tried to pass the heavenly tribulation, the East Ocean Dragon Clan had spent a lot of time and resources in building a huge platform in the deep ocean, but it was all destroyed during the process. Hao Ren was a bit surprised that the Dragon God Shrine had offered its platform to help Su Han pass the heavenly tribulation. With Su Han's mentality and realm, this heavenly tribulation shouldn't be too powerful, Hao Ren thought. Uncle, auntie, I'll head back. I'll go and watch Su Han while she is doing this, Hao Ren said. Okay. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu didn't object. With Hao Ren's potential, he would have the opportunity to charge at the heavenly dragon realm. No matter if Su Han succeeded or not, it would be a good experience for Hao Ren. Let's go. Taking Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi's hands into his, Hao Ren flew into the high sky from the East Ocean Dragon Palace. He had made the decision not to interfere while Su Han charged at the heavenly dragon realm. As in the battle between Su Han and Zhao Kuo, no one knew the result until the last moment. In that battle, Hao Ren had thought that Su Han lost when she was struck down by Zhao Kuo and wanted to dash out to catch her. However, Su Han unleashed her full strength and instantly turned the table. If Zhao Kuo and Su Han didn't push him back together when he rushed out, he would have died. With Su Han's realm, she didn't need Hao Ren's help in battles, let alone when passing the heavenly tribulation. Passing the heavenly tribulation was risking one's life. Not everyone was as lucky as Zhao Kuo. One would live if the process was smooth and die if it were a failure. This might be the last time that Hao Ren could see Su Han.
Chapter 759. The girls are all here. While taking Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi's hands, Hao Ren rushed out of the ocean toward his home.
During the process of planting Mystic Crystal, he didn't encounter any danger, but he had been extremely cautious as if he were working with the most exquisite instruments. He had felt like he was dismantling a bomb in a limited time, and any mistake would trigger a deadly detonation. Hao Ren felt as he had played with death, and it was a different feeling compared to the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulations were earth-shaking, and they tested the cultivator's cultivation foundation. However, during the process of planting Mystic Crystal, everything was quiet, but the cultivators were walking on a thin line at every second. Without great fortitude and a peaceful mind, one could never plant a Mystic Crystal. Many cultivators had obtained their Mystic Crystals after great efforts but failed and died in the process of planting them due to unstable minds. Out of the ocean, Hao Ren didn't let go Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia's hands, cherishing them more after experiencing the boundless danger lurking in the silent process of planting the Mystic Crystal. Feeling Hao Ren's tight grip on her hand, Xie Yujia knew that he had had a difficult night. Seeing Hao Ren's clear and determined eyes, Zhao Yanzi gained some understanding of his mind when he faced the deadly danger, and she began to soften inside. Her third uncle had said that those cultivators without a firm belief or a clear mind wouldn't dare to plant Mystic Crystals because one distracting thought would turn the Mystic Crystal in the body into a bomb. This tortuous feeling about the imminent danger usually lasted at least more than half a day, which was more than what ordinary cultivators could withstand. The fact that Hao Ren could plant this Mystic Crystal showed that he had a firm belief in what he pursued. It allowed him to last until the last moment. "Hey, stinky uncle." Zhao Yanzi punched on Hao Ren's chest. "What's it?" Hao Ren asked while still clutching her small hand. While he flew, he was still sensing the cold Mystic Crystal in his body and was caught off guard when Zhao Yanzi hit him suddenly. I've talked about it with Sister Yujia." Zhao Yanzi suddenly blushed and said after a few seconds of embarrassment. "About what?" Hao Ren blinked and asked her. "About," Zhao Yanzi bit on her lip. "Ask Sister Yujia." "Ah?" Baffled, Hao Ren turned to Xie Yujia on the other side. "What is it?" To his surprise, Xie Yujia blushed as well. When she saw Zhao Yanzi keep glancing at her, she said, "Z talked with me. After your wedding in the Dragon Palace." Seeing Hao Ren's eyes on her, Xie Yujia turned redder. "She will give wedding in the mortal world to me." "I see." Hao Ren's heart raced. He hadn't expected Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia to reach such an agreement. "You can't reveal your identity as the Fuma of East Ocean anyway." Zhao Yanzi lifted her face and shouted while baring her teeth. Seeing her fierce look, Hao Ren couldn't help smiling since he knew that she was trying to cover her shyness. He turned to look at Xie Yujia and saw that her face had turned as red as a ripe apple. Pervert. When Hao Ren showed no objection to their agreement, Zhao Yanzi lifted her fist again and pounded on his chest. Hao Ren is the worst. Although she knew that the Dragon King and Dragon Elders in the Dragon Tribe all had more than one wife, she got a little angry when she saw Hao Ren's bright smile. Hao Ren's smile got brighter when he saw Zhao Yanzi's furious look, and he pinched her small nose. Then, he shot out a sword energy, and they landed in front of the house by the sea. Grandma had been arranging the plants in the garden, and she was pleasantly surprised when she saw Hao Ren and the girls standing outside of the garden. "How come you're here in the early morning? Is anything wrong?" Grandma put down the watering jug and opened the small door to the garden while she asked. "I came back to fetch something, and they insisted on coming with me," Hao Ren said. Xie Yujia glanced at him with disapproval at his lie. But her gaze was still gentle and sweet despite her silent scold. Zhao Yanzi snorted silently at his blatant lie as well. "Where are Linlin and Lily?" Grandma continued to ask. She thought it was natural that little Z and little Yujia came with Hao Ren but was a bit puzzled that the Lu sisters were absent since they had always stayed by Hao Ren's side. Hao Ren's mind got heavy, and he explained, "They are not used to the life here and had gone to the south. They have an uncle doing business there, and he can take care of them." He had fabricated the excuses about the Lu sisters but was surprised that Grandma would be so sensitive to their absence. "Why? They are gone." Grandma's joy turned to sadness instantly. She liked the two talkative girls from the bottom of her heart. Compared with Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi, they clung to Grandma more, and they often massaged her and talked to her. They seemed to understand seniors more than Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi did. When she heard the news that Lu Linlin and Lu Lily had left East Ocean City, Grandma suddenly felt empty inside. Well, they didn't even come to see me before they left. Such good girls. Grandma shook her head with regret. Perhaps Hao Ren didn't spend most of his time with them, but Grandma had a deep bond with them since the Lu sisters had stayed with her for most of the weekends. Seeing Grandma's sad expression, Hao Ren felt sorry. In fact, he had wanted Lu Linlin and Lu Lily to stay, but they had made their choice, and he couldn't force them to stay on land for himself and his grandma. Lu Linlin and Lu Lily didn't come to visit Grandma probably because they were afraid of making her sad. Where are they now? I'll call them. Grandma suddenly lifted her head and asked Hao Ren. She still couldn't bear to part with the Lu sisters and wanted to hear their voices. Hao Ren hesitated since he hadn't thought of this detail in a hurry. Forget it. To his surprise, Grandma suddenly changed her mind and waved her hand. Young girls have their own lives. Since they want to go to the south, I must leave them be. Her tone was full of longing for the Lu sisters, but she wasn't their blood-related grandma and thus couldn't interfere with their lives. The deeper the bond was, the more difficult it was to say farewell. Under the Lu sisters' meticulous care, Grandma had been glowing these days. However, her face now suddenly dimmed as if she had aged 10 years instantly. She really couldn't bear to see any of the girls leave. If they like Hao Ren, they can stay with him. Alas, it must be Hao Ren's fault that they left. He must have hurt them. Grandma suddenly thought about this and glared at Hao Ren, making him retreat 3 steps in fear. In fact, Grandma wanted to scold Hao Ren and tell him that she wouldn't see him again until he brought back the Lu sisters. However, she was afraid that it would hurt the 2 girls. Grandma, you must take care of yourself. I'll head to school in a while, Hao Ren said while he helped Grandma into the house. After planting the mystic crystal, he had come back home to see if Grandma were safe. In his mind, the top priority was his grandma who had raised him from his birth, and the second was the girls and his parents. As to Su Han, will she move to another city as well? Back in the warm house, sensitive Grandma asked again. She won't, Hao Ren answered after a moment of hesitation. Grandma's intuitive toward the girls was frightening. That's good, Grandma nodded. Ask her to visit more often. For Grandma, the Lu sisters were heartwarming while Su Han was more mature and gave her a comfortable feeling. Grandma liked her a lot as well. How are my mom and dad recently? Hao Ren asked. They are very well. They just left for work. I guess no one will take care of me, an old lady, anymore. Grandma said in a spurt of anger. Grandma. We're here for you. Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia hurried over and held her arms, saying almost at the same time. Seeing their quick response, Grandma's expression softened. She patted their heads and said, I have only you girls now. Don't worry, Grandma. Our house will be lively again. Hao Ren took Grandma's hand and said. Give me some great grandchildren. That's what I have been wishing for, Grandma said. Hearing Grandma's words, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia blushed at the same time. Okay. I'm fine. Ren, take your stuff and go back to school, Grandma said. Okay. Hao Ren ran to the second floor, pretending to fetch some stuff. Then, he led Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi out of the house and the residential area. When he was sure that they were out of Grandma's sight, they flew toward East Ocean University. Half a day later, Su Han would try to charge at the Heavenly Dragon Realm in the Dragon God Shrine. Hao Ren returned to the school to see if Shu Ke had any unusual movements in the school and gave Zhao Yanzi time to ask for 1 day of absence from her school. Duan Yao had mentioned that Shu Ke had a soul physique, which alerted Hao Ren. He had always thought that Shu Ke, who stayed in East Ocean University under the arrangement of Taiyi Cavemaster, wasn't as simple as he looked. Zhao Yanzi would come back to Hao Ren in East Ocean University after asking for absence from school. Now that she was going to marry Hao Ren, she didn't feel embarrassed to stay with him all the time. The heavenly Tao would enter another cycle today, but it was just another autumn day of brilliant sunshine for most of the students and teachers in the university. Even the young cultivators in the school didn't feel anything special about today. Hao Ren was not in the mood to go to the class. To keep him company, Xie Yujia skipped class as well. It was a rare act for her. The scenery of East Ocean University was wonderful. Lying down on the long bench on the meadow by the lake, Hao Ren looked at the peaceful lake as if he were resting in a park. Sitting on the long bench, Xie Yujia let Hao Ren rest his head on her thighs and caressed his ears with her fingers. Hao Ren breathed lightly with his eyes closed, enjoying the feeling when Xie Yujia's smooth fingers moved around his ears. Looking at Hao Ren, who seemed to be sleeping peacefully, Xie Yujia knew that his mind wasn't so calm. "Okay, I've asked for a day off." Zhao Yanzi ran over and sat on the long bench while panting. Seeing Hao Ren resting on Xie Yujia's thighs, she slapped Hao Ren's butt and made him sit up immediately. "Then, let's go." Hao Ren pinched her tender cheek and stood up with a smile. In the distance, Shu Kei stood behind the trees and watched Hao Ren and Xie Yujia in jealousy. Hao Ren knew he was there. Chapter 760, Metal Elemental Dragon Elders. The sky was blue, and the ground was golden. On this crisp autumn day, the suburban area of East Ocean City was covered in the golden color of autumn. Stepping on the purple-green treasure sword and the ruyi cloth respectively, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia flew on either side of Hao Ren. After a while, Hao Ren suddenly opened his mouth. "Yes." Zhao Yanzi, who had been secretly planning her wedding date, turned to look at him. "Now that I've planted the mystic crystal, I can condense nature essence with it instead of the dragon core. I think I can transfer the entire dragon core back to you," Hao Ren said. Zhao Yanzi blinked and continued to stare at him. "I was wondering, do you want me to transfer the dragon core to you now or in 3 years?" Hao Ren continued. "Oh." Zhao Yanzi froze for half a second and then blushed so much that her neck was even red after remembering about what happened that night. Hao Ren's proposal was blatant. Stepping on the purple-green treasure sword, she gave him a heavy punch. "Pervert." Rubbing his chest, Hao Ren saw the blush on her face and smiled helplessly. In fact, he had meant to return the dragon core to Zhao Yanzi and remove the potential dangers sooner just in case anything happened to him. Seeing Hao Ren didn't dodge her punch, Zhao Yanzi finally understood his deeper meaning. She shrunk her neck guiltily and answered in a voice as low as the buzzing of a mosquito, "Maybe later." Nodding with a smile, Hao Ren reached out and patted her smooth forehead while he continued flying toward the dragon god shrine. Different from the battle between Zhao Kuo and Su Han, Su Han's heavenly tribulation was her personal business and didn't need any witnesses. Thus, it didn't allow outside cultivators to watch it. When Hao Ren led Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia around the Kunlun mountain and came near the dragon god shrine, he saw hundreds of inspectors patrolling around the platform. As soon as Hao Ren got near with Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia, they were immediately stopped by about 5 inspectors. "I came to watch Sister Su's heavenly tribulation." When they were blocked, Zhao Yanzi yelled instantly. "No one is allowed to enter without permission from the shrine master." The leading inspector looked serious and didn't show any intention of giving way to them. Looking at the 3-clawed golden dragon embroidered on his robe, Hao Ren knew that he was a level 3 inspector. If Hao Ren were still a level 4 inspector, he might be able to ask the shrine master for permission. However, he was now just an ordinary cultivator and wasn't qualified to see the shrine master right now. "Sorry for the inconvenience." This level 3 inspector obviously recognized Hao Ren as a former level 4 inspector, and he cupped his hands slightly at Hao Ren as he said politely. To prepare for Su Han's heavenly tribulation, the entire dragon god shrine had tightened the security, sending out all the inspectors lower than level 4. Only the level 4 inspectors, and 9 deputy shrine masters, and the shrine master who hadn't shown his face to any of the inspectors remained in the dragon god shrine. "Sorry as well." Hao Ren also cupped hands at this inspector while several sword energies suddenly shot out from his arms. Not expecting Hao Ren, now an ordinary cultivator, to attack, this level 3 inspector was caught off guard when several key acupoints in his body were sealed by Hao Ren's sword energies. That stopped him from circulating his nature essence. Xie Yujia responded quickly and shot out the essence locking notes hidden in her palm. While Hao Ren was talking to this inspector, she had taken out the essence locking notes from her bracelet, ready to help. The several level 2 inspectors standing by this level 3 inspector instantly felt that their nature essence got locked by the essence locking notes, and they fell to the lower sky. The inspectors in a distance saw these weaker inspectors falling and hurriedly over to catch them. Hao Ren took this opportunity to take out the last realm-breaking note and easily broke the array formation around the Dragon God Shrine before leading Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia onto the platform. "How dare you!" Yu Zilong dashed out from the top of the Dragon God Shrine. Stepping on a red light, he launched fierce attacks toward Hao Ren and the two girls who had just broken into the Dragon God Shrine. No longer an inspector, Hao Ren breaking into the Dragon God Shrine was a serious crime. Whoosh! Standing still, Hao Ren punched out to block Yu Zilong's strike. Bam! After their fists met, Hao Ren flew backward for more than 10 meters and almost crashed onto the edge of the array formation around the Dragon God Shrine. Meanwhile, Yu Zilong dropped to the ground from the air and retreated several steps. He looked at Hao Ren in astonishment, not expecting the latter to take his strike head-on. Hao Ren felt like blood and energy were surging up in his body, but the chilliness in his mystic crystal settled down the surging blood and returned the messy five-elemental nature essence back to their original state. Yu Zilong regained his balance and stared at Hao Ren. He had thought that Hao Ren would at least get an internal injury and spit out blood after taking his strike, but Hao Ren's eyes turned clear immediately to his surprise, and latter's body remained intact. He was incensed at Hao Ren for not living up to the expectations of the Dragon God Shrine and letting down the Shrine Master. However, seeing that Hao Ren could block his strength after only a few days, Yu Zilong was as shocked as he had been when he witnessed the ultimate power that Su Han unleashed in the battle with Zhao Kuo. Is it possible that this kid is also a rare cultivation genius like Su Han? Perhaps the Shrine Master has seen his potential of charging at the Heavenly Dragon Realm and thus paid special attention to him, he thought. Yu Zilong waved his hands and closed his palms into fists, making a fierce tiger stance. However, before he could attack Hao Ren again, the Shrine Master's voice came from the top floor of the Dragon God Shrine. "Zilong, let him stay." The Shrine Master's tone was mild, but Yu Zilong didn't dare to disobey the order. Humph! Yu Zilong stomped his feet lightly, and his body shot back into the Dragon God Shrine like a heavy cannonball. "Are you okay?" Seeing Yu Zilong flying away, Xie Yujia and Zhao Yanzi hurried to Hao Ren's side and asked. When Lu Qing moved Yu Zilong to their program as their counselor, Xie Yujia had suspected that he was a dragon cultivator, but she hadn't imagined that he was actually a deputy shrine master of the Dragon God Shrine. "I'm fine." Hao Ren waved his hand. It wasn't a lie to comfort them. In fact, the moment that Hao Ren blocked Yu Zilong's strike, he felt as if all his meridians had been scattered. However, a moment later, he felt like all the nature essence in his body had been activated. After a surging sensation, he felt refreshed. It seemed that he needed that strike after he planted the mystic crystal. However, if Yu Zilong continued to attack him, Hao Ren wouldn't be able to block the following strikes, and the nature essence he had just activated would be plunged. Whoosh! Lines of mysterious runes appeared in the air around the Dragon God Shrine. The white array formation engulfing the Dragon God Shrine had countless runes on it as well. Hovering in the high sky, the usually chilly air around the Dragon God Shrine instantly heated up. On the platform, all kinds of secret runes interacted with each other, and golden flames appeared, forming a complicated and mysterious array formation. In an instant, the black and sedate Dragon God Shrine was surrounded by hot flames. Hao Ren was astonished, not expecting the Dragon God Shrine to have such an array formation. In fact, even the 9 deputy shrine masters didn't know that the platform of the Dragon God Shrine had hidden such an array formation. Wearing a white robe, Su Han walked from the eastern gate with her natal Dharma treasure. She wasn't wearing the colorful traditional dress that Lady Zhen gave her since she must withstand the heavenly tribulation with her own strength. Any outside help would make the heavenly tribulation fiercer. The natal Dharma treasure was connected to her mind, and any strikes on it were strikes to her body. That was why she could only use this longsword to help her in this dangerous process. "Sister Su!" Zhao Yanzi yelled immediately at the sight of Su Han. Su Han turned her head slightly and saw Zhao Yanzi before nodding slightly. When her gaze moved to Hao Ren who was standing beside Zhao Yanzi, a light flashed in her eyes before vanishing quickly. Xie Yujia didn't cry out, but she clenched her fists while she looked at Su Han worryingly. Since Su Han had tutored Xie Yujia on her cultivation, she was half a master to Xie Yujia to some extent. Therefore, Xie Yujia prayed silently and hoped that Su Han would pass the heavenly tribulation. Hao Ren studied Su Han's expression and found that her expression was even colder than a few days before, which must be the result of her cultivation of the sky-patching scroll. Her mind was in a state that was as peaceful as an ancient water well. The heavenly dragon cultivator who showed up on 8th heaven must be related to Su Han, but Hao Ren didn't mention it to her, afraid that it would affect her state of mind. Ha ha ha, doesn't the Dragon God Shrine welcome us, the elder council of the metal elemental dragon clan, to watch the heavenly tribulation? A resonant voice came from a distance. Hao Ren looked up and saw Taiyi Cavemaster and 6 other white-robed cultivators through the array formation that had flowing runes on it. This group of cultivators was flying over from the west. The inspectors guarding the outer range of the platform didn't dare to block the 7-peak Qian level, metal elemental dragon cultivators. When they got close to the platform, the array formation around the Dragon God Shrine finally opened and let them in. Su Han had both the metal elemental and water elemental dragon bloodlines in her. Although she grew up in the East Ocean Dragon Palace and had joined the Dragon God Shrine, she was still a part of the metal elemental dragon clan, which was why the Dragon God Shrine didn't block the Elder Council of the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan. More importantly, the hour that Su Han chose for her heavenly tribulation was drawing near. If the Dragon God Shrine and the Elder Council of the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan fought with each other, it would affect Su Han's heavenly tribulation. After entering the array formation, Taiyi Cavemaster landed steadily on the platform around the Dragon God Shrine. Hao Ren turned his head and saw that Taiyi Cavemaster had brought Shu Ke with him. After being kicked out of East Ocean City, Taiyi Cavemaster had recovered from his injuries in a short time, and he was looking energetic again. Knowing that Zhao Kuo who had beat him was defeated by Su Han, he must be smug, Hao Ren thought. Hao Ren felt like these metal elemental dragon elders would try to draw Su Han into the clan as soon as she reached the heavenly dragon realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 9 deputy shrine masters flew out of the Dragon God Shrine. Among them, 6 were peak Qian level cultivators, and the remaining 3 were at top-tier Qian level. The members of the Elder Council of the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan were astonished to see such a powerful team in the Dragon God Shrine. They hadn't expected that the Dragon God Shrine, which was established only hundreds of years ago, had 6 peak Qian level cultivators and 3 top-tier Qian level cultivators. They also didn't know that these deputy shrine masters had all been taught by the shrine master who hadn't shown his face in public. The deputy shrine masters had realized that these metal elemental dragon cultivators must have secret plans in coming here suddenly, since the Dragon God Shrine and the metal elemental dragon clan had almost no relationships. Now that the top-level cultivators of the Dragon God Shrine and the metal elemental dragon clan broke even, Su Han was the key factor in breaking the balance with her choice of staying with the Dragon God Shrine or return to the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan. The deputy shrine master felt that Su Han didn't have a deep attachment to the Dragon God Shrine since she rarely took missions and spent most of her time in the Dragon God Shrine, cultivating alone in her room. However, they wouldn't allow the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan to take Su Han back. After all, Su Han was never close to the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan. Now that the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan wanted her to return to them after she became a heavenly dragon cultivator? What a good dream they have, the deputy shrine masters thought to themselves. The 6 metal elemental dragon elders who were standing on either side of Taiyi Cavemaster were surprised to see the 9 fierce-looking deputy shrine master who came out of the Dragon God Shrine. Then, they calmed down since there was already a heavenly dragon cultivator behind them. A few days ago, the elders got the shocking news that Su Han had defeated Zhao Kuo, the #1 master in the mortal world, and would charge at the heavenly dragon realm soon. Then, Taiyi Cavemaster contacted them and convinced them to watch Su Han's heavenly tribulation in the Dragon God Shrine with the intention of inviting Su Han back into the Metal Elemental Dragon Clan. They all agreed to his suggestion. Hundreds of years ago, one of the metal elemental dragon cultivators had reached the heavenly dragon realm, but that cultivator was elusive. If Su Han became a heavenly dragon cultivator, then the metal elemental dragon clan would have 2 cultivators in the heavenly dragon realm. With this intention, they had come to the Dragon God Shrine with Taiyi Cavemaster in high spirits, determined to draw Su Han to their side. But to their surprise, they found that the Dragon God Shrine also had 6 peak Qian level cultivators. Disregarding the cultivators who were trying to fight for her, Su Han had walked to the east side of the platform and sat down cross-legged. She placed her longsword beside her and rested with closed eyes. Anxious, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia leaned toward Hao Ren with their shoulders touching his. Standing beside Taiyi Cave Master, Shu Kei, who was in a red plaid shirt, was staring at Xie Yujia without blinking. He had only planned to get close to Hao Ren and strike him, but he was attracted to the gentle and beautiful Xie Yujia. Master. Shu Kei turned his head to Taiyi Cave Master after staring at Xie Yujia for a while. After today's business, you can have anything you want, Taiyi Cave Master said mildly before Shu Kei could finish his sentence. Thank you, Master. Shu Kei was happy. He didn't want to take Xie Yujia by force, but Hao Ren was a big mountain standing between him and Xie Yujia. He must get rid of Hao Ren secretly with his master's strength and then try to win Xie Yujia's heart. Standing beside Hao Ren, Xie Yujia didn't spare a glance at Shu Kei. Instead, she took Hao Ren's right hand anxiously. Wah! Black clouds began to gather.